Chosen ones, what I'm about to share with you may be hard to believe, but it's the truth you need to hear. If you're watching this video right now, it's no accident. God has led you here because something major is unfolding in your life. Have you felt a shift, a change, or a pull towards something greater? There are forces around you trying to pull you into their traps, to manipulate and deceive you. They might offer you things that seem tempting, but trust me, do not drink this, even if they beg you. Why? Because they are planning to betray you, to use you for their own gain. But here's the truth. Your energy is powerful. Do you realize how untouchable you truly are? They cannot manipulate you, not now, not ever. It's time to reject their offers and take full control over them. Have you ever wondered what your true strength could look like if you stopped giving in to their schemes? Before we dive deeper into this life-changing message, I want to take a moment to sincerely thank you for your generous support through Super Thanks. Your donations, whether large or small, truly mean the world and allow us to continue sharing these important truths with you. I appreciate you for standing with this message, and I want you to know how deeply grateful I am for your contribution, regardless of whether you've donated or not. Your presence and engagement are invaluable. Now, leave a comment with the number 777. This number will send a powerful signal to the universe, amplifying the energy of this video. And remember, if you are truly a chosen one, you'll watch this video until the end. Your spirit already knows this is meant for you. If you're not ready to receive this truth, you might not make it to the end. But for those who do, your life will never be the same. How will you allow this message to transform your life? Now, let's get into it. God's chosen ones, don't drink this, even if they ask you to. Chosen one, the power within you is unlike anything the world has ever witnessed. It's not something that can be seen or touched with the senses of the world, nor is it something that can be measured by earthly standards. This energy emanates from deep within, quiet yet undeniable. Others may challenge it, try to manipulate it, or even diminish its value, but the truth remains. This power cannot be contained, altered, or swayed. You, the chosen one, need not display this force for the world to acknowledge it. Your mere presence is commanding, even without a single word spoken. It is the stillness before the storm, the silence that has the potential to shatter the noise of a world too lost in chaos to comprehend. But why does this power stand so firm? What makes it so different from the transient strength others seek? Perhaps it is because this strength does not fade with time. It is not dependent on the external or the temporary. Your energy, chosen one, is rooted in a profound connection to the divine and to the universe. Unlike those who chase fleeting power or the approval of the world, you understand the truth. Real power is found not in outward success or fame, but in a quiet, steady wisdom that flows from the inside. How can you use this strength to remain steadfast, even when the world around you grows louder and more chaotic? Consider the example of Jesus Christ, whose strength came not from the world's fleeting rewards, but from an intimate connection with God. He faced trials, temptations, and betrayals, yet his inner power never faltered. Remember Matthew 4:10, when Jesus resisted the devil's temptations in the wilderness. Jesus said to him, "Away from me, Satan, for it is written, 'Worship the Lord your God and serve him only.'" The power of his resilience came from his unwavering commitment to God, even when the world sought to lead him astray. How can you, the chosen one, find the same inner power and resilience in your own life? Your strength, like a river flowing beneath the surface, is often hidden from view, but that doesn't make it any less formidable. You understand that the noise of the world cannot drown out the quiet power you hold. Your energy may appear calm on the outside, but deep within, there is the potential to shift the very foundations of the world. No one can steal this power, and no one can define it for you. You possess an unstoppable force that will only reveal itself when you choose to rise. And when you do, there is nothing that can stand in your way. What will it take for you to rise and fully embrace your divine potential? Yet, even the chosen one faces temptation. The world offers many seductive promises, presenting them as harmless, even desirable. These promises may tempt you with comfort, success, or an illusion of safety. But beneath the surface, they are tainted with poison. This poison seeks to manipulate your will, to bend you to desires that are not your own. The chosen one sees these traps for what they are, illusions designed to weaken your spirit. This reminds me of the story of King Solomon, who, despite his wisdom, was led astray by the temptations of foreign gods and the influence of those around him. His story serves as a reminder that even the most powerful can fall if they allow themselves to be swayed by external influences. In 1 Kings 11:4, we read, "As Solomon grew old, his wives turned his heart after other gods, and his heart was not fully devoted to the Lord his God." How do we guard our hearts from such distractions and remain steadfast in our divine purpose? Resisting temptation is not just a matter of saying no. It is about understanding your worth and recognizing when something or someone is trying to steal it from you. You, the chosen one, know that true strength lies not in external rewards, but in the power that resides within. When temptation knocks, it's not the fear of losing something that drives you to turn away. It is the respect for your own worth, your divine purpose, and the understanding that you're above these fleeting offers. You know that the only way to fall is to surrender your power to the wrong forces, and you will not allow that to happen. How can you remind yourself of your true worth when the world offers its deceptive temptations? Temptation often strikes when you are vulnerable, when you are at your lowest, hoping to catch you off guard. But the chosen one has learned through experience, through trials, and through adversities. Like the story of Job, who faced unimaginable suffering yet remained steadfast in his faith, you have weathered storms and emerged stronger. Job's story in the Bible offers a profound lesson in resilience, as we see in Job 1:21. "The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. May the name of the Lord be praised." The strength to remain unshaken in the face of adversity is what defines the chosen one. And when temptation approaches, you will smile, knowing that no offer is worth the price of your soul. What have you learned from the trials you've faced that makes you stronger today? So, chosen one, as you walk through life, remember, the world will try to tempt you with its empty promises, but your strength, your true power, is rooted in something far greater. When the world asks you to drink from that cup, you will know there is no offer, no temptation, no shortcut that can compare to the unshakable power you possess. Like the Apostle Paul, who wrote in Philippians 4:13, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." You too possess a power that comes not from the world, but from the divine. Keep walking with purpose, and remember that your energy, your inner strength, cannot be taken away. How will you choose to use your power to shape the world around you? Chosen one, betrayal is one of the most painful experiences anyone can endure. It is a wound that cuts deep, leaving scars that often take a lifetime to heal. Betrayal comes in many forms: friends who turn their backs at the most unexpected times, allies who reveal their true intentions too late, promises broken when you need them the most. It is in these moments that your strength, chosen one, is tested. How will you respond when those you trust falter? How will you stand when the very people you believed in turn away? The chosen one, however, stands aware, alert, and prepared for this. They don't let their hearts wander in search of comfort or validation from others. They have learned that trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, and so they guard it fiercely. Their energy is too valuable to be wasted on those who may seek to exploit it for their own benefit. But how can you protect your trust? And more importantly, how can you rise even stronger after betrayal? Betrayal is dangerous not only because of the hurt it causes, but because of how subtle it can be. It often wears a mask, disguised as friendship, love, or loyalty. It is wrapped in promises, in words that feel like home. Yet, beneath it all lies the venom of deception. Betrayal is like a serpent, coiled in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the chosen one, you have likely encountered this treacherous force before. You know that not everyone who offers a hand is a true ally. It is in these moments that your awareness sharpens, your discernment grows stronger. You have walked through the storm and emerged with more wisdom. You are no stranger to betrayal, because each experience has made you more cautious, more careful with where you place your trust. Consider the story of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, where he faced the ultimate betrayal by one of his closest disciples, Judas. Jesus, knowing what was to come, remained calm and resolute. In Matthew 26:50, Jesus said, "Do what you came for, friend." He understood that betrayal was part of his path, but it did not deter him from his greater purpose. His response was not one of vengeance, but of acceptance. How do you react when betrayal comes your way? Do you stand firm in your purpose like Jesus did, or do you let the hurt of others define you? The chosen one's response to betrayal is not one of fear or anger. It is a quiet realization that they are better off without such deceit in their lives. Those who betray are the ones who fail to understand the true value of the chosen one's energy. They fail to realize that the chosen one's power cannot be broken by their actions, and that in itself is the greatest betrayal, underestimating someone who can never be brought down. This is the strength that others cannot comprehend. They may try to tear you down, but in reality, they only make you rise higher. Your strength lies not in how you respond to others, but in your unshakable belief in your purpose. What is your purpose, chosen one? And how do you remain true to it, no matter the betrayal or pain? In the face of betrayal, the chosen one remains unmoved. They no longer allow themselves to be defined by the actions of others. The ones who leave, who hurt, or who turn against them only reveal their own weaknesses. The chosen one continues on their path with grace and purpose, knowing that no amount of betrayal can take away what is theirs to claim. The path of the chosen one is not shaped by the actions of others, but by the divine calling that guides them. It is the quiet strength of knowing that you are on the right path, no matter who stands with you or against you. Think of the story of Joseph, who was betrayed by his own brothers. Sold into slavery, Joseph faced immense hardships. Yet, in Genesis 50:20, Joseph said to his brothers, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Joseph's story is a testament to how betrayal can lead to a greater purpose, one that cannot be thwarted by the actions of others. How does Joseph's story resonate with your own journey, chosen one? How can you turn your pain into a purpose that not only heals you, but also lifts others up? So, chosen one, remember that betrayal may hurt, but it will never define you. It will never take away what you are meant to accomplish. The path you walk is yours alone, and it is guided by something greater than the actions of those who may try to bring you down. Keep moving forward with grace, with purpose, and with the knowledge that no betrayal can ever steal your true power. Chosen one, your energy is the most powerful force you possess. It is not something that can be seen with the eyes or measured by worldly standards, yet it radiates from within, creating an aura that is impossible to break. This energy flows quietly, like a river beneath the surface, steady, powerful, and yet so beautifully subtle that only those attuned to its frequency can truly feel its force. Others may attempt to manipulate it, to draw from it, or even to dull its brilliance, but they cannot touch it. Your energy, chosen one, is untouchable. It is the very essence of who you are, and no external force, no manipulation, no trickery can ever change it. But how often do you allow others to draw from your energy? How do you protect this powerful force within you? People might try to play games with you, using their words or actions to weaken your resolve, to shake your confidence. But know this, they will never reach the core of your being. The chosen one's energy is something they own and protect with every ounce of their being. They understand that true strength lies not in what they give to others, but in what they choose to hold back. Your energy is your fortress, chosen one, and no one can breach it unless you allow them to. Even in moments of weakness, doubt, or vulnerability, your energy remains intact, impervious to external forces. This is a power that is deeply rooted inside you, and it is not tied to external circumstances or dependent on the approval of others. Take the example of Moses, whose journey was full of challenges, yet his strength came from an unshakable connection to God. In Exodus 33:14, God promises him, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." Moses' power was not in his external actions, but in the deep, unwavering energy he drew from his connection with the divine. He knew that no matter the challenges around him, his inner strength remained untouched. In a world that seeks to take, manipulate, and control, the chosen one stands firm, undeterred. They know that their true power lies not in what they give away, but in what they keep to themselves. This energy is a sacred force, one that shapes their destiny and protects them from harm. In moments of doubt or vulnerability, the chosen one understands that their energy remains untouched by the chaos of the world. Their aura stands as a shield, repelling negativity, manipulation, and deceit. No matter what others may say or do, they cannot diminish the power that lies within you. This untouchable energy is what sets you apart from others. It speaks volumes without you ever having to utter a word. It calls to those who are ready to receive it and repels those who seek to exploit it. Do you recognize this power within you, and how do you protect it from those who might seek to weaken it? Consider the story of David, who faced unimaginable odds when he fought Goliath. David's strength didn't come from the physical weaponry of the world, but from his deep faith and connection to God. In 1 Samuel 17:45, David declares, "You come against me with sword and spear, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel." David's energy was untouchable because it was grounded in something far greater than his physical abilities. How can you, chosen one, draw from that same well of divine power to face your own Goliaths? The chosen one doesn't need to prove anything to anyone. Their energy speaks for itself. It is not about seeking validation or approval from others. When you stand in your true power, you become a magnet for those who are aligned with your purpose. Your energy, rooted in your divine calling, attracts those who are ready to walk alongside you on your journey. But it also repels those who seek only to exploit you, to drain you of your strength for their own gain. This knowledge, chosen one, becomes the ultimate form of protection. It creates a shield that protects you from negativity and deceit, ensuring that your energy remains untouchable no matter what forces may try to influence you. Chosen one, there is immense power in silence, an untapped force that the chosen one wields with grace, precision, and wisdom. In a world where people often try to provoke, manipulate, or control, the chosen one remains quiet. But why? Why is silence such a powerful weapon? It is because the chosen one understands that words can be weapons too, tools that can be used to stir up emotions, provoke reactions, or sow division. And so, the chosen one chooses silence instead. But this silence is not born of fear or submission. It is a silence that speaks volumes. It is a deliberate choice, one made with full awareness of the power it holds. In this silence, the chosen one finds clarity. They see things that others miss, feel things that others overlook, and understand things that go unnoticed in the chaos of the world. Have you ever paused to notice the things that are left unsaid, the quiet spaces between the noise? It is in this quiet that the chosen one gains insights, the kind that the noise of the world cannot provide. The world is constantly full of distractions, opinions, judgments, and the pressures of others trying to pull you in 1,000 directions. Yet, the chosen one stands firm in their silence, knowing that their response, or lack of response, is one of their most powerful tools. But how often do you let the distractions of the world pull you away from your own truth? How does staying silent allow you to maintain your clarity? Consider the example of Jesus, who often chose silence in moments when others tried to provoke him. In John 18:36, when he was questioned by Pilate, he responded, "My kingdom is not of this world." Jesus didn't need to engage in the distractions of worldly power. His silence was a profound declaration of his divine purpose. When others sought to manipulate or control him, his silence did not signal weakness but strength. A strength rooted in his unwavering connection to his mission and his Father. In the absence of words, the chosen one can see the truth clearly. Others, who might have come with agendas or hidden motives, are forced to reveal their true selves. Their actions, their words, and even their silence can expose their intentions. This gives the chosen one a unique advantage. They can see things that are hidden beneath the surface. How often do you find that the quiet moments reveal the truth of a situation or a person? The world is full of noise and distractions, but in the stillness, the chosen one has the ability to discern what is real and what is not. Moreover, silence allows the chosen one to maintain control over their own energy. They are not easily swayed by the chaos of others. While those around them may react impulsively, driven by emotion or external triggers, the chosen one remains centered, grounded, and steady. This is the strength that silence provides, a shield that protects their peace, their focus, and their purpose. When others are caught up in emotional reactions, the chosen one stays calm, unwavering. This inner stillness is the ultimate form of strength, for it allows them to move through the world without being pulled into the turmoil. How often do you find yourself swayed by the chaos of the world? What would it feel like to maintain that unshakable peace no matter what others around you are doing? Consider the example of the prophet Elijah in 1 Kings 19:11 through 12, when he sought God in the wilderness. After a great storm, an earthquake, and a fire, God was not in any of these dramatic events. Instead, God spoke in a gentle whisper. Elijah's ability to remain still and listen allowed him to hear the truth. It was in the silence that he found God's guidance. This story teaches us that silence is not an absence of power, but the presence of clarity, wisdom, and divine connection. How can you, the chosen one, use silence to listen for the gentle whispers of guidance in your life? In a world where everyone is shouting to be heard, the chosen one understands that the loudest voice is often the weakest. The need to constantly prove oneself through words often stems from insecurity or fear. The chosen one does not need to prove anything, for their silence speaks for them. It is in this silence that their true power is revealed. Their energy becomes undeniable because they do not need to seek attention or validation. Those around them may try to provoke, manipulate, or control, but they will find that silence is the most profound response. It is in this quiet strength that the chosen one's power lies, untouched and unstoppable. Chosen one, manipulation is a quiet force that can subtly creep into your life, often without your even realizing it. It is an insidious influence, often disguised as care, concern, or well-meaning advice. People will try to sway your decisions, shape your thoughts, and direct your actions to serve their own agendas. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where someone's seemingly kind words started to feel more like a subtle push in a direction you didn't choose? The chosen one understands that manipulation often wears a mask, but they have learned the truth. The power to resist lies in self-trust. They do not need the approval or validation of others to find their way in this world. They know that their inner compass is all they need to navigate through the noise. But how do you cultivate that inner trust, chosen one? How can you strengthen your connection with your own judgment so you never fall prey to manipulation again? The key to breaking free from manipulation is self-trust. The chosen one knows that by listening to the voice within, they will always stay on the right path. Their inner wisdom, the deep knowing that resides within, is the guiding force that leads them through even the most deceptive of situations. With time and experience, the chosen one hones the ability to discern what is true for them, what aligns with their soul, and what is being pushed by the desires of others. No matter how persuasive someone might be, the chosen one holds firm to their own beliefs and desires. They do not bend for anyone or anything. They trust their instincts, and it is this trust that keeps them safe from those who would seek to control them. Consider the story of Daniel, who, despite being in a foreign land, faced manipulation and pressure to conform to the ways of the king. Yet Daniel 1:8 tells us, "But Daniel resolved not to defile himself with the royal food and wine, and he asked the chief official for permission not to defile himself this way." Daniel's unwavering trust in his own values and beliefs made him stand firm against the manipulation around him. His trust in his inner convictions gave him the strength to remain unshaken. How do you stand firm like Daniel in your beliefs, even when the world pushes you to conform? Breaking free from manipulation isn't just about resisting others. It's about reclaiming the power to make decisions for yourself. The chosen one understands that they alone are responsible for the direction their life takes. No one else can dictate their path or their future. This freedom comes from the power of self-trust, knowing that you are the one who holds the key to your happiness and success. The chosen one has learned to spot manipulation from a mile away, recognizing when others are trying to pull them into their web. And with that knowledge, they have taken full control of their life. Their decisions are their own, and nothing can take that power away. What does it feel like to have full control over your decisions? To know that no one can sway you from your true path? Take the example of Esther, who faced immense pressure from those around her. Yet in Esther 4:16 she proclaimed, "Go, gather together all the Jews who are in Susa, and fast for me. Do not eat or drink for 3 days, night or day." Esther trusted herself, her purpose, and her connection with God. Despite the immense risks, she made a decision that was true to her heart, leading her to take a stand for her people. Her trust in her inner voice allowed her to navigate the manipulation she faced and take bold action. How can you trust yourself like Esther did, even in moments of uncertainty? The power of self-trust is immeasurable. It enables the chosen one to step boldly into their future without fear of being led astray by others. This confidence comes from knowing that they hold the key to their own happiness and success. Manipulators may come and go, but they will never have the power to alter the course of the chosen one's life. This chosen one is the ultimate freedom. The freedom to trust in yourself and know that no one can ever take that trust from you. Chosen one, life often presents us with many offers, some real, some false. The false ones are seductive, promising an easier road, greater rewards, or success without effort. They appear to be a shortcut to what you desire, yet deep down, You know that these offers come with hidden consequences. How often have you faced an opportunity that seemed too good to be true, and yet something inside you told you to hesitate? The chosen one knows that these are traps, designed to distract and deceive, to lead you astray from your true path. Rejecting these false offers is not just about saying no to something that isn't right. It's about asserting control over your life and your decisions. How do you assert control in your own life when temptations pull you in different directions? The chosen one understands that every choice they make shapes their future, and they are unwilling to let anyone else decide their path for them. They've learned to recognize the signs of a false offer. These offers often shine brightly at first, promising everything you desire, but they quickly fade once the price becomes clear. Just like a mirage, they appear to offer great rewards, but once you move closer, the truth becomes evident. These false offers tend to lack substance, integrity, or lasting value. They come with strings attached, hidden costs that are not immediately apparent, and the chosen one sees through them, understanding that nothing that comes too easily is ever truly worth having. Have you ever been tempted by a shortcut that promised success without struggle? How did you resist, knowing that true success requires integrity and hard work? In rejecting these false offers, the chosen one regains their autonomy. They take control of their decisions, ensuring that each choice aligns with their true purpose, not with the fleeting temptations of the world. Taking control means standing firm in your values and not allowing anyone to manipulate you into compromising them. The chosen one knows that each time they reject a false offer, they are reaffirming their commitment to themselves and their mission. They do not bend or sway for anyone or anything. They trust in their vision and their ability to create something far greater than any shortcut can provide. How do you stand firm in your own values when the world offers easy solutions? What is the power in trusting your instincts and creating your own path? Consider the story of Serena Williams, who faced immense pressure throughout her career to take shortcuts, but remained focused on her own discipline and values. She chose not to compromise her work ethic or her values for success. In 2017, after winning the Australian Open while pregnant, she made a bold statement about achieving success on her own terms. Williams knew that true victory lay in her dedication, not in taking shortcuts or giving in to external pressures. How do you, chosen one, keep your eyes on your divine purpose, even when the world offers you easy paths that may lead you astray? To embrace your power is to acknowledge that you are your own protector. The chosen one understands this on a deep level. They don't rely on external sources for validation or safety. They know that their greatest shield is their own inner strength. This inner power is the source of their protection, keeping them safe from harm, manipulation, and negativity. When you embrace your own power, you stop waiting for someone else to come to your rescue. You realize that you are your own knight in shining armor. This doesn't mean that you don't have allies or support, but it does mean that you are never dependent on others for your safety or success. In 2 Samuel 22:31, David declares, "As for God, his way is perfect. The Lord's word is flawless. He shields all who take refuge in him." David knew that the ultimate protection comes from trusting God and embracing his divine strength, not from relying on external forces. Similarly, the chosen one understands that their true protection comes from their own inner power, built on self-confidence, self-trust, and an unwavering belief in their own capabilities. What would it look like for you to embrace this same inner strength, chosen one, and stop waiting for others to provide the safety you already hold within? No external force can take this power away because it is part of your very being. Your power is not something to be feared. It is something to be celebrated. The more you lean into it, the more it grows, enveloping you in a protective aura that repels negativity and harm. It surrounds you, built by every triumph, every lesson learned, and every moment of inner strength. The chosen one has learned to embrace their power fully, to walk in it with pride. How often do you acknowledge the power within you, chosen one, and allow it to guide you through life's challenges? With this power comes the ultimate protection, a shield that cannot be breached. The chosen one's power is their protection. Others may try to bring them down, but they cannot touch what is protected by the strength within. It is this power that ensures that nothing can break you. The chosen one is unbreakable because they know that their strength, their power, and their protection come from within. How will you embrace your power today, knowing that it is your greatest source of protection and freedom? Chosen one, in the realm of the unseen, you are surrounded by an invisible barrier, one that no one can breach. This barrier is not made of physical walls or defenses. It is crafted from pure energy, built upon the strength of your convictions and the clarity of your purpose. Your power is rooted in something far beyond ordinary understanding. It exists in the unseen realm, a silent yet impenetrable force that protects you. No one can overpower you because your energy is aligned with your truth, and that truth is untouchable. How often do you feel this protective force around you, guiding you, keeping you safe from harm? How does it feel to walk through life knowing that nothing can penetrate your inner strength? This invisible barrier is not a wall. It doesn't isolate you or block your connection with others. Rather, it serves as a shield, keeping out the harmful, the negative, and the deceitful, while allowing you to remain open to love, connection, and growth. It enables you to interact with the world and others without being compromised by toxic influences. This force field strengthens you, enabling you to remain true to yourself and walk with confidence and peace. It is not a wall that stops you from living fully. It is a protection that preserves your energy and your peace. This reminds me of the Apostle Paul's writing in Ephesians 6:16. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Paul speaks of the shield of faith as an invisible barrier, one that protects the faithful from the attacks of negativity, deceit, and harm. This shield, just like your own inner energy, is rooted in a deep connection to truth. When you align with your truth, nothing and no one can break you. You are invincible because your energy is your fortress, built upon your unwavering faith in yourself. How do you strengthen your shield of faith, chosen one, to ensure that it keeps you safe from external forces? Manipulation is a trap carefully crafted to ensnare the unaware. It is subtle, almost invisible, and often disguised as kindness or concern. People will try to sway you, promising something that appeals to your desires or fears. But you, the chosen one, know the signs of manipulation. You have walked through the fire, learned from your experiences, and honed the ability to spot these traps before they are sprung. You understand that manipulation plays on your weaknesses, using promises to entangle you in a web of control and deceit. The chosen one's heightened awareness acts as a safeguard, helping them navigate the world of relationships and interactions without falling prey to manipulation. You have learned to trust your intuition, listening to your gut when something feels off. You no longer fall for empty promises or false assurances. Instead, you have developed a deep sense of discernment, allowing you to see through the layers of deceit. This self-awareness keeps you grounded in your own power. When you trust yourself and know your worth, you become impervious to manipulation. The traps may still exist, but they no longer have any power over you. You can spot them clearly for what they are and sidestep them with grace and confidence. How do you stay grounded in your truth, ensuring that you don't fall for the allure of false promises? Consider the example of Eleanor Roosevelt, who faced pressure from many sides to conform to certain expectations. Despite this, she remained true to her beliefs and her mission. In her famous quote, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent," she speaks to the power of self-trust and inner strength. Roosevelt's ability to resist manipulation and stay true to herself is a testament to the strength of her inner shield. She refused to let others control her decisions, instead trusting her own voice and her sense of purpose. In avoiding the trap of manipulation, the chosen one reclaims their autonomy. They no longer seek approval or validation from others, for they know that their worth is not determined by external opinions. They have built a strong foundation within themselves that no one can shake. This foundation allows them to stay true to themselves, no matter how persuasive the external forces may be. They take full control of their life, making decisions that align with their truth. With every decision they make, they reaffirm their power, their strength, and their ability to create the life they desire. How does reclaiming your autonomy feel, chosen one? How do you protect your own power by standing firm in your truth and never compromising your decisions for the sake of external validation? The strength of the chosen one lies in their ability to stay true to themselves, to recognize when others are trying to steer them off course, and to never allow anyone else to control their decisions. Their power is their protection, and they walk through the world with an unshakable sense of confidence. Nothing can break them, because they know that their energy is their shield, and no manipulation can penetrate it. How will you use this strength, chosen one, to continue walking confidently on your path, knowing that you are protected by the power within you? Chosen one, in a world that thrives on noise, your stillness becomes your greatest defense. While others are busy chasing fleeting distractions, your ability to remain grounded, centered, and calm sets you apart. This stillness is not a sign of passivity, but of profound inner strength. In this quiet, you see the world for what it truly is, and you understand the weaknesses of those around you. When others attempt to provoke, manipulate, or control, you remain silent, allowing the truth to reveal itself. Do you ever feel that in the quiet moments, truth is more easily exposed? How does this silence empower you in the face of chaos? In the stillness, your energy remains unshaken. While others react impulsively, driven by fear, anger, or desire, you observe with clarity. This stillness allows you to see through the illusions that others try to create. You know that in a world full of noise, silence is the most powerful response. It forces others to reveal their true motives, insecurities, and weaknesses. This silence is not weakness, it is strength. It disarms the chaos around you, leaving you in control of your own peace. Consider the example of Jesus, who, when accused by his accusers, chose silence in the face of manipulation and lies. In Matthew 27:12-14, when he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, he gave no answer. Then Pilate asked him, "Don't you hear the testimony they are bringing against you?" But Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge. To the great amazement of the governor, Jesus' stillness in the face of false accusations was not a sign of weakness. Rather, it was a demonstration of his divine strength. His silence revealed the truth about his accusers, leaving them speechless. How can you, chosen one, embrace this same strength in your own life when faced with false accusations or attempts to manipulate you? The stillness of the chosen one is not a retreat into indifference. It is a conscious decision to protect your energy. It is the understanding that you do not need to react to every provocation, because your energy is too valuable to waste on battles that are not yours to fight. In this stillness, you find clarity and control. You are not swayed by external circumstances or the chaos of the world. Instead, you remain unbothered, unshaken, and unbroken. This inner peace exposes the weaknesses of those who try to challenge you, leaving them powerless. Silence, after all, is the loudest truth. How does remaining still in the midst of conflict allow you to maintain control over your own peace and strength? Emotional distance is another form of self-protection that the Chosen One has mastered. It's not about shutting yourself off from others or becoming cold and indifferent, but about creating a space between your inner world and the external influences that seek to control or manipulate your emotions. By maintaining this emotional distance, you ensure that you are never swayed by the whims or agendas of others. You can love and connect deeply, but you do not allow your emotions to be used against you. Emotional distance serves as a boundary that protects your energy and peace. You know that betrayal often comes when you allow others too close to your heart, when you expose your vulnerabilities. By keeping a healthy distance, you prevent others from using your emotions to manipulate or harm you. This distance is not about detachment, but about preserving your integrity and sense of self. It allows you to respond with logic, wisdom, and calmness instead of being driven by fear, anger, or insecurity. In Proverbs 4:23, we are reminded, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." By protecting your heart, you ensure that your energy remains pure and untainted by external negativity. How do you practice guarding your heart while still engaging with the world in a meaningful way? Emotional distance does not mean detachment. It means standing firm in your own truth. It is the ultimate form of self-care, allowing you to remain strong and unshaken no matter what comes your way. By embracing this distance, you create a life of balance where you control your emotions rather than being controlled by them. Emotional distance is a tool for empowerment. It enables you to protect your heart, maintain your peace, and continue walking in your truth. How will you embrace emotional distance as a means of empowerment, Chosen One, and use it to protect your energy while still being open to the world around you? Chosen One, the power within you is untouchable. It is something that no one can break, no matter how hard they try. This power is rooted in your very being, a strength that flows from your heart, soul, and mind. You, the Chosen One, understand this better than anyone. You have faced challenges, obstacles, and adversities that could have shattered anyone else, but instead, you have emerged stronger each time. Why? Because the power within you is infinite. It is part of who you are. This power doesn't depend on the outside world. It doesn't rely on circumstances, success, or the approval of others. It is born from within, from a deep understanding of your worth and your purpose. Have you ever felt that immense strength rise within you, especially when you faced overwhelming challenges? That is the untouchable power that guides you. The Chosen One knows that no external force can ever diminish their power. No amount of negativity, manipulation, or betrayal can shake the foundation of who they are. The strength within you is invincible because it is not something that can be taken away. It is eternal. Every challenge you face, every setback you encounter, only serves to reinforce this power. And when others try to break you, they find themselves met with unyielding resistance. You are not just powerful, you are unstoppable. This power is the key to your resilience. It keeps you grounded when the world tries to pull you apart. It gives you the strength to move forward no matter what. And no matter how much others try to break you, you remain unbroken. You stand tall because you know that the power within you is the most powerful force in the world. How often do you tap into this inner power, knowing it will always keep you standing, no matter the external forces? In 2 Corinthians 4:8-9, Paul writes, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed but not in despair, persecuted but not abandoned, struck down but not destroyed." Paul's words echo the invincible strength of the Chosen One. Despite facing tremendous trials, Paul remained unbroken because his power was rooted in his relationship with God. Just as Paul endured, you too, chosen one, find strength in knowing that your foundation cannot be destroyed, no matter the trials you face. How do you remind yourself of your unshakable foundation when challenges seem insurmountable? Chosen one, staying unshaken is a choice, and you have made that choice. The world is full of people who will try to influence you, sway you, or change your course to serve their own interests. But you, the chosen one, stand firm, unshaken in your resolve. You know that your path is your own, and no one else has the right to dictate it. You reject the influence of others, not out of arrogance, but out of a deep respect for your own power and autonomy. The key to staying unshaken is knowing who you are. When you understand your worth, your purpose, and your direction, no one can move you off course. You walk with confidence and clarity, knowing that you are in control of your own destiny. How do you stand firm in your own truth when others try to pull you off your path? Consider the example of Oprah Winfrey, who faced constant adversity, yet remained steadfast in her vision for her life. Despite facing rejection early in her career, Oprah held firm to her belief in her purpose. She famously said, "The biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams." Oprah's refusal to allow others to dictate her path exemplifies the strength of the chosen one, remaining unshaken in the face of external challenges and staying true to her vision. How can you draw inspiration from Oprah's journey to remain unshaken on your own path? Rejection of influence is not about isolation, it is about empowerment. The chosen one is not afraid to stand alone because they understand that standing true to themselves is the only way to find real fulfillment. By rejecting the influence of others, you reclaim your personal power. You no longer allow external forces to dictate your choices. You walk confidently in your own truth, knowing that nothing and no one can sway you from your path. In the quiet moments of standing alone, you find your greatest strength. How does it feel to stand confidently in your own truth, unaffected by the opinions of others? Betrayal often comes when you least expect it, but the chosen one has learned that it doesn't define them. Instead, it becomes an opportunity to reclaim control. When others betray you, they might think they've taken something from you, your trust, your energy, your sense of safety. But the chosen one knows this is a false assumption. Betrayal cannot break you because you are in control of your own energy, life, and destiny. Reclaiming control means taking back what was rightfully yours, your power. When betrayal comes, the chosen one doesn't let it dictate their future. Instead, they use the experience as fuel to rise higher, grow stronger, and reclaim their sense of self. Betrayal may sting, but it also invites you to rise above and redefine what is possible. How have you reclaimed your power after betrayal, turning it into an opportunity for growth? In Psalm 18:29, David declares, "With your help I can advance against a troop. With my God I can scale a wall." David's unwavering trust in God empowered him to rise above betrayal and opposition, much like the chosen one uses betrayal as a springboard to greater strength. When you reclaim control over your life, you find yourself more powerful than ever before. Betrayal becomes a lesson in resilience, and through it, you rise higher than those who tried to break you. How do you allow yourself to rise after betrayal, using it to build your future and protect your inner power? In the end, betrayal is just another step in your journey. It is not a setback, but a tool for growth. The chosen one knows that no matter how much others try to break them, they will always rise higher, empowered by the lessons learned along the way. In doing so, they leave behind those who tried to break them and walk forward with greater strength and purpose. How will you continue to use life's challenges to empower yourself and step into the fullness of your divine purpose? Chosen one. Chosen one, within you lies a warrior waiting to be unleashed. Too often people go through life unaware of the immense power that resides within them. But the chosen one knows the truth. The strength needed to face any challenge is already inside you. It's simply a matter of tapping into it. Life's battles, whether internal or external, do not break you. They fuel you to overcome, to persevere, and to rise again. This strength is innate, an unshakable part of who you are. It cannot be taken away or destroyed. When times get tough, it's easy to doubt yourself. But true warriors don't back down when faced with adversity. They step up, summon their inner courage, and charge forward. How do you tap into this power within when the world feels overwhelming, chosen one? The chosen one has learned to trust in their inner power, recognizing that each struggle is an opportunity for growth. With every battle fought, your inner warrior becomes stronger, more resilient, and more unshakable. You're no longer afraid of the fight because you know that your strength is unlimited. The warrior inside is not a metaphor. It's a tangible force that emerges when you need it most. It's the voice that tells you to keep going when everything else tells you to stop. It's the unwavering belief that you can and will succeed, no matter how daunting the task. You have unlocked the power of your inner warrior, and it drives you to move forward, even when the world seems against you. How does your inner warrior rise in moments of fear or doubt, urging you to push past your limitations? Consider the example of Malala Yousafzai, who, despite facing life-threatening adversity, refused to be silenced. After surviving an assassination attempt by the Taliban, Malala emerged even stronger, advocating for girls' education around the world. In her own words, she said, "I am Malala. I am not a lone voice, I am many." Her inner warrior, fueled by a deep sense of purpose and a belief in her mission, gave her the strength to continue her fight despite the odds. How does Malala's story inspire you to tap into your inner strength, chosen one, when facing challenges? This warrior within is not about fighting others, it's about conquering yourself, your doubts, your fears, and your limitations. By unleashing your inner warrior, you step into a realm of limitless potential. You become unstoppable, not because you are immune to challenges, but because you refuse to be defeated by them. With every challenge you face, you rise above, stronger than before, knowing that no obstacle is too great for the power within you. This power does not diminish. It only grows stronger as you face adversity. In a world full of noise and distraction, maintaining focus is one of the greatest challenges. But the chosen one understands the art of unbreakable focus. True success, they know, is built on the ability to stay locked in on your vision, your purpose, and your goals. While others are sidetracked by the chaos around them, the chosen one remains centered. Their focus is a laser beam, cutting through the noise and guiding them straight to where they need to be. It's not just about paying attention, it's about tuning out everything that doesn't serve your mission. How do you stay focused on your purpose, chosen one, when distractions pull at your attention? To achieve unbreakable focus, you must learn to protect your energy. The chosen one does not allow distractions to siphon away their time and attention. They are selective about where they place their energy, understanding that every moment spent on distractions is a moment lost. They've developed the discipline to say no to things that don't align with their goals and to stay committed to their path, regardless of what's happening around them. This reminds me of the words in Proverbs 4:25-27. Let your eyes look straight ahead. Fix your gaze directly before you. Give careful thought to the paths for your feet and be steadfast in all your ways. Do not turn to the right or the left. Keep your foot from evil. The chosen one knows that with clear vision, distractions become irrelevant. How do you, chosen one, keep your gaze fixed on your goals, even when distractions try to divert your attention? Focus is not a passive force. It requires active effort. It demands consistency, discipline, and a constant reminder of why you're doing what you're doing. The chosen one's unwavering focus has been cultivated through years of practice and self-awareness. Through this focus, they've achieved extraordinary feats, overcoming obstacles with ease. You too can unlock the power of unbreakable focus and use it to carve your own path to success. The key to unbreakable focus is clarity. When you know what you want and where you're going, everything else falls away. You no longer get caught up in drama or confusion. You remain anchored in your purpose, and your focus becomes a powerful force that propels you forward. As you embrace the clarity of your purpose, nothing can stop you. How will you cultivate this clarity, chosen one, so that your focus becomes a force that drives you toward your destiny? Beloved chosen one, life is not always smooth sailing. In fact, the most powerful lessons often come from the storms we endure. The chosen one understands that adversity isn't something to fear, it is something to embrace. It is in the midst of the storm that we discover our true strength, resilience, and capacity to adapt. The winds may howl, the rain may pour, but the chosen one stands firm, unshaken by the chaos around them. They know that every storm is a chance to grow, evolve, and become more than they were before. Adversity tests you. It challenges your limits and forces you to dig deeper than you thought possible. But it also brings out the best in you. Through every battle fought, the chosen one has learned that the strength gained through struggle is the very strength that will carry them forward. The storm may be fierce, but it is also temporary. What remains after the storm has passed is a stronger, more powerful version of yourself. You, the chosen one, know that resilience is not about avoiding the storm. It's about learning to dance in the rain. You have faced challenges that could have crushed lesser people, but you emerged victorious because you refused to let the storm define you. Instead of shrinking away, you leaned into the discomfort, trusting that it would pass and that you would emerge stronger on the other side. Embracing the storm transforms hardship into a source of power. Every challenge faced adds a layer to your strength, making you more unbreakable with each experience. I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude for your time and attention today. Whether you've chosen to donate or not, your presence and engagement are deeply appreciated. If you feel called to support this work further, you can contribute through Super Thanks, and I want to say a special thank you in advance, no matter what. Your support, both big and small, helps this message reach more chosen ones like you. As we part today, I want to bless you with strength, resilience, and peace. May you continue to rise above the storms, embracing your inner warrior with unwavering focus. Your journey is unique and powerful, and I know you are destined for greatness. Keep trusting in yourself. Keep moving forward with courage, and remember that the power to shape your destiny is within you. May you be blessed with unshakable peace and unwavering confidence on your path ahead. Welcome, God's chosen ones. Some people will trade diamonds for dust and still wonder why their hands are empty. Isn't that wild? But here's a fact. Studies show that human beings regret missed opportunities more than their actual mistakes. Funny, isn't it? Yet it makes perfect sense. When someone betrays a rare gem of a person for something cheap and fleeting, regret doesn't just knock. It moves in, unpacks its bags, and throws a house party in their mind. And here's the real twist. You were the blessing they failed to recognize. They miscalculated your worth, chasing temporary thrills and losing a masterpiece while clinging to a mess. But life, oh, it has a way of settling the score. Now, they're left haunted, not just by what they did, but by who they did it to. Comment 77 if you know this truth all too well. And to those of you who support this message through Super Thanks, I want you to know, I see you, I appreciate you, and I pray blessings over your life. Now buckle up. This isn't just a story of betrayal, it's a reckoning. Let's dive in. God's chosen ones, you're a real blessing, but they betrayed you for a nasty. You extended kindness, not out of naivety, but out of strength. Yet they mistook it for weakness. When you exercised patience, they assumed it was ignorance. When you forgave, they thought it was desperation. But they never understood that your kindness was not a flaw. It was a deliberate choice, a testament to your resilience. You have endured battles they could never imagine, and instead of allowing hardship to harden your heart, you chose to remain compassionate. Do they not realize how much courage it takes to be gentle in a world that glorifies indifference? Many would rather build walls, meet hostility with hostility, and guard themselves against the pain of betrayal. But you chose a different path. You remained human, and that is what confused them. Instead of appreciating your rarity, they played games. They assumed that because you tolerated disrespect before, you always would. But that was their greatest mistake. Kindness, true kindness, has boundaries, and when they crossed those sacred lines, they didn't just lose your loyalty. They lost access to the kind of peace that only people like you bring into the lives of others. They never truly saw how much you carried for them, how your presence uplifted them in ways they never acknowledged. It wasn't until you walked away that they began to notice the silence. The conversations that once calmed their chaos are now echoes of the past. The understanding they took for granted has vanished, and now they are left grappling with an emptiness they never realized existed until you were gone. The irony is undeniable. They are now learning, in the hardest way possible, that hearts like yours are not just rare. They are nearly impossible to replace. They gambled, believing you would always be there, no matter how they treated you, but they did not just lose the game, they lost the greatest prize of all, you. Even in Scripture, this pattern is seen time and again. Consider Joseph, whose own brothers betrayed him, selling him into slavery out of jealousy. They mistook his grace and goodness for weakness, believing they had power over his fate. Yet, in the end, it was Joseph who rose to power, and they had to come before him in need, never realizing that the very person they discarded would be the one to hold their future in his hands. Genesis 50:20. Isn't that always the case? Those who take kindness for granted eventually come to regret it. History repeats itself, even in the real world. Think of Princess Diana, a woman whose heart radiated compassion. She was mocked, mistreated and misunderstood by those closest to her, yet the world cherished her kindness. It wasn't until she was gone that many finally realized how irreplaceable she was. So ask yourself, how many times have people around you mistaken your goodness for weakness? How often have they played games, assuming you would always stay? And now, as they sit in the silence of your absence, do they finally understand what they have lost? You never had to force your light to shine. It radiated naturally from within. Yet, instead of celebrating your glow, they resented it. Was it your fault that you carried an energy that others couldn't ignore? That when you walked into a room, people took notice, respected you, and even admired you? No, but to those who were insecure, your very existence felt like a threat. And when insecure people feel threatened, they don't seek to grow alongside you. They seek to diminish you. They tried everything to make you question yourself. The subtle digs, the backhanded compliments, the moments where they planted doubt in your mind, all designed to make you second-guess your own worth. Why? Because your confidence, your authenticity, and your ability to shine without effort made them uncomfortable. They weren't ready to confront their own insecurities, so they wanted you to shrink instead. Have you ever noticed how some people prefer to keep you small rather than rise to your level? They wished you were quieter, less bold, more hesitant, anything that wouldn't challenge the fragile image they had of themselves. But here's what they never understood. Real light cannot be dimmed. It is not snuffed out by gossip. It is not overshadowed by jealousy. No amount of insecurity from others can put out the fire that God has placed within you. As Jesus said in Matthew 5:14-16, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." You kept glowing, and instead of drawing inspiration from you, they let bitterness consume them. That bitterness eventually turned into betrayal. They believed that cutting you out, excluding you, or pushing you aside would somehow elevate them. But what happened instead? It exposed just how small they were without you. Now they are trapped in the very darkness they once wished upon you. And the irony? They are beginning to realize that your light didn't just make you shine. It illuminated everything around you, including them. When you were in their lives, they unknowingly benefited from your radiance, your wisdom, and your uplifting spirit. But they made their choice. They chose insecurity over self-improvement. They chose jealousy over growth. And that choice cost them more than they ever imagined. This is not a new story. It happened to Joseph in the Bible when his own brothers, driven by envy, sold him into slavery. Genesis 37:18-20. They thought that by removing him, they would be free to rise. But what happened? Joseph's light only grew stronger. God's favor followed him wherever he went, and in the end, the very ones who betrayed him had to return, seeking his help. What they meant for evil, God turned for good. Genesis 50:20. Even in modern times, we see this same pattern unfold. Oprah Winfrey, a world-renowned media mogul and philanthropist, was once told early in her career that she wasn't fit for television. People dismissed her, tried to push her aside, and attempted to limit her potential. But instead of dimming her light, she allowed it to shine brighter, building an empire that changed lives around the world. What if she had listened to those voices that tried to make her doubt herself? So, ask yourself, how many people in your life have tried to make you doubt your own brilliance? How many have attempted to minimize you, only to realize later that they were the ones standing in their own way? And now, as they sit in the shadows of their own insecurities, do they finally recognize that your light was never the problem? They believed that quick victories would last forever. They chased what was easy, flashy, and right in front of them, convinced that they were making the smarter choice. Meanwhile, you were quietly and diligently laying a foundation, one built on patience, wisdom, and long-term vision. But they lacked the endurance to walk that path with you. Instead of investing in something that would stand the test of time, they went after shortcuts and temporary highs. But tell me, how often do we see people exchange something of great value for the illusion of instant success? They craved results immediately, the thrill of applause, the fleeting excitement of recognition, the rush of feeling important. But what they failed to understand is that the most meaningful rewards take time. Proverbs 13:11 reminds us, "Wealth gained hastily will dwindle, but whoever gathers little by little will increase it." Do they not realize that success built on a shaky foundation will eventually crumble? Did they ever stop to ask themselves if their shortcuts would truly lead to something lasting? They overlooked your worth because you weren't offering them overnight success. You were the rare and valuable investment they weren't wise enough to recognize. Have you ever wondered why some people fail to see value in things that don't bring instant gratification? They chose speed over substance, and now the irony is undeniable. The quick wins they chased have already vanished. The applause has faded, the excitement has died down, and the distractions they once prioritized have left them empty. Meanwhile, the foundation you built with purpose and patience is standing strong, and now you are thriving. But here's the real lesson. What stings them the most isn't just that they lost you, it's that they have to sit back and watch you rise without shortcuts. They have to witness your success, knowing that you did it the right way, while they took the easy route and fell short. Can you imagine how painful it must be for them to realize that they bet on the wrong thing and lost everything that was truly worth having? This is a pattern we see time and again in history. Consider Esau, who let his momentary hunger dictate his destiny. He traded his birthright, the very blessing that would define his future, for a single meal. Genesis 25:29-34. Did he even think twice before making that choice? Did he consider the weight of what he was throwing away? In his desperation, he chose the immediate over the eternal. But when the time came for him to claim his rightful inheritance, it was gone. How devastating must it have been for him to realize that he had surrendered something priceless for something temporary. And even today, the world is full of stories like this. Take Mike Tyson, for example, a legendary boxer who once had it all. With over $400 million to his name, he lived recklessly, spending without thought, chasing pleasure without considering the consequences. Do you think he ever paused to consider how quickly it could all disappear? It wasn't until he lost nearly everything that he understood the cost of impulsive choices. Now, he speaks openly about the mistakes that led to his downfall. How many people in your own life have made this mistake? How many have chosen momentary pleasure over something that could have truly changed their lives? And now, as they watch you succeed through patience, faith, and perseverance, do you think they finally understand that true greatness is not built in a day, but through a lifetime of wise choices? Or will they continue to chase after things that disappear as quickly as they arrive? Betraying you didn't just cost them a relationship, it cost them something far greater. There is a weight to betrayal that extends beyond hurt feelings or broken trust. It disrupts something much deeper: spiritual alignment. When someone betrays a person with a pure heart, they don't just lose companionship, they lose access to the divine blessings that come with being connected to that person. Have they even realized the magnitude of what they've lost? Or are they still blind to the truth? Your presence in their life was not a coincidence. God placed you there as a source of peace, wisdom, and spiritual covering, but they were too consumed by ego, jealousy, or greed to recognize it. They didn't understand that your presence shielded them from storms they weren't even aware of. How many times were they protected simply because they were connected to you? How many unseen battles were fought on their behalf just because they had access to your favor? Psalm 105:15 warns, "Do not touch my anointed ones. Do my prophets no harm." Yet in their ignorance, they took that divine protection for granted. When they chose betrayal, they didn't just walk away from you. They stepped out of alignment with the path that was meant to elevate them. And here's the thing about divine law: cause and effect is inevitable. You cannot sever ties with someone carrying God's favor and expect life to remain the same. Doors that once opened for them now remain shut. Opportunities that used to come easily slip through their fingers. Rest becomes elusive, and no matter how much they chase peace, it seems to run further away from them. Is it punishment? No, it's spiritual cause and effect. When you betray someone favored by God, you lose access to that favor. Period. We've seen this truth play out in Scripture. Consider Judas Iscariot, the disciple who betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. He thought he was making a calculated move, but in reality, he had traded his soul for temporary gain. What happened after his betrayal? The weight of his actions became unbearable. The very reward he sought became meaningless, and in despair, he ended his own life. Matthew 27:3-5. What would have happened if Judas had chosen loyalty instead of greed? What blessings did he forfeit because of one moment of betrayal? Even in the modern world, we see this same pattern unfold. Think of Kanye West, a globally recognized musician and fashion mogul. He had everything: fame, influence, wealth. But when he severed ties with those who genuinely cared for his well-being and allowed ego to take control, his empire began to crumble. Business deals collapsed, doors that once seemed permanently open were slammed shut, and his public standing took devastating hits. Could it be that he lost not just earthly success but also divine favor? Now, they watch from a distance as you continue to rise, protected, favored, and guided by the very blessings they threw away. Do you think they understand now? Do they finally realize that their betrayal was not just personal, but spiritual? Some losses cannot be undone. Some mistakes carry consequences that go beyond what the human eye can see. And this is the ultimate regret, knowing they once had something priceless but chose chaos instead. Some losses are not just painful, they are irreversible. They didn't understand the assignment. You weren't just another person passing through their life. You were their test. Not every connection is random. Some people are placed in our path as a part of our spiritual journey, a divine appointment designed for growth and transformation. And sometimes you were meant to be that person for them. The assignment was simple: recognize, appreciate, and grow with the blessing they were given. But instead of embracing that opportunity, they let ego, selfishness, and short-sightedness cloud their judgment. Have you ever wondered why some people fail to see what's right in front of them? They had a chance to walk alongside you, to elevate with you, but they chose betrayal instead. And that single choice changed everything. What they didn't realize is that you were their test. Life presented them with someone who could bring peace, wisdom, and a deeper purpose into their journey. But instead of seeing you as a gift, they treated you as an obstacle or an afterthought. And life does not reward those who fail to recognize divine opportunities. Proverbs 10:22 reminds us, "The blessing of the Lord makes rich, and he adds no sorrow with it." But when a person mishandles their blessing, they don't just lose it, they invite sorrow into their lives. Their betrayal didn't just sever a connection, it turned what was meant to be a beautiful chapter into a bitter lesson. Now, as they watch you thrive, grow, and elevate without them, they are left grappling with the consequences of their actions. Have they realized yet that the answer was right in front of them the whole time? That they were trusted with something precious and they threw it away? This pattern isn't new. It has played out time and time again, even in the Bible. Consider Saul and David. Saul was given a divine assignment, to be king over Israel. But when David, a young warrior chosen by God, entered his life, Saul had a choice. He could have embraced David's anointing and walked in alignment with God's plan, but instead, he let jealousy consume him. He saw David as a threat rather than as part of his divine path. And what happened? Saul lost everything: the throne, his peace, and his favor with God. 1 Samuel 18:6-12. Had he understood the assignment, history could have been written differently. And even in our modern world, we see this play out. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, was once betrayed by the very company he built. He was forced out by those who failed to see his vision. They thought they could succeed without him, believing they didn't need his guidance anymore. But what happened? The company struggled without him, only to later realize that Jobs had been the key to their innovation all along. When he returned, Apple reached heights they never imagined. But imagine how much further they could have gone if they had valued him from the start. So, what about the people who betrayed you? Do they understand now? Do they see that they were given a divine opportunity, but they let pride and foolishness blind them? Life has a way of making sure lessons are learned, even if it's the hard way. And that's exactly what they're facing now. A long, painful lesson that could have been their elevation. If only they had understood the assignment. They traded legacy for momentary lust, choosing temporary pleasure over something that could have lasted for generations. Some choices don't just affect the present, they echo far beyond the moment they are made. Betraying someone with a rare purpose isn't just a personal misstep, it's a generational loss. Did they even consider the weight of what they were throwing away? Or were they too caught up in the illusion of immediate satisfaction to realize the damage they were causing? When they walked away from you, they weren't just leaving a relationship behind. They were stepping out of alignment with a divine legacy. They went after lust, mistaking fleeting pleasure for something meaningful. The thrill was intoxicating for a moment, but like all shallow pursuits, it faded as quickly as it came. Proverbs 6:32 warns us, "Whoever commits adultery lacks sense. He who does it destroys himself." Lust doesn't build, it only consumes. And when it's done, it leaves nothing behind but ashes. They thought they were winning. They thought chasing after quick satisfaction meant they had the upper hand. But what do they have now? They are standing in the aftermath, looking at the ruins of what could have been, realizing they lost far more than they ever gained. How often do we see people gamble their future for something temporary, only to regret it when it's too late? Being connected to someone with divine purpose isn't just about love or loyalty, it's about alignment. When you walk alongside someone favored by God, blessings flow. Generations are impacted, foundations are built. But they weren't thinking about foundations, they weren't thinking about the long-term blessings that came from being in your presence. They were thinking about fleeting desires, about what was easy and accessible, about what required no sacrifice. And in doing so, they forfeited access to something eternal. This same mistake has played out time and time again. Consider Samson, a man anointed by God, whose strength was unmatched. But what was his downfall? Lust. He chose Delilah, a woman who was never meant to be part of his destiny. She deceived him, and because of his desire for her, he lost his strength, his vision, and ultimately his life. Judges 16:19-21. Do you think Samson realized what he was trading away in the moment? Or did the truth only hit him when it was too late? Think about Tiger Woods, one of the greatest golfers in history. He had it all: success, wealth, influence. But when scandal after scandal emerged about his infidelities, his entire world came crashing down. He lost endorsements, respect, and nearly destroyed his career. Why? Because he allowed temporary desires to outweigh long-term wisdom. And now, the ones who betrayed you are watching from a distance. They see you building, thriving, and moving with a purpose they can no longer touch. Do you think they ever stop and wonder what could have been? Do they ever lie awake at night, realizing that their choice cost them not just love, but legacy? That's the thing about purpose. It doesn't wait for people who can't see its value. And once it's gone, there are no shortcuts to getting it back. They made their choice. And unfortunately for them, it wasn't just a mistake. It was the loss of meaning, stability, and a future worth being proud of. And that's a loss they will never outrun. Some people claim they want honesty, but what they really crave is comfort. They don't seek truth, they seek validation. But you weren't placed in their life to sugarcoat reality or play along with their illusions. You showed up as your real, unfiltered self, authentic, grounded, and unapologetically true. And that's where the problem started. Your presence didn't just inspire them, it exposed them. You were a mirror, and mirrors don't lie. They couldn't hide behind facades or distractions when you were around. Your confidence highlighted their doubts. Your kindness revealed their bitterness. Your growth made their stagnation painfully obvious. And instead of using that reflection as a chance to evolve, they chose to resent you for it. Have you ever noticed how some people lash out, not because they hate you, but because they hate what your existence forces them to see about themselves. It was never really about you, even though their words, their gossip, their betrayals may have felt deeply personal. The truth is, people don't attack what they hate. They attack what reveals what they hate about themselves. Just by being you, you made them uncomfortable. You didn't have to point out their insecurities. Your very presence did that on its own. And because they weren't ready to face their own weaknesses, they fought back. Maybe it was through subtle jabs, maybe through outright betrayal, or maybe through silent envy disguised as indifference. But their real battle wasn't with you. It was with their own reflection. What they failed to realize is that the mirror was never their enemy. It was their opportunity to grow. You weren't placed in their life to judge them. You were placed there to show them what was possible, but they weren't ready for that truth. And rather than rising to the challenge, they chose the easy way out. They became bitter instead of better. This same story has played out for generations. Think about Cain and Abel. Cain wasn't angry at Abel just for offering a more pleasing sacrifice to God. He was angry because Abel's righteousness exposed his own shortcomings. Genesis 4:3-8. Rather than reflecting on his own actions and striving to improve, Cain chose destruction. But did his attack on Abel change anything? No, it only sealed his own downfall. Take Kobe Bryant, one of the greatest basketball players of all time. His work ethic was unmatched, his discipline relentless, yet teammates and rivals who weren't willing to match his dedication often resented him. They claimed he was too intense, too demanding. But was that really the problem? Or was the real issue that his commitment forced them to confront their own lack of discipline? Now, the ones who resented you are stuck with the same insecurities they refused to confront, while you have moved on, stronger, wiser, and even more aligned with your purpose. They tried to break the mirror, but in doing so, they only shattered their own chance at becoming something greater. So, ask yourself, how many times have you been punished simply for existing in your truth? How many people have pushed you away, not because you did anything wrong, but because they weren't ready to face their own reflection? And now, as you continue to grow, do they finally understand that the enemy was never you, but their own unwillingness to change? You were the blueprint, the original design for something rare, extraordinary, and divinely inspired, but they couldn't see it. Instead of recognizing the depth, brilliance, and uniqueness that made you who you are, they clung to what was easier to grasp, something simple and familiar. Why? Because they weren't prepared to handle the complexity of your God-given purpose. Instead of valuing what God placed before them, they reached for something that required little effort to understand and even less vision to appreciate. But here's the undeniable truth. Shortcuts never lead to greatness. Did they really think they could replace something irreplaceable? Think of Joseph, the son of Jacob, whom God had chosen to carry a great destiny. His brothers, blinded by jealousy, failed to recognize his value and betrayed him, selling him into slavery. Genesis 37:18-28. They thought they had removed him from their lives, but in reality, they had set him on the path toward his divine calling. Isn't it astonishing how God allows rejection to become a setup for elevation? Just like Joseph, you were cast aside because they couldn't comprehend your true worth. They assumed they were making a smart decision, but now they are realizing they were chasing after something that lacks depth and substance. Now they are out there, desperately searching for your confidence, your grace, your creativity, but all they find are hollow imitations. Do they not realize that God's chosen ones are one of a kind, that the anointing you carry cannot be duplicated? They tried to replace you, but no counterfeit will ever match the authenticity of what God placed within you. The irony is sharp. They threw away what was authentic and timeless for something fleeting and empty. Doesn't this remind you of Esau, who traded his birthright for a moment of temporary satisfaction? Genesis 25:29-34. He realized too late that he had given up something priceless for something worthless. And just like Esau, they now sit in the bitter realization that they fumbled a divine opportunity. They didn't just lose you, they lost the chance to build something meaningful alongside you. And now, as they attempt to build without the blueprint, nothing fits, nothing lasts, and nothing compares. What were they thinking? How did they expect to construct something solid without a foundation? People with real purpose, unique energy, and a visionary soul cannot be copied. God's masterpieces are once-in-a-lifetime creations, and you, His chosen one, are irreplaceable. History is filled with those who failed to recognize greatness when it stood before them. Take Nikola Tesla, a brilliant mind whose genius was overlooked and underappreciated in his time. The world failed to see the full extent of his vision, only to realize decades later that he was far ahead of his time. Does this not reflect your own story? They disregarded you, thinking they could find an easy replacement, but now they're beginning to see there is no substitute for something divinely crafted. As they scramble to recreate what you naturally embodied, you are already miles ahead, walking in the fulfillment of what they never had the foresight to imagine. While they look back in regret, you continue moving forward in victory, flourishing in the purpose God designed specifically for you. The real question is, will they ever truly understand what they lost? Or will they keep chasing shadows while you continue to shine? They thought they were making a calculated move, betting against you as if you were just another underdog, easily dismissed, easily replaced. They failed to recognize your value, your resilience, and the undeniable potential God placed within you. To them, you were just a temporary presence, someone they could walk away from without a second thought, without consequence. But what they didn't realize was that rejecting you wasn't just about turning away from a person. It was turning away from the very blessings they were too short-sighted to see. Did they really think they could overlook someone chosen by God and still prosper? Think of David before he became king. To the world he was just a shepherd boy, an afterthought, the least of his brothers. 1 Samuel 16:11-13. Even his own family underestimated him, yet he was the one anointed for greatness. When Goliath stood before Israel, the odds seemed stacked against him. People bet against him because they only saw his outward stature. But what they didn't know was that he carried the power of God within him. And like David, you were never the underdog. You were simply underestimated by those who lacked vision. They thought rejecting you would leave you broken, but instead it became your greatest source of strength. What they saw as a loss, you transformed into fuel. Every time they looked down on you, you were quietly preparing your next move, building something they couldn't even begin to comprehend. You weren't just bouncing back, you were ascending. And now, as they look around, they find themselves stuck in the ruins of their own poor choices, wondering why their world isn't aligning the way yours is. Could it be that they ignored the very key to their blessings? The doors they assumed would remain open for them are now slamming shut, while the ones they tried to block for you are opening with ease. Why? Because they bet against the wrong person. What they never accounted for was your resilience, your spiritual growth, and your ability to rise even when they tried to bring you down. Now, all they can do is watch from the sidelines as you walk in the success, favor, and peace they never thought you would achieve. History is filled with those who were written off too soon. Consider Albert Einstein, a man who struggled in school and was even told he wouldn't amount to much. His teachers didn't see his brilliance, but that didn't change the fact that he was destined to change the world. What if he had accepted their opinion as truth? Much like him, you refused to be defined by the judgments of those who couldn't see your worth. And now, the joke is on them. You were always the one destined for greatness, and while they try to make sense of how they missed it, you are living proof that betting against someone with true purpose is never a gamble anyone can afford to lose. But the question remains, will they ever learn from their mistake, or will they continue to watch from afar as you walk in the fullness of God's plan? They thought their betrayal would break you, that it would leave you weak, isolated, and defeated. They assumed their actions would push you into retreat, forcing you into a corner where you would remain powerless. But what they didn't realize was that their very betrayal became the catalyst for your transformation. Instead of destroying you, it ignited a fire within you, one that pushed you further than you ever imagined. The wound they inflicted was not the end, it was the beginning of your ascent. Consider Joseph, the son of Jacob, whose own brothers betrayed him out of envy. They sold him into slavery, thinking they had erased his future. Genesis 37:23-28. But in reality, they unknowingly set him on the path toward his destiny. Through trials and tribulations, Joseph rose to power in Egypt, ultimately saving his family and an entire nation. What seemed like a cruel betrayal was actually part of God's divine plan. Could it be that the pain you endured was necessary for the purpose you were meant to fulfill? At first, their actions felt like a crushing blow. The betrayal was raw, disorienting, and deeply painful. But over time, you realized that it wasn't just a scar to carry. It was fuel. It forced you to examine yourself, to tap into strength you never knew you had. The loss became your lesson. You had no choice but to grow, to evolve, to become someone far stronger than you were before, not out of bitterness or revenge, but out of necessity. You could no longer remain where you were, and that realization changed everything. They thought they had wounded you beyond repair, but instead they unintentionally pushed you into your power. What they saw as a betrayal was, in reality, a divine turning point in your journey. Just as David's years of being hunted by Saul shaped him into a mighty king, 1 Samuel 18:8-30, your trials refined you, sharpened you, and prepared you for a level of greatness they could never have anticipated. Did they really think they could set traps against someone God has already anointed? History is filled with stories of those who turned betrayal into triumph. Take Thomas Edison, who was told as a child by his teacher that he was too stupid to learn. Had he accepted that label, the world would have never known the brilliance of the electric light bulb. Instead of allowing rejection to define him, he used it as motivation to prove his purpose. Just like him, you refused to let their betrayal limit your future. Now, as you walk in your purpose, you thrive in ways you once only dreamed of. Their actions, painful as they were, became the very force that propelled you into a greater version of yourself. They didn't just hurt you, they helped create the person who would rise above them all. And the irony, they never saw it coming. Will they ever understand that their betrayal didn't break you, but built you? Or will they be left watching as you continue to rise, unstoppable, into the fullness of your destiny? They didn't choose something better, they chose something familiar. The dysfunction, the chaos, the instability. It wasn't superior to you in any way. It was simply a mirror of what was already inside them. They gravitated toward the messy, the broken, and the toxic, not because it offered them anything meaningful, but because it allowed them to remain exactly as they were. Choosing you would have required something they weren't ready to face: growth, accountability, and healing. And instead of rising to meet that challenge, they retreated into what felt safe, even if it was self-destructive. Think about the Israelites in the wilderness. After being freed from Egypt, instead of embracing the promise of a new life, they longed to return to their chains. Exodus 16:3. Why? Because slavery was familiar. Even though God was leading them toward abundance, they clung to the past, too afraid to step into something greater. Just like them, the person who betrayed you chose captivity over transformation. They weren't prepared to leave behind the comfort of dysfunction. You didn't just bring love, you brought clarity. You were stable while they were unstable. You were a foundation while they were crumbling, and that terrified them. To truly be with you, they would have had to confront their own brokenness, face their demons, and put in the work to heal. That meant taking responsibility for their actions, owning up to past mistakes, and making hard choices, the kind of choices that lead to real transformation. But they weren't interested in that. They wanted ease, not effort. So instead of choosing the one thing that could have led them to a better version of themselves, they took the easy road, the one that demanded nothing from them. And where has that road led? Now they find themselves stuck in the very chaos they chose, trying to justify their poor decisions while watching you move forward in strength and grace. Do they even realize what they've done? Do they understand that in rejecting you, they weren't just losing a relationship, they were losing the best opportunity they had to grow? History is filled with those who chose what was easy over what was right. Take Judas, for example. He walked beside Jesus, witnessing miracles, hearing divine wisdom, and yet, for 30 pieces of silver, he chose betrayal. Matthew 26:14-16. And where did it leave him? In deep regret, consumed by the very decision he thought would benefit him. Like Judas, the person who turned away from you may not have understood the weight of their choice until it was too late. Now, as you continue walking in clarity and purpose, they remain trapped in the cycle they refuse to break. The truth is, they never truly lost you. They lost themselves. And as long as they keep choosing what's easy over what's right, they will remain in the very chaos they created. Will they ever wake up and realize what they threw away? Or will they continue circling the same mistakes while you soar to new heights? They are now outsiders to a story they were meant to be a part of. At one point, they had a chance to co-author something extraordinary, something far greater than themselves, but they didn't recognize it. They failed to see that your journey wasn't just about you. It was about both of you building something meaningful together. They were meant to be part of the foundation, intricately woven into the framework of a story designed for greatness. Yet, by choosing betrayal, by turning away when they should have stood beside you, they unknowingly wrote themselves out of the narrative. Does this not bring to mind the story of Judas Iscariot, who walked alongside Jesus, witnessed his miracles and heard his wisdom firsthand, only to throw it all away for temporary gain? Matthew 26:14-16. He had every opportunity to be part of something eternal, but his own choices led him to the outside, watching as history unfolded without him. And just like Judas, those who betrayed you believed they were making a decision in their favor, not realizing they were cutting themselves off from something priceless. Now, as you continue to rise, to evolve, and to walk in the fullness of your calling, they remain stuck in a past chapter that no longer fits. The story has moved forward, and no matter how much they may want to rewrite their role, the truth is undeniable. They are no longer in the picture. Do they finally understand what they lost? Do they recognize that by choosing to walk away, they forfeited something that could have blessed them beyond measure? Think of people throughout history who have turned away from those destined for greatness, only to later realize their mistake when it was too late. The teacher who dismissed Albert Einstein as an underachiever never imagined he would become one of the greatest minds in history. The record executives who rejected the Beatles could not have foreseen that they would change the music industry forever. How often do people underestimate what is right in front of them, only to live with regret once the truth is revealed? But you didn't wait. Even when the pain of loss threatened to weigh you down, even when moving forward felt like walking through fire, you pressed on. With each step, you built a new narrative, one richer, more fulfilling, and more powerful than anything they could have envisioned. The success, the peace, the growth, it's all yours. And now they stand at a distance, watching, unable to undo what has already been set in motion. There was a time when they could have been part of your journey. They could have walked alongside you, sharing in the blessings, the victories, and the fulfillment of a divine purpose. But that time has passed. Their absence is no longer a wound. It's simply the reality of a choice they made. And while they wrestle with what might have been, you move forward, thriving in the life that was always meant for you. They thought they were simply walking away, but they didn't realize they were sealing the door behind them. What they failed to see was that leaving you wasn't just about losing a connection, it was about losing access to the person you were becoming. You were never a finished product. You were a work in progress, divinely molded, shaped, and strengthened each day. And now they stand on the outside, no longer able to reach you. Did they ever stop to think that the version of you they rejected was not your final form? That God was refining you into something greater? This is what happened to the Israelites when they doubted Moses and longed to return to Egypt. Numbers 14:1-4. God had set them on a path to the promised land, but their lack of faith made them blind to his greater plan. Because of their doubt and disobedience, they lost access to the future God had prepared for them. Similarly, those who betrayed you had a place in your journey, but they forfeited it. And now, no matter how much they wish to come back, the door no longer opens for them. They may try to waltz back in, expecting to find the same version of you, the one who once tolerated their behavior, excused their actions, and left a place for them in your life. But that person no longer exists. You've transformed, grown, and elevated beyond their reach. Do they even realize that what they lost is now unattainable? Do they understand that God has led you into a new season, one where their presence is no longer required? Look at the story of King Saul and David. Saul once had God's favor, but due to his pride, disobedience, and jealousy, he lost his anointing. 1 Samuel 15:23. God raised up David instead, a man after his own heart. Saul spent the rest of his days trying to reclaim something that was no longer his, but the truth remained. He had lost access. Just like Saul, those who walked away from you never imagined that their decision would be irreversible. But some doors, once shut, never reopen. Now, as you continue thriving, as you step into the blessings God always had for you, they can only watch from a distance. Does it sting them to see you flourish without them? Do they regret choosing betrayal over loyalty, selfishness over love? Maybe they thought they were making the right move at the time, but now they see the truth. They didn't just lose you, they lost access to a future they were meant to be part of. They thought they were betting against you, but in reality, they were betting against their own destiny. And what hurts them the most isn't just that they lost you, it's that they lost the version of themselves they could have become had they chosen differently. They traded long-term blessings for temporary satisfaction, but now they must live with the weight of knowing they let something irreplaceable slip through their fingers. But here's what they failed to understand. Your worth, your value, and your purpose were never dependent on their approval. God's plan for you was always bigger than their betrayal. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. And now your success, your peace, and your growth stand as undeniable proof that they made the wrong choice. While they remain trapped in the past, wondering what could have been, your story continues to unfold exactly as God intended. You were the blessing they couldn't see, and now they have no choice but to live with the regret of never being worthy of it. They sit in silence, watching from a distance, trapped in the past while you soar into a future they can no longer touch. What runs through their minds when they see you thriving without them? Do they finally understand that their betrayal was not just a mistake? It was a defining moment that forever altered their destiny. Perhaps they assumed they could return whenever they pleased, as if life would pause and wait for them. But life moved forward. You moved forward. And now they are left with nothing but memories of a time when they still had access to you. This is the consequence of failing to recognize what is truly valuable. It reminds us of the rich man in Luke 16:19-31, who lived in comfort while Lazarus, the poor man, suffered at his gate. The rich man ignored Lazarus, failing to see the significance of his presence. But when death came, the roles reversed. Lazarus was comforted in heaven, while the rich man found himself in torment, begging for just a drop of water. His pleas were in vain, because the time for redemption had passed. Doesn't this reflect the way some people treat those who are meant to bless their lives? They dismiss, overlook, and discard, only to later realize the value of what they lost when it's too late to reclaim it. That is the bitter reality they must now face. They walked away, thinking they were making a choice in their favor, but they never considered that by turning their back on you, they were also turning away from the version of themselves that could have grown alongside you. They had the chance to build, to evolve, to share in something extraordinary, but their pride, their fear, and their selfishness led them astray. And now, they are left on the outside, watching as you step fully into the person God always intended you to be. Have they realized yet that some doors, once closed, will never open again? Do they finally understand that the divine plan for your life never hinged on their presence? Behold, I have set before you an open door, which no one is able to shut. Revelation 3:8. The doors God has opened for you now are for your future, not for those who chose to walk away from your past. And while they remain stuck in regret, you continue to rise. The pain they once caused has only made you stronger. Every betrayal became a lesson. Every disappointment became a stepping stone. What they meant for harm, God has turned into a testimony of resilience and divine favor, just as he did with Joseph when his brothers sold him into slavery, Genesis 50:20. They thought they were writing you out of your own story, but all they did was remove themselves from the masterpiece God was creating in your life. Now, as they watch from the shadows, they may wish they could undo the past, but you no longer hold space for their apologies, their regrets, or their attempts to make amends out of guilt. The version of you they once knew is gone, and the person you have become is far beyond their reach. Perhaps they will always wonder what might have been if they had chosen differently, but that is no longer your concern. You have stepped into a new chapter, one of healing, abundance, and divine purpose. And as you walk in the fullness of God's plan, the only thing left for them to do is watch from a distance, knowing they lost something they can never regain. As they watch you from the sidelines, their hearts wrestle with the weight of their own choices. They once believed they had all the time in the world, that they could leave and return at their convenience. But now they realize that the door is not only closed, it has been sealed by your transformation. Do they finally understand that walking away was more than just a temporary decision, that it was a permanent shift that changed the course of their lives forever? This is what happens when people underestimate God's chosen ones. They assumed you would always be available, always waiting, always willing to accept less than you deserve. But God had other plans. He was using every betrayal, every rejection, and every loss to refine you into something even greater. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. What they meant for your harm, God turned into your elevation. Look at the story of Noah. For years he built the ark as God commanded, warning those around him of the coming flood. Genesis 6-7. Yet they laughed, mocked and dismissed him, believing that life would continue as it always had. But when the rain finally came and the waters rose, they realized too late that they had lost their chance. The door to the ark had been shut, not by Noah, but by God himself. They cried out, but there was no way back in. Isn't this exactly what has happened to those who walked away from you? They mocked your journey, dismissed your purpose, and took your presence for granted, only to realize when it was too late that they had lost something they could never get back. They may try to convince themselves that they made the right decision, but deep down they know the truth. Every time they see you rise, every time they hear your name, every time they watch you accomplish what they never believed was possible, the reality sinks in deeper. The regret lingers, and no matter how much they try to rewrite history, the truth remains. They chose to leave, and you chose to grow. But do they understand that this is not just about what they lost? It's also about what they failed to become. Because they abandoned you, they also abandoned the version of themselves that could have evolved alongside you. They let their fears, their pride and their selfishness rob them of the blessings that were tied to your presence. Think of King Saul once again. He was chosen by God to lead Israel, yet his own disobedience and jealousy caused him to lose everything. 1 Samuel 15:26. Instead of growing in wisdom and humility, he allowed his insecurities to consume him, spending the rest of his life tormented by what could have been. And just like Saul, those who betrayed you are now haunted, not just by the absence of you, but by the realization that their own stagnation is a direct result of their choices. And as for you, you are no longer concerned with their regrets, their apologies, or their attempts to reconcile out of guilt. You have stepped into something greater, something they were never meant to follow you into. Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:18-19. What God is doing in your life now is too significant to be weighed down by those who chose not to walk the path with you. So let them watch. Let them sit in the echoes of their own decisions, because while they are stuck reminiscing on what they lost, you are busy living the life they never had the vision to see. And as you step into the fullness of your destiny, the only thing left for them to do is wonder what might have been. And so, as you walk further into the life God has prepared for you, their presence fades into the background. Just another lesson, another reminder of how divine separation is often the first step toward elevation. Have they truly grasped the weight of their choices yet? Do they now see that their betrayal wasn't just about losing you, but about forfeiting the very future they were meant to be part of? They may try to convince themselves that they never needed you, that walking away was their decision, and that they have no regrets. But deep down, every victory you achieve, every step you take toward greatness, reminds them of the undeniable truth. They underestimated you. They assumed you would crumble without them, but instead you flourished. They expected you to be broken, but instead you healed. And now they are left wondering, how did I not see this before? This is the painful reality of those who fail to value God's chosen ones. They realize too late that what they discarded was priceless, and now they live in the shadow of their own mistake. It's the same lesson that Pharaoh learned when he refused to let the Israelites go. He thought he had all the power, that he could control the outcome. But as each plague struck, as God's hand moved mightily on behalf of his people, Pharaoh realized too late that he was on the losing side. Exodus 7-12. And when he finally let them go, thinking he could still reclaim what he had lost, the waters of the Red Sea swallowed him and his army whole. Exodus 14:26-28. Isn't this what happens to those who betray and abandon God's chosen ones? They believe they are making the right choice, that they are in control, until they realize that they have set themselves against the very hand of God. By the time they understand the magnitude of their error, they are already drowning in the consequences. And now, as they watch you from a distance, they may wonder if there is a way back in. But the truth is, some doors are closed forever, not out of anger, not out of spite, but because their role in your story has ended. Do not give dogs what is sacred. Do not throw your pearls to pigs. If you do, they may trample them under their feet and turn and tear you to pieces. Matthew 7:6. You are no longer in a place where you have to explain your worth to those who failed to see it. Their regret will never be your burden to carry. The weight of their choices belongs to them alone. While they dwell in what could have been, you are walking fully in what is. While they replay the past, you are creating the future. And no matter how much they long to step back into your world, they can't, because that version of you no longer exists. Now you walk in purpose. Now you step boldly into every blessing that was always meant for you. You are no longer looking back, no longer questioning, no longer waiting for anyone to realize what they had. Because your journey was never dependent on their loyalty. Your destiny was never tied to their presence. So let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them carry the weight of their own choices. Because while they are stuck in the past, trying to rewrite a story that has already moved on, you are living in the fullness of God's promises. And that is something they will never be able to take away. As we conclude today's message, remember that being God's chosen one means you are a beacon of light, a true blessing to others. But not everyone will recognize this. Just like the betrayal you faced, sometimes those closest to you may fail to see the purity of your heart and the value of your spirit. Yet, despite these challenges, God's love for you remains unshakable. You are a real blessing to the world, even when others may turn against you. If this message resonated with you, I invite you to support our ministry through Super Thanks. Your contribution, big or small, helps us continue spreading God's word and empowering others. And whether you donate or not, I'm incredibly grateful for your support and presence in this community. Please take a moment to like, subscribe, comment, and share this video with someone who might need to hear this today. May God bless you abundantly in all areas of your life. Keep shining His light, and remember, no matter what betrayal you face, God has an amazing plan for you. Stay strong, and see you in the next one. Welcome, Chosen One. First and foremost, let me take a moment to express my gratitude to all of you who have supported this journey through your generous super thanks. You are the reason this message reaches so many hearts. Let's make this space a beacon for all who walk the path of the chosen. Now, let's get into it. They thought you were just another sheep, but in reality, you were the wolf hiding in plain sight. Every masterpiece begins in the shadows of underestimation, and your story is no different. They believed you were naive, a pawn they could control, betray, or silence. But here's the twist. You let them think that. Why? Because the greatest victories are born from strategies your enemies never see coming. You weren't just playing along. You were observing, calculating, and positioning yourself for the ultimate reveal. Chosen One, studies reveal that humans are notoriously bad at accurately judging others on first impressions. They assume too much and know too little. Their underestimation of you wasn't just an error, it was practically destined. And when they finally realized the truth, it was too late. They were stunned, sitting amidst the ruins of their miscalculations, wondering how they could have been so blind. Here's the reality. While they were busy playing checkers, you were orchestrating a chessboard empire. But isn't it powerful to be underestimated? Isn't there a unique strength in letting others reveal their intentions first while you silently plan your next move? Think about the story of David and Goliath. David, the young shepherd, was underestimated by everyone, including Goliath himself. Armed only with faith, courage, and a sling, David didn't just win, he dismantled the very perception of what strength looked like. Your journey mirrors this. The betrayal you faced wasn't the end. It was the stage set for your greatest triumph. And the most ironic part? They're still stuck in confusion, unable to grasp how you managed to outwit them. It's almost poetic, watching their audacity choke them as they try to rewrite a story that's no longer theirs to tell. So, chosen one, are you ready to embrace the power within you and step fully into your role? If this resonates with you, declare it boldly. Type 999 in the comments below and let the world know you're aligned with the energy of the chosen. Let this be your mark, a declaration of your strength and purpose. This is your moment. Lean in, because the journey of how you turned the tables is just beginning. God's chosen ones, they did this, thinking you were naive, but you showed them who's the boss. Number 1. Your silence made them bold, but your comeback shut their whole operation down. Chosen one, they believed your silence was proof of weakness. They thought you were blind to their schemes, too passive to notice the betrayal unfolding around you. Their arrogance convinced them that you were incapable of standing up, that you lacked the wisdom to see through their deceit. But they were wrong. Silence isn't weakness, it's a tool of strategy. While they plotted and schemed, you observed every move, every whisper, every act of arrogance. You saw the masks they wore and the overconfidence in their steps, yet you said nothing. Why? Because patience holds more power than they could ever understand. Why is silence often misinterpreted as surrender? Think back to the story of Jesus before his accusers in Matthew 26:60-63. When questioned and provoked, he remained silent, demonstrating his authority through composure. That silence wasn't passive, it was a statement of strength. In the same way, your quietness wasn't ignorance, it was preparation. While they mocked your lack of response, you observed every detail. Every deceitful word, every underhanded action became a piece of the puzzle you were putting together. They thought you weren't paying attention, but in truth, you were preparing. This quiet strategy often confuses those who operate out of arrogance. They mistake patience for weakness, unaware that those who wait often see the clearest path to victory. Why do people, like Joseph's brothers in Genesis 37, so often confuse quiet endurance with defeat? They sold Joseph into slavery, thinking his silence and absence meant the end of his dreams. But Joseph's silence hid his resilience, and his patience led him to a position of power in Egypt. When his brothers stood before him, they realized too late that the one they betrayed had risen far above them. Your story mirrors his in so many ways. When the moment to act finally came, it was not through noise or dramatic gestures. One precise move was enough to dismantle everything they had built against you. Their smug confidence evaporated, replaced by disbelief and confusion. They thought they were in control, but their arrogance blinded them to the reality that you had quietly outmaneuvered them. This irony often plays out when arrogance meets wisdom. The very silence they mocked became the weapon that left them speechless. David's encounter with Saul in 1 Samuel 24 illustrates this truth so clearly. Saul, consumed by envy, relentlessly pursued David. Instead of retaliating, David waited. When the opportunity presented itself, David spared Saul's life, proving that true strength doesn't need to shout. His actions spoke louder than words ever could. Like David, your patience allowed you to dismantle their illusion of power with grace and wisdom. Now they are left scrambling, trying to piece together how everything fell apart. They're stunned, unable to comprehend how the person they dismissed as naive turned out to be the one who outsmarted them entirely. This is the consequence of underestimating someone who knows the power of silence and timing. The question now is what comes next. With their schemes exposed and their confidence shattered, how will you continue to rise above their expectations? Every step forward you take will solidify the truth. You were never weak, never blind, and never clueless. You were always the one in control, and they never even realized it. Number 2, you didn't just survive. They're traps. You turned them into stepping stones. Chosen one, they tried everything in their power to stop you. They laid traps, threw obstacles in your way, and created challenges they were certain would break you. Every roadblock they designed was meant to halt your progress, to make you doubt yourself, to force you into submission. But they didn't understand who they were dealing with. You didn't just survive their traps. You turned every single one of them into a stepping stone toward your greatness. Why do people assume obstacles can stop the determined? Look at the story of Joseph. His brothers believed selling him into slavery would erase his dreams, but it became the very path that elevated him to power in Egypt. Genesis 50:20. Just like Joseph, the challenges you faced didn't break you. They built you. Every trap they set only strengthened your resolve, sharpened your skills, and prepared you for a level of success they could never have anticipated. When they tried to close doors in your face, what did you do? You didn't waste time begging for entry or waiting for approval. Instead, you built your own path. While they laughed, convinced the detours they forced upon you would wear you down, you quietly rose higher and stronger. Every dismissive word, every condescending look, they thought it was breaking your spirit. In reality, it became the fire that fueled your ambition and pushed you forward. Have you ever noticed how adversity can often bring out strengths you didn't even know you had? Think about Nehemiah rebuilding Jerusalem's walls, Nehemiah 2-6. His enemies mocked and schemed to stop him, yet he pressed on. Every insult and threat only fueled his determination to complete the work. Like Nehemiah, you used every challenge as an opportunity to grow, proving to yourself and others that no amount of opposition could stop you. The beauty of it all is this: their actions laid the foundation for your success. Without their traps, would you have become as resilient, driven, or unstoppable as you are now? Every pitfall they created taught you how to navigate chaos with precision. Their betrayal became your blueprint for growth. And when they finally realized how far you had come, it was too late to stop you. Isn't it ironic how their efforts to control you only backfired? They withheld support, thinking it would shatter your confidence, but instead, it sparked something within you. You learned to clap for yourself when no one else would. You celebrated your wins in silence, and you trusted your instincts when the world turned its back. Their rejection didn't break you, it made you independent and unshakable. Then the tables turned. The success they worked so hard to block became impossible to ignore. You didn't just rise to their standards, you exceeded them. While they played gatekeeper, holding the keys to doors they thought you needed, you built something so powerful that their permission no longer mattered. Like David facing Goliath with just a sling and a stone, 1 Samuel 17, you turned the tools they dismissed into instruments of victory. Now, their opinions and recognition mean nothing. Why would it matter when you've already proven your worth? You showed them that greatness doesn't depend on the applause of others. It's built on resilience, vision, and inner strength. And now, as they scramble to acknowledge you, isn't it freeing to know you don't need their validation? You've already validated yourself. Their efforts to tear you down only made you stronger, and now they are left to watch as you rise higher than they ever dreamed possible. This is the beauty of your journey. You've shown the world and yourself that true greatness isn't granted by others. It's earned through every step, every challenge, and every victory. Number 3, they played checkers while you were mastering chess. Chosen one, they misjudged you completely. From the moment they stepped onto the board, they believed they could outsmart you with simple, predictable tactics. Their strategies were basic, short-term moves designed to win quick battles. Easy traps meant to catch you off guard. They assumed you were operating on their level, incapable of seeing beyond the immediate play in front of you. But what they failed to realize is that you weren't playing the same game at all. While they were busy making hasty moves for shallow victories, you were mastering chess, a game of foresight, patience, and ultimate control. Why do so many focus on the small, fleeting wins rather than the larger, enduring picture? Their narrow vision reminded me of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, Genesis 3. The serpent's goal was immediate, a temptation in the moment to lead Adam and Eve astray. It seemed successful at first glance, but God's plan, infinitely larger and more intricate, was already in motion. Similarly, your opponents were caught up in their immediate gains, blind to the long-term strategy you had been carefully crafting. Every move they made, you saw coming. You didn't just react, you anticipated. While they played with surface-level intent, focused on simple victories, you were quietly observing their every step, calculating the ripple effects of their choices. They thought their quick wins meant dominance, but in reality, you allowed them to think they were in control because it suited your purpose. Their arrogance was your advantage. Isn't it fascinating how overconfidence can blind people? They couldn't see that while they were focused on their temporary victories, you were positioning yourself for permanent success. Their lack of foresight became their downfall. While they celebrated minor wins, you built a foundation so solid that their fleeting victories became irrelevant. They couldn't comprehend that the game wasn't about individual moves or pieces. It was about controlling the entire board. Think about the story of Joseph. His brothers sold him into slavery, believing they had secured their own dominance. In their short-sightedness, they assumed Joseph's absence was the end of his dream. What they couldn't see was that every hardship Joseph endured was preparing him for leadership in Egypt. Genesis 41:41. In the same way, your opponents thought their moves were clever, but they were actually playing right into your hands. While they were busy celebrating each trap they set for you, you were several moves ahead. Every action they took only furthered your strategy. You let them make their moves, fall into their patterns, and dig themselves deeper into the illusion of control. Their temporary successes blinded them to the larger reality. They were being outmaneuvered at every turn. Can you see how their need for immediate gratification ultimately led to their undoing? By the time they realized what was happening, you were 10 steps ahead. Their lack of patience, their inability to think long-term, and their arrogance became their undoing. They couldn't see past their own greed for victory, while you were building something far greater than they could comprehend. And when the final move came, it wasn't loud or chaotic. It didn't need to be. True mastery doesn't require a dramatic gesture. It was clean, decisive, and utterly devastating. Think about David and Goliath, 1 Samuel 17. David's victory wasn't about brute force. It was about precision, strategy, and faith. In the same way, your final move wasn't just a win, it was a declaration. You didn't just outplay them, you redefined the rules of the game itself. Now, they're left scrambling, questioning how they could have missed the signs. They can't understand how someone they underestimated so completely could have been so far ahead. They were so consumed with their small victories, their short-term schemes, that they failed to see how you were orchestrating the bigger picture all along. But here's the greatest irony. Their every move worked in your favor. They thought they were playing against you, but in truth, they were helping you build the foundation of something unstoppable. They played checkers while you mastered chess, and by the time they realized the difference, it was too late. So now, chosen one, reflect on this moment. You've proven that foresight, patience, and wisdom are more powerful than arrogance and short-sightedness. The question isn't whether you'll win, because you already have. The question is, how will you use this mastery moving forward? This is no longer about their moves. It's about your vision, your strategy, and the empire you're building. The game is yours to control. Number 4, their betrayal was the best gift they ever gave you. Chosen one, betrayal cuts deep. It feels like a knife to the soul. The lies, the disloyalty, the way they schemed behind your back. The sting of knowing someone you trusted could move against you can shake you to your core. At first, it seems like everything you believed in was ripped away. But in truth, their betrayal wasn't the end. It was a beginning, a hidden gift disguised as pain, forcing you to step into clarity and freedom. Have you ever wondered why betrayal feels so personal? It's because it exposes the gap between what you believed about someone and who they truly are. Think about the story of Peter denying Jesus. Luke 22:54-62. Peter's betrayal wasn't born of hatred, but fear. Even though he denied Jesus 3 times, that moment of betrayal ultimately served a greater purpose in Peter's journey. It forced him to confront his own weaknesses and grow into the rock upon which the church was built. Similarly, the betrayal you faced revealed what you needed to see, not just about them, but about yourself. At first, their actions hurt. The lies, the whispers, the deliberate moves to undermine you, it all felt personal, like the ground beneath your feet had been pulled out from under you. But as the dust settled, you began to see the truth. Their betrayal wasn't a loss, it was an unmasking. It exposed the relationships in your life that weren't built to last. Have you ever asked yourself why some connections seem to fall apart when you're on the verge of a breakthrough? Often it's because those relationships were never meant to go where you're headed. This wasn't your failure. It was their truth finally coming to light. Why does betrayal have such a profound way of shifting our perspective? It's because it forces us to look beyond the surface. Their disloyalty made you realize that some people were only meant to be in your life for a season. And that's okay. Just like when Paul and Barnabas parted ways after a disagreement, Acts 15:36-40. It wasn't about failure, it was about growth. Sometimes separation is necessary for the mission ahead. They thought their betrayal would leave you desperate, isolated and broken, but in reality, it gave you something far greater. You realized you didn't need their half-hearted loyalty, their conditional support, or their hidden agendas. Their actions gave you the strength to cut the dead weight from your life, freeing you to move forward with clarity and purpose. When was the last time you stopped to evaluate who truly belongs in your life? Their betrayal sharpened your discernment. You began to see the difference between those who genuinely supported you and those who only stuck around for their own benefit. Just as God told Gideon to pare down his army before battle, reducing it from 32,000 to 300, Judges 7:17, you learned that sometimes less is more. By removing the wrong people, you created space for the right ones. to enter your life. And the irony, what they meant to hurt you became the very thing that empowered you. Their betrayal was the turning point that set you free from the chains of false connections. You became sharper, stronger, and more focused. While they were busy congratulating themselves for what they thought was their victory, you were rising above, unburdened and unstoppable. Do you see how their betrayal worked in your favor? What they intended as harm ended up being the gift of clarity. Their actions taught you the most valuable lesson. Not everyone deserves access to you. Not everyone is meant to walk alongside you on your path. They gave you the insight to see who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. Think about the betrayal of Samson by Delilah, Judges 16:18-21. Delilah's disloyalty led to Samson's capture and humiliation. But even in his lowest moment, Samson found strength. In his final act, he brought down the temple on his enemies, turning what seemed like a devastating defeat into a moment of triumph. Isn't it remarkable how betrayal can serve as a catalyst for growth and transformation? The betrayal you experienced wasn't the end. It was the beginning of your rise. You owe them nothing now. Not your trust, your loyalty, or even your attention. They thought they were tearing you down, but in reality, they handed you the tools to rebuild yourself into someone stronger and freer. The beauty of their betrayal is that it gave you the freedom to walk away from what no longer served you. Now, as you stand stronger than ever, you can see their betrayal for what it truly was, a gift that revealed the truth, set you free, and positioned you for greatness. Have you noticed how their absence has brought you more peace than their presence ever did? They thought they were breaking you, but all along they were helping you become unshakable. And now, chosen one, you are unstoppable. Number 5, you didn't confront them, you outclassed them. Chosen one, they craved chaos. They were counting on you to react, to meet their anger with anger, to descend into confrontation, or to give them the dramatic showdown they so desperately desired. Conflict was their weapon, their comfort zone. They believed they could drag you into their mess, pull you down to their level, and entangle you in the chaos they created. But you didn't give them the satisfaction. Instead, you made a powerful choice. They played petty games, and you outclassed them entirely. Have you ever wondered why people thrive on conflict? It's because it feeds their ego, giving them a false sense of importance. Think about Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, Nehemiah 6:1-9. His enemies repeatedly tried to distract him, sending messages to draw him into pointless meetings meant to derail his mission. Nehemiah's reply was unwavering. "I'm doing a great work, and I cannot come down." Like Nehemiah, you saw the bigger picture. You understood that engaging with them would not resolve anything. It would only validate their schemes and give them a platform they didn't deserve. So you stayed silent. You kept your head high and poured your energy into your mission. While they were busy spreading rumors, playing petty games, or plotting against you, you were building something far beyond their comprehension. Isn't it powerful how focusing on your goals silences the noise around you? Every step forward you took became a loud and undeniable statement. "I'm focused on my purpose, and you are irrelevant." Their confusion made your victory even sweeter. They couldn't understand why you didn't fight back, why you didn't defend yourself, or why you didn't engage. It frustrated them because they thrive on conflict, and you gave them nothing to fuel their fire. By the time they realized what you were doing, it was already too late. They were too busy being distracted by their own games to notice you were creating an empire. Doesn't this remind you of Jesus during his trial? When faced with false accusations and mocking, he remained silent. Matthew 27:12-14. He didn't need to argue or justify himself because his purpose was already clear. In the same way, you didn't need to explain yourself. Your actions and success spoke louder than any defense ever could. Every achievement you reached, every goal you accomplished, every milestone you celebrated was a quiet yet undeniable declaration. You were never on my level. While they were trying to pull you into their chaos, you were rising far above it. Your focus, resilience, and refusal to engage left them stunned. Isn't it amazing how choosing not to fight can be the ultimate power move? By not reacting, you didn't just win, you dismantled their entire approach. You rose so far above them that their petty games became irrelevant. The ultimate victory wasn't in proving them wrong. It was in showing that they didn't matter in the first place. Think of David's response to his older brother Eliab's provocation before facing Goliath. 1 Samuel 17-28-30. Eliab tried to belittle David, mocking him and questioning his motives. David didn't argue or engage in petty conflict. Instead, he redirected his focus to the task at hand, facing Goliath. Like David, you refused to waste energy on those who tried to provoke you. Your attention stayed on your goals, and that focus became your strength. And now, chosen one, they are left with nothing but the echo of their own pettiness. They can't argue with your success. They can't undermine what you've built. Their games, which once seemed so clever, now look meaningless against the backdrop of your accomplishments. Have you noticed how their small, temporary wins have faded into nothing compared to the lasting impact you're creating? They thought they could pull you down, but you rose so far above them that their opinions and actions are now irrelevant. You didn't confront them because you didn't need to. You outclassed them in every way. So as you move forward, remember this. True strength lies in knowing when not to fight. By choosing focus, resilience, and wisdom, you've proven that your elevation is the ultimate triumph. Let them remain stuck in the chaos they created, while you continue to rise higher than they ever imagined. Your victory isn't just a moment, it's a legacy. Number 6, they relied on your kindness, thinking it was weakness. Chosen one, they misunderstood you. They looked at your kindness, your compassion, your willingness to forgive, and your unshakable patience, and assumed it was weakness. They believed they could manipulate your good nature, exploit your generosity, and walk all over you without consequence. In their minds, kindness was naivety, and restraint was ignorance. But what they didn't realize is this: your kindness was never a lack of awareness. It was a choice, a deliberate, controlled decision born from strength, not fragility. Why do people mistake kindness for weakness? It's because they don't understand the depth of true strength. Consider Moses, one of the meekest men on earth. Numbers 12:3. His meekness wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a reflection of his profound self-control and reliance on God's strength. Like Moses, your ability to remain kind despite their actions wasn't a failure. It was a demonstration of your mastery over your emotions and reactions. At first, you allowed them to believe they were succeeding. You saw their manipulations, recognized their intentions, and still chose not to react. Why? Because you understood the power of restraint. You knew that engaging with their behavior would only validate their actions. Their schemes, their pettiness, and their attempts to undermine you didn't deserve the energy of your response. Have you ever considered how much strength it takes to remain calm in the face of betrayal? Kindness wasn't a sign of surrender, it was control. Your silence wasn't born of fear, but of wisdom. You understood that their actions said far more about them than they ever could about you. Like Jesus on the cross, when he prayed for those who crucified him, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. Your restraint was rooted in a higher understanding. You knew that their betrayal didn't define you, it defined them. But when they crossed the line, when they mistook your kindness for surrender and your silence for defeat, you reminded them exactly who they were dealing with. You didn't lash out or lower yourself to their level. Instead, you chose to reclaim your power in the most effective way possible. You shifted your focus, withdrew your energy, and cut off their access to you entirely. Isn't it incredible how silence can be louder than words? They didn't see it coming. The same person they thought they could exploit became the one they could no longer reach. You flipped the script with a quiet, unstoppable force. You didn't shout, argue, or engage in their chaos. You simply made a decision, and that decision left them reeling. Think about Joseph and his brothers. His kindness toward them, even after their betrayal, was not born from weakness, but from a place of power and forgiveness. Genesis 50:19-21. Joseph's ability to show compassion wasn't because he had forgotten what they did. It was because he had risen above it. In the same way, your kindness wasn't your vulnerability, it was your strength. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. The person they thought they could manipulate was gone, replaced by someone they could no longer control. Your kindness wasn't your weakness, it was your advantage. You chose when to give it, and you chose when to take it back. That's where your true power lies. Not in how much you gave, but in knowing when to stop. And now, they're left realizing the truth. They thought they were taking advantage of you, but all along, you were in control. Your kindness was never for them, it was for you. It was a reflection of your strength, your wisdom, and your ability to rise above their actions. So, chosen one, reflect on this. What does it mean to be kind while setting boundaries? You've learned that kindness doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. It means choosing to give compassion on your terms, not theirs. They wanted to exploit you, but they ended up teaching you the greatest lesson of all. Not everyone is worthy of your generosity. As you move forward, let this be your truth. Your kindness is your strength, your control, and your power. And now they are left on the outside, watching as you continue to rise, stronger and freer than ever. They thought they could take advantage of you, but they didn't realize that your power has always been in knowing exactly when to walk away. Number 7. You let them think they were winning until they weren't. Chosen one, they moved with arrogance, their confidence swelling with every sly comment, every sneaky maneuver. They thought they were outsmarting you. They believed they had you cornered, assuming you couldn't see the bigger picture. But the truth? You saw it all. You recognized their schemes, their manipulations, and their intent from the very beginning. While they were busy playing their shallow games, you were silently observing, patiently waiting, and calculating your every move. Why do people so often confuse silence with ignorance? It's because they believe arrogance makes them untouchable. Think about Proverbs 16:18. Pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Your adversaries were blinded by their own pride. They mistook your silence for weakness, unaware that their arrogance would be their undoing. Every move they made, every trap they set, only pulled them closer to their own downfall. Instead of confronting them, you chose patience. You let them carry on, confident in their perceived superiority. Why? Because you understood the value of restraint. You knew that every decision they made out of arrogance would eventually lead to their failure. They believed they were building a trap for you, but in reality, they were digging a pit for themselves. Isn't it incredible how arrogance can blind people to the truth? They couldn't see how predictable their behavior had become. They thought they were being clever, but you had already anticipated every move. Your patience wasn't about giving up. It was about giving them enough rope to tie themselves up. Just like Psalm 7:15 says, "Whoever digs a hole and scoops it out falls into the pit they have made." That's exactly what happened. Their own actions, their own decisions became the cause of their downfall. While they celebrated small, meaningless victories, you stayed calm and steady, focused on the bigger picture. You didn't rush to confront them or expose their schemes prematurely because you knew the timing had to be right. And when the time came, it wasn't chaotic or dramatic. It was simple, clean, and undeniable. Their plans unraveled before their eyes, and they were left scrambling, desperate to shift the blame. But there was no one else to blame. The consequences were theirs alone. Do you see how powerful patience and silence can be? Think about Jesus during his trial before the high priest and Pilate. Matthew 26:62-63, John 19:8-11. When questioned, mocked, and accused, he remained silent. His silence wasn't weakness, it was control. He knew that every word spoken would feed into their agenda, so he chose to say nothing. Similarly, your silence wasn't ignorance, it was strategy. You knew that speaking too soon would validate their schemes, so you let their actions speak for themselves. By the time they realized what had happened, the game was already over. They underestimated your patience and mistook your silence for ignorance. But your silence was never ignorance, it was wisdom. They believed they were winning because you allowed them to think so. You let them walk into their own traps, and when the moment came, their arrogance sealed their fate. Now they are left to reflect on their defeat, wondering how they could have missed the signs. But the truth is, they never stood a chance. You were always 10 steps ahead, watching as they sabotaged themselves. This wasn't just a win for you, it was a testament to your strength, resilience, and unwavering focus. Chosen one, doesn't it feel empowering to know you never needed to lower yourself to their level? You didn't fight on their terms or give them the satisfaction of a confrontation. Instead, you let their own arrogance be their undoing. Like the wisdom of Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. You understood that the time to act wasn't in the chaos of their schemes, but in the clarity of their consequences. Your patience, your strategy, and your ability to stay above the noise are what truly set you apart. They thought they were winning, but they didn't realize you were the one controlling the game all along. Let their failure serve as a reminder. Silence, patience, and wisdom are the most powerful tools you can wield. And as you continue to rise, stronger and wiser than before, they are left in the shadows of their own arrogance, watching as you thrive beyond their reach. Number 8, their gossip couldn't touch you. Why didn't? Because your name holds too much weight. Chosen one, they thought their gossip could break you. They believed that their whispers, their petty rumors, and their relentless attempts to tarnish your reputation would plant seeds of doubt in the minds of others. In their arrogance, they reveled in the thought that their words could diminish your worth or make you crumble under the weight of their lies. But what they failed to understand was this: your name carries too much weight to be shaken by idle gossip. Have you ever noticed how those who gossip the loudest often accomplish the least? Their time is spent crafting stories about others because they lack the strength to create anything meaningful for themselves. Proverbs 18:21 reminds us, "The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit." While their tongues were busy spinning webs of deceit, you were sowing seeds of life through your actions, your integrity, and your unrelenting progress. While they were busy fabricating stories, dragging your name through the mud, you had no time for their noise. Your focus wasn't on defending yourself, it was on building something unshakable. You understood that your worth wasn't defined by the words of others, but by your character, your consistency, and the results you delivered. Isn't it powerful to know that you don't need to chase rumors, because the truth of who you are speaks louder than anything they could ever say? Think of Nehemiah again, Nehemiah 6:5-9. His enemies spread false letters, hoping to ruin his reputation and stop his work. But Nehemiah didn't waste time arguing or defending himself. Instead, he prayed for strength and kept building. Like him, you understood that engaging with their gossip would only distract you from your purpose. Your actions, your achievements, and your unyielding focus were your response. Every success you achieved, every milestone you reached, added weight to your name and silenced their whispers. While they wasted their energy on rumors, you were making moves. Their gossip couldn't define you because it was built on empty words, while your legacy was built on tangible evidence. They had lies. You had receipts. Clear, undeniable proof of your growth, resilience, and impact. Their stories faded into irrelevance in the shadow of your accomplishments. Psalm 37:6 reminds us, "He will make your righteous reward shine like the dawn, your vindication like the noonday sun." And that's exactly what happened. Your progress became your vindication. Isn't it ironic how gossip often backfires? While they tried to drag your name down, your results elevated you even higher. The weight of your achievements drowned out their whispers. People who mattered didn't listen to the noise because they could see the truth in your actions. Your consistency, your integrity, and your ability to rise above the drama made it clear who you truly were. And when the dust settled, you didn't need to say a word. Your success was the loudest statement, your progress the clearest proof. They thought their gossip would define you, but in the end, it only defined them. They wasted their time trying to tear you down while you invested your time building something they couldn't touch. Think about Jesus' reputation during his ministry. Many tried to slander him, calling him a blasphemer, a drunkard, and worse, Matthew 11:19. But his actions, his miracles, his teachings, and his unwavering mission spoke louder than their accusations. His name held weight not because of what others said, but because of what he did. Like him, your work, your character, and your unwavering focus became the loudest argument against their gossip. Now, chosen one, reflect on this. Isn't it liberating to know that your truth isn't tied to the opinions of others? Their gossip was powerless against the reality of your accomplishments. You didn't need to defend yourself or engage in their games, because the truth was already evident in the foundation you built with your own two hands. As you move forward, remember this: their words will always fade, but your legacy is permanent. Gossip can never touch the unshakable truth of who you are and what you've achieved. Let them talk while you continue to rise, unbothered and unstoppable. Your name holds too much weight to be dragged down by whispers. And that, chosen one, is why their words will never have the power to define you. Number 9. You flipped the script and made them the supporting cast in your story. Chosen one, they truly believed they were the stars of your story. They carried themselves as if the entire narrative revolved around them, as if their schemes, manipulations, and actions would determine how your story ended. They saw themselves as the puppet masters pulling the strings, expecting your downfall to be their grand finale. But what they didn't understand was that you were the one holding the pen. You were the author all along. And by the time you were done rewriting the script, they were no longer the protagonists. They were merely background characters, relegated to the supporting cast in a story they could never control. Have you ever wondered why some people are so desperate to control the narratives of others? It's because they feel powerless over their own lives. Their attempts to undermine you were never about your weakness. It was about their insecurity. Proverbs 21:30 tells us, "There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord." While they tried to write the story of your defeat, they failed to see that their plans would never stand against the purpose placed on your life. They worked tirelessly, believing they were the main characters, convinced that their moves would dictate the outcome of your journey. Every scheme, every insult, every attempt to pull the spotlight onto themselves was a step they thought would bring them closer to victory. But what they didn't realize was that you were watching. You let them believe they were in control because you understood the value of patience. You didn't resist their attempts to steer the plot. Instead, you allowed them to carry on, knowing that their arrogance would ultimately lead to their irrelevance. Isn't it remarkable how those who try to control others often lose control of themselves? They wasted so much time trying to undermine you that they failed to see how their actions were only pushing you closer to your next breakthrough. Every move they made to hurt you became fuel for your growth. Every obstacle they placed in your path became a stepping stone. While they were busy crafting what they thought was your downfall, you were quietly using their actions to build your rise. Think of Joseph in Genesis 45, 4-8. His brothers sold him into slavery, thinking they were erasing him from their story. But God used their actions for good. Joseph rose to power in Egypt and ultimately became the one who saved his brothers during a famine. Like Joseph, you understood that their schemes, no matter how cruel or calculated, would never have the final say. What they intended to harm you, you turned into the foundation for your elevation. Their narrative fell apart because they underestimated you. They thought they were crafting your story, but all the while you were rewriting the plot. You flipped the script so completely that by the time they realized what had happened, they were no longer part of the main plot. The story shifted from their petty attempts at control to your undeniable rise. They went from antagonists to irrelevant footnotes in the grand narrative of your success. Think about Haman in the book of Esther, Esther 7. He plotted Mordecai's downfall, building gallows for him, believing that his schemes would cement his power. But in a dramatic twist, Haman's own plot led to his demise, and Mordecai was elevated to a position of honor. Just like Haman, your adversaries thought they were in control, but their plans became the very means through which you rose above them. By the time the dust settled, you had outgrown them entirely. Their relevance faded, their actions became meaningless, and their schemes were forgotten. All that remained was the foundation you built with your own two hands, a legacy they could never touch. While they were scrambling for relevance, you were stepping fully into your role as the undeniable lead. Isn't it liberating to know that their efforts to control your narrative only ended up elevating yours? While they wasted their time and energy trying to write you out of the story, you were crafting a legacy that spoke for itself. They thought they were writing your ending, but instead they had no place in the story at all. Reflect on this. Chosen one, your story is yours to write. Their gossip, schemes, and attempts to control you are powerless in the face of your purpose. Psalm 37:23 reminds us, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him." Your steps were always guided, always secure, no matter how much they tried to throw you off course. Now, as you stand center stage, they are left watching from the shadows. Their role is over, their influence diminished, and their relevance gone. You've reclaimed the narrative, proving once and for all that the power to define your story was always in your hands. Let this serve as a reminder. You are not just the lead in your story. You are the author, the director, and the driving force. And as your story continues to unfold, their chapter has closed for good. Number 10. They tried to outshine you, but you were the light source. Chosen one, they thought they could overshadow you. They believed their tricks, their calculated moves, and their desperate attempts to grab attention would make them the brightest light in the room. They acted as if their fabricated glow could diminish your radiance. But what they didn't understand is this: you were never just a part of the scene, you were the source of the light. Everything they chased, everything they tried to replicate, originated from you. Have you ever noticed how those who seek the spotlight so desperately often miss the fact that true brilliance cannot be forced? Their efforts to outshine you didn't make them brighter. Instead, they highlighted the emptiness of their attempts. Remember John 1:5. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Your light wasn't something they could compete with. It was something that stood on its own, unshaken by their attempts to throw shade. As they tried to steal your spotlight, they only made it clearer where the real power resided. Every move they made, every subtle act of sabotage, only reinforced the truth. Without your radiance, there was no light for them to reflect. Do you see how their actions only validated your strength? While they were busy trying to dim your shine, you kept glowing, showing that true light doesn't depend on others for its source. It's innate, undeniable, and unshakable. Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt someone try to diminish your worth, only to realize their efforts made your brilliance even more apparent? Their attempts to overshadow you only revealed their dependency on your presence. Like the Pharisees trying to trap Jesus with clever words, Matthew 22:15-22, their efforts backfired because the truth was too strong to manipulate. Your light isn't about seeking validation or proving anything. It's about authenticity. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts because you carry something they cannot replicate. You didn't need to compete or engage in their petty games. You didn't need to outshine them because your glow naturally commanded attention. Their attempts only served to show how artificial their light was in comparison. Doesn't it feel liberating to realize that their efforts to overshadow you were never a threat? While they scrambled for relevance, you simply stood in your truth. They couldn't dim what they didn't create. Your radiance wasn't just brighter, it was untouchable. And by the time they realized they were chasing a reflection, it was too late. The spotlight had already shifted, leaving them in the shadow of your brilliance. Number 11. You didn't expose them. You exposed yourself to greater heights. Chosen one, they thought you would stoop to their level. They expected you to engage in petty revenge, to waste your time dragging them down, or to focus your energy on exposing their faults. In their minds, they were waiting for a battle of words, for you to retaliate in a way that would validate their drama. But what they didn't anticipate was this: you didn't waste a single moment on them. You didn't expose their flaws. Instead, you exposed yourself to greater heights, to bigger possibilities, to undeniable success. Have you ever realized how empowering it is to choose growth over grudges? While they were waiting for you to react, you were busy building. Romans 12:21 says, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." You channeled your energy into something far more valuable than conflict. You didn't fight their fire with fire. You built a fortress that stood far above their reach. Instead of getting tangled in their negativity, you focused on your goals. You didn't need to prove them wrong through words, because every step you took forward spoke louder than any argument ever could. Isn't it incredible how success has a way of silencing the noise? With every milestone you reached, you not only proved to them, but also to yourself that you were above their games. So, have you ever felt the weight of someone doubting you, only to use it as fuel to prove them, and even yourself, wrong? Like David rising to prominence while Saul's jealousy consumed him, 1 Samuel 18-24. You didn't retaliate against their attacks. You simply grew beyond their reach. Your rise wasn't about revenge. It was about purpose. As you soared to new heights, they were forced to watch. They thought they had the upper hand, but your silence, your focus, and your achievements told a different story. While they were stuck in their drama, you were building an empire brick by brick. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. They weren't part of the story anymore. Have you noticed how those who try to drag you down often end up left behind? Like Joseph, who didn't waste energy on revenge against his brothers but rose to power and saved them instead. Genesis 50:20. You chose to rise instead of retaliate, and that decision became your ultimate triumph. Now, chosen one, reflect on this. Isn't the greatest revenge living a life so full of growth, success, and purpose that those who tried to harm you become irrelevant? You didn't expose them because you didn't need to. Your rise, your accomplishments, and your strength were all the proof the world needed. In the end, they were left watching from the sidelines while you stepped fully into your potential. Let their actions fade into the background. Your story isn't about them, it's about you, your resilience, and your undeniable greatness. And as you continue to rise, remember this: the greatest revenge isn't dragging someone down, it's lifting yourself so high that they can't even reach you. Number 12, you didn't just prove them wrong, you redefined what winning looks like. Chosen one, they thought they had life all figured out. They believed their narrow, conventional blueprint for success was the only path forward. They assumed their targets, milestones, and carefully crafted rules would ensure they came out on top. But here's what they never saw coming. You weren't following their blueprint. You weren't bound by their limited definition of success. Instead, you broke the mold entirely, proving that winning isn't about fitting into someone else's rules. It's about rewriting them. Have you ever wondered why some people are so obsessed with controlling the narrative of success? It's because they fear stepping outside their comfort zone. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." While they were leaning on their shallow understanding of achievement, you trusted in something greater: your vision, your purpose, and your ability to rise above their expectations. They measured success by superficial milestones, titles, applause, or fleeting recognition. But you weren't interested in their version of success. You weren't chasing empty accolades or playing by their rules. Instead, you created a path that was uniquely yours, setting goals so bold they couldn't even fathom them. Isn't it incredible how freeing it is to step outside the box they tried to put you in? Every step forward you took wasn't just about proving them wrong, it was about expanding what success could look like. While they focused on checking boxes, you were building something lasting, something that went beyond superficial wins. Your achievements weren't just about reaching the top of their ladder. You created an entirely new peak. And by the time they realized what had happened, their outdated definition of success had already become irrelevant. Do you ever stop to consider how powerful it is to redefine the game instead of playing it? While they were busy trying to outdo each other, you were focused on something much bigger. You didn't need their validation or approval, because your wins weren't measured by their standards. Every obstacle you overcame and every goal you reached added depth and substance to your journey. True success isn't about meeting their expectations, it's about surpassing them entirely. Think about the story of Jesus feeding the 5,000, Matthew 14:13-21. The disciples believed the situation was hopeless because they were limited by what they could see, 5 loaves and 2 fish. But Jesus redefined what was possible, showing that when faith and vision come together, miracles happen. Similarly, your journey wasn't about meeting conventional expectations, it was about creating something extraordinary, something they never believed could exist. By the time they realized what you were doing, it was too late. They were stuck chasing outdated goals while you were rewriting the playbook. Their attempts to measure success by their shallow metrics only highlighted how far behind they were. Have you noticed how those who try to define success for others often fail to see their own limits? Your vision, determination, and ability to rise above their limitations left them in awe. Now, as you stand at the top of a peak they never even imagined, they're left watching in disbelief. What does success mean to you? Is it applause from others or the fulfillment of a vision that comes from within? Philippians 4:13 reminds us, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." You drew strength from within and above, allowing you to rise higher than their expectations could ever reach. You didn't just win, you transformed, you redefined success, created a new standard, and proved that your strength lies in your vision, your resilience, and your unwavering belief in what you can achieve. This isn't just about reaching the top, it's about creating new heights, new possibilities, and a legacy they could never touch. You didn't just rewrite the rules, you rewrote the future, and that chosen one is why they're left in your wake, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what you've achieved. Beloved chosen one, your journey has been nothing short of remarkable. They underestimated you, they misjudged your strength, and they thought they could break you. But with every challenge they threw your way, you rose higher. You didn't just survive their schemes, you turned them into stepping stones. You proved that true power doesn't come from playing their games or reacting to their noise. It comes from knowing who you are, trusting in your purpose, and walking the path God has laid out for you. Your story is a testament to resilience, wisdom, and faith. You didn't just win, you transformed the definition of victory. Every step you've taken has shown that when you trust in the higher plan, no amount of opposition can derail you. You weren't naive, you were calculating. You weren't weak, you were patient. And in the end, you didn't just show them who's the boss, you reminded yourself of the unshakable power within you. Now, I invite you to reflect on your own journey. What have you turned around in your life? How have you shown the world that you're not just surviving, but thriving? If this message resonates with you, if it inspires you to keep moving forward, I encourage you to support this platform by donating through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps us continue to create content that uplifts, empowers, and inspires God's chosen ones to step fully into their purpose. To everyone who has donated already, I want to take a moment to thank you. Your support means the world, and it allows us to reach more people with messages of hope, strength, and encouragement. You're not just helping this community grow, you're sowing seeds that will continue to inspire others for years to come. As we close, I want to leave you with a blessing. May you continue to walk in the light of your calling. May God's favor surround you, His wisdom guide you, and His strength sustain you as you face every challenge ahead. Remember, you are chosen for a reason, and no weapon formed against you will prosper. Isaiah 54:17. Stay strong, chosen ones, and keep shining your light. Your best chapters are still being written, and they are filled with victory, purpose, and endless possibilities. God bless you all. Dear chosen one, first and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to those of you who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. Your generosity is truly appreciated, and I'm so thankful for your belief in this message. It helps to keep this community strong and growing. If you haven't had the chance to donate yet, don't worry. Just being here, engaging with the content, and sharing your energy is a blessing in itself. Now, chosen one, have you ever had someone underestimate the power of your name? A witch thought she was safe when she handed over your secrets. She believed his family would be her armor, her refuge from the chaos she feared. But she didn't understand. Your name isn't just a label, it's a crown, a force that bends the world to its will. You were chosen, not by chance, but by the weight of what your name carries, a legacy that commands respect, even in silence. As the truth unravels, the illusion of protection she clung to crumbles. His family may have power, but your name holds more, and those who underestimate it will soon learn the chosen ones are not so easily undone. Now, if you feel the strength and power of your own name, I invite you to comment below with the number 999. This is not just a number, it's a symbol of divine authority, of standing in your truth, of aligning with the strength that your name carries. Let this be a declaration to the universe and to all the chosen ones who are reading this. You are walking in power and purpose. When you comment 999, you're not just acknowledging your own strength, you're also affirming that you are part of a greater, unstoppable force. So go ahead, let's flood this space with the energy of the chosen ones, united and ready to rise. Your presence here matters. Let the world see who you truly are. God's chosen ones. A witch sold your info, thinking her family would protect her, but your name holds weight. Chosen one, the witch in this case, owed you everything. Her family, a fortress built around her, provided a safety net every time she faltered. They cleaned up after her mistakes. They made excuses for her bad decisions, and they gave her the courage to keep being reckless. In her eyes, they were her protection, her unwavering support. She never feared the consequences of her actions because deep down, she believed that no matter what she did, they would always have her back. But what happens when that shield begins to crumble? Have you ever thought about the danger of relying too heavily on someone else's protection? This witch had never faced the real world alone, and when she was presented with a plan from the karmic feminine, her very own blood, she didn't hesitate. Why would she? It was just another favor, another debt to repay in her mind. But there's one crucial question she never stopped to ask herself. What would the cost be? When you make decisions without weighing the consequences, you invite chaos. The Bible warns us in Proverbs 14:15, "The simple believe anything, but the prudent give thought to their steps." This witch wasn't thinking prudently. She was thinking selfishly, believing that her family's past protection would somehow continue indefinitely, without realizing the gravity of her next move. Could it be that she was blinded by her comfort, unable to see the road ahead? Think about someone like the infamous celebrity Lindsay Lohan. For years, she lived as if there were no consequences to her actions, constantly shielded by her fame and the people who helped her. But when the world stopped protecting her, the consequences of her reckless behavior caught up. She faced the public's judgment, legal issues, and deep personal struggles. What would have happened if she had paused, reflected, and thought about the consequences of her actions earlier? Then there's the story of the famous writer J.K. Rowling, who faced immense scrutiny and challenges early in her career. However, she didn't let the fear of failure or judgment stop her. When the world seemed to be against her, she continued to move forward, but with a deep awareness of the weight of each decision. She didn't let herself be carried away by the comfort of protection. She understood that every step counted. And what about you, chosen one? When you make decisions, are you considering the long-term impact, or are you relying on temporary safety nets? Do you think that your past actions will always shield you from what's coming? Or could the weight of your choices be catching up, just like it did for the witch? Remember, in Galatians 6:7, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." The witch thought she could act without consequence, but the truth is, her actions would eventually come back to her. She never considered that the karmic forces she was messing with weren't so easily managed. The protection she once had would no longer shield her when the repercussions of her choices caught up. Chosen one, have you ever encountered someone who believed that they were untouchable? Someone who thought their actions had no repercussions because they had always been shielded from the consequences of their past mistakes. The witch crossed a line she shouldn't have, illegally accessing your personal records. She ventured into territory that wasn't hers to invade, thinking there were no boundaries she couldn't cross. She typed in your name, scrolled through your private information, and took everything she could, everything that wasn't hers to take. And what did she think of it? She thought it was nothing, just data, just numbers, just words on a screen. But have you ever considered how something that seems insignificant to one person can carry immense weight for another? What drives someone to believe they can act without accountability? Was it her arrogance, or simply the misguided belief that she was invincible, untouchable? This time, the witch handed over your most personal information without a second thought. She didn't question why they wanted it. She didn't care about the implications. In her mind, it was a debt owed. Her loyalty to his family had always been rewarded, and now it was time to repay that loyalty. But have you ever stopped to wonder, what happens when the balance of loyalty and duty tips over into betrayal? Proverbs 11:1 warns us, "The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him." What did she think she was doing? Breaking the rules, bending the system, and stealing your private information. How could she not see that what she was doing was not only illegal but also morally wrong? She was playing a dangerous game, one that could unravel everything she had relied on. Think about someone like Edward Snowden, the former NSA contractor who exposed government surveillance programs. He crossed boundaries, leaking sensitive information that had far-reaching consequences. Snowden believed he was serving a higher purpose, but the world saw it as a betrayal. His actions shattered lives, and in his case, the line between right and wrong blurred. How many times have we heard of people acting with the belief that they are justified, only to discover the deep scars they've left behind? Then there's the story of Martha Stewart, the well-known businesswoman and television personality who was convicted of insider trading in 2001. Just like the witch, she believed she could get away with bending the rules. But when the consequences caught up with her, they were swift and unforgiving. Her image, her career, and her legacy were all affected by a decision that seemed harmless at the time. What would have happened if she'd thought about the bigger picture before acting? And here's another real-life example. In 2019, Facebook faced a massive scandal when it was revealed that it had allowed third-party companies to access personal data of millions of users without their consent. The company crossed lines they should never have crossed, believing that the data was just numbers on a screen. But when the public discovered what had happened, it became clear just how serious the breach of privacy was. But what about you, chosen one? Have you ever acted out of blind loyalty, believing that the rules didn't apply to you, or that your past protection would shield you from the consequences? Are you walking a path that you think is safe because others have always cleaned up after your messes? Have you thought about the consequences of crossing a line that was never meant to be crossed? As Galatians 6:7 says, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." The witch's actions may seem small, but they carry weight. And just like that, the consequences of what she did, what she gave away without thinking, will find their way back to her. So, chosen one, how do you navigate the lines between loyalty and morality? Are you aware of the consequences of bending the rules? Or are you living with the belief that you are untouchable until it's too late? Chosen one, the witch didn't realize the magnitude of what she had just stepped into. She believed that power came from knowing the right people, from having the right connections, from being part of the right circles. But she never understood that your name carries a weight far greater than mere influence. Your name holds a spiritual force, a divine protection that cannot be shaken by money, favors, or human manipulation. Have you ever thought about the power behind your own name, Chosen One? What if it's more than just a label? What if it's a key to something far greater than what the world can offer? In her mind, this was just another favor, a small favor she could repay. Another secret, another task buried under the veil of privilege and power. But this time she was mistaken. She crossed a line she could never uncross. She committed a crime with real, irreversible consequences. Once she leaked that information, there was no turning back. She didn't understand that some actions, no matter how small they seem, can change the course of a life forever. Do you realize the magnitude of your actions, Chosen One? What consequences are lurking behind decisions that you think are harmless? The Bible warns us in Romans 2:6, God will repay each person according to what they have done. The witch thought that her actions would go unnoticed, that the price wouldn't be too high. But the truth is, when you tamper with something as sacred as another person's identity, you tap into forces beyond your comprehension. Have you ever wondered if the world's fleeting sense of justice could be eclipsed by divine judgment? What happens when someone challenges forces far more powerful than they can imagine? Consider the story of whistleblower Chelsea Manning, who leaked classified military documents in 2010. Manning, like the witch, thought her actions were justified by her personal beliefs, that the power of truth would protect her. But the reality was much different. Her actions had consequences that no amount of influence or power could undo. The life she knew was changed forever. Manning didn't realize the weight of the forces she was going up against, and now she's forever marked by the consequences of that decision. Could you ever find yourself in a situation where your own sense of righteousness blinds you to the larger forces at play? And then there's the story of Bernie Madoff, who for years operated one of the largest Ponzi schemes in history. He thought his influence, his wealth, and his connections could shield him from the truth. But when the fraud was uncovered, everything came crashing down. His name, once synonymous with trust and power, became a symbol of betrayal and loss. Madoff's fall from grace was swift and unforgiving. How often do we see those who believe they are untouchable, only to realize too late that no amount of power can protect them from the consequences of their own actions? What about you, Chosen One? Do you ever think about the true power behind your name, the spiritual weight it carries? Have you considered the lasting impact of your decisions, knowing that some things can never be undone? When you take action, do you truly understand the depth of the forces you might be challenging? As Hebrews 10:30 reminds us, "For we know him who said, 'It is mine to avenge, I will repay,' and again, 'The Lord will judge his people.'" The witch may have thought she was just doing a favor, but the truth is, she was playing with forces that transcend human understanding. Her fate was sealed the moment she made that choice, and now she must face what comes next. Chosen One, do you understand the weight of your name? Are you prepared for the consequences that follow when you make decisions that cross the line? Or do you, like the witch, think that power and privilege will shield you from the truth? The reality is that no one is beyond the reach of divine justice, and every action, no matter how small, carries consequences that echo through eternity. Chosen One, the witch thought her devotion would solidify her place in the world. She thought that by binding herself to his family with every act of loyalty, she would secure a position of value and trust. She believed they would see her as someone worthy of respect, someone who could be counted on no matter the cost. She thought that by sacrificing her own judgment and doing whatever was asked of her, she would earn a place of security. But what she failed to understand is that blind loyalty to the wrong cause only leads to ruin. Do you see how fragile trust can be when it's placed in the wrong hands? Chosen one, could it be that we sometimes act with the best intentions, only to walk ourselves straight into the very danger we hope to avoid? She thought that by continuing to serve his family, she would gain favor, that she would become indispensable. She thought that power was in the hands of those with influence, that loyalty to them would shield her from anything that could harm her. She never once questioned the path she was on. She never stopped to wonder if the road she was walking would lead to her own downfall. And yet, she signed her own fate. Her misguided actions were not the result of betrayal alone. They were a sign of her blindness to the truth. She never considered the weight of her decisions, the impact they would have on her life. Do you ever wonder, chosen one, how many times have you, or those around you, moved forward without understanding the full scope of what's at stake? Because when you move against a chosen one, there is no escape. There's no mercy, no second chances, no safety net to catch you when you fall. The witch thought she could walk away unscathed, that her connections, her loyalty, would be enough to protect her. But this wasn't just betrayal. It was a felony, a crime that cannot be undone. The moment she leaked that private information, her fate was sealed. It wasn't just a betrayal of trust. It was a violation of something much larger, something sacred. Do you realize, chosen one, how sacred your name is? How much weight it carries? Have you ever stopped to reflect on the power behind your name, the divine protection that surrounds you? There is no place where someone can hide when they come against you, for God's protection and justice are far beyond the reach of human power. In the Bible, we are reminded in Psalm 109, verse 5, "They repay me evil for good and hatred for my friendship." This speaks to the reality of betrayal. It often comes from those you least expect, from those you've trusted. The witch thought that her actions would be seen as a favor, something that would grant her more power and security. But in reality, what she didn't realize was that every choice, every action, carries a deeper consequence. The Bible is clear in Luke 8:17, "For nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, nor is anything secret that will not be made known and come to light." When you act in secrecy, thinking no one will see, the truth always emerges in the end. Consider the story of Mark Felt, famously known as Deep Throat. He believed that by exposing the Watergate scandal, he was protecting the country from corruption. He thought that his loyalty to a higher cause justified his actions. But in the end, the consequences of his leaks were far more complicated. Felt's actions, though seen as heroic by some, were also viewed as a betrayal of those who had trusted him. He didn't consider that revealing secrets could cost him everything, and the weight of those actions forever changed his life. Do you see how even those who think they are acting for the greater good can still face the consequences of their choices? Look at the case of Bernie Madoff, whose blind loyalty to his own ambitions and desire for control led to one of the biggest financial scandals in history. Madoff thought he could maintain his power and protect his empire, but in the end the truth came to light, and his name became synonymous with greed and fraud. He believed his connections could shield him from justice, but the damage he caused was too great to avoid. What if he had paused to consider the bigger picture before acting? Would the consequences have been different? And there's the infamous case of Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein, who manipulated those around him with promises of power and fame, all the while betraying the trust of so many in the process. Weinstein thought that his position and influence could protect him from the repercussions of his actions. But in the end, the truth came for him, and he found himself exposed. His name became a symbol of abuse and corruption, forever linked to the destruction he caused. His fall from grace shows that even the most powerful can't escape the justice that comes when they move against the chosen. But what about you, chosen one? Have you ever walked through life believing that loyalty would shield you from the consequences of your actions? Have you ever placed your trust in people or situations that weren't worthy of it, believing that the protection of those around you would always be enough? It's easy to forget how fragile loyalty can be when we aren't aware of the true cost of betrayal. Have you thought about what could happen if your loyalty was tested? Are you willing to stand firm when the consequences of your actions come to light, knowing that divine justice always prevails? As Romans 2:6 reminds us, God will repay each person according to what they have done. Every choice you make matters. Every action has a ripple effect that cannot be undone. And like the witch, when you move against a chosen one, there is no escaping the divine justice that will follow. Your fate, chosen one, is in your hands. What will you choose? Chosen one, have you ever known someone who believed they were invincible, convinced that they could escape the consequences of their actions just because they had the right connections? The witch thought she was careful, that her actions would never come to light. She believed that she was untouchable, hidden beneath the protection of her boyfriend's powerful family. They had pulled strings for her before, covered up her past mistakes, and provided a shield that seemed impenetrable. In her mind, this was just another favor, another quiet transaction in the shadows, something that would disappear without a trace. But have you ever wondered, chosen one, what happens when someone believes their past protection will shield them from something much bigger than they can control? She never considered that this time was different. This time she crossed a legal line. She accessed information that was never meant for her eyes, confidential, protected by law, and completely off-limits to anyone without proper authorization. In her arrogance, she believed that she could slip through the cracks. But have you thought about the consequences of breaching such boundaries? What happens when you think you're above the law and find out that the system doesn't let you get away with it? She used her position, her access, her clearance to pull records she had no right to view. With no hesitation, she handed over the sensitive information to someone who intended to use it against you. To her, it was harmless. Just data, just information. She convinced herself it was just another piece in someone else's scheme, nothing more than a collection of numbers and words. But do you see, chosen one, how small actions can snowball into something far greater than we ever anticipate? Have you ever thought about how the digital world holds the power to trace even the most innocent of actions? What she failed to realize, however, was that in the digital world, every move is trackable, every login, every click, every document accessed. Each of them leaves a footprint. Every unauthorized action leaves a record. Nothing in the digital age goes unnoticed for long. Just like how every action you take, whether visible or not, carries spiritual consequences, so too does every action online. Do you ever wonder, chosen one, how many things you've done, even in the privacy of your own space, have left their mark? Could you be unknowingly walking in the footsteps of consequences that are yet to catch up? The moment the witch breached those records, she activated something far bigger than she ever imagined. The system, far more advanced and aware than she could have understood, caught it. Red flags went up. The authorities were notified. There is no hiding from a breach like this. No matter how carefully you think you've covered your tracks, the digital world doesn't forgive or forget. In fact, it never forgets. Just like how in life, once a wrong is committed, it will eventually come to light, regardless of how long it takes. The Bible warns us in Numbers 32:23, "But if you fail to do this, you will be sinning against the Lord, and you may be sure that your sin will find you out." No matter how well hidden, no matter how carefully protected, sin, whether digital or physical, has a way of catching up with those who think they can escape its reach. Consider the story of Edward Snowden, who revealed classified information about global surveillance programs in 2013. He thought his actions were for the greater good, but the moment he leaked that information, he set off a chain of events that could not be undone. Snowden's every move was tracked, investigated, and analyzed. The breach was a federal crime, and while he believed his motives were justified, the legal consequences followed him, no matter how carefully he had planned his steps. Does this not show us that no matter how small we believe our actions to be, they always leave a trace? And think of the case of Facebook and the Cambridge Analytica scandal. The company allowed millions of users' personal data to be harvested without their consent, believing they could sweep it under the rug. But once the breach was discovered, it became a global scandal that no amount of money or influence could bury. The digital footprint of their actions could not be erased. What if those in positions of power had realized that their actions were not as hidden as they thought? Then there's the story of the notorious hack of Sony Pictures in 2014, where confidential emails and documents were leaked by cyber attackers. The executives thought they could protect their reputation, but the breach exposed everything. The investigation that followed was thorough and relentless. The data they thought they had safely secured became a weapon used against them. What does this teach us, chosen one? That no matter how protected you think your secrets are, the system will always find a way to expose them. Have you ever wondered how many times your own secrets might be at risk, even without your knowledge? The witch believed her family's influence would bury this breach, just as they had done before. She thought they would make it disappear into the shadows, using their connections and power to erase her mistake. But this time it was different. This wasn't just a small mistake. This was a federal crime. Data breaches of this magnitude don't get swept under the rug. The authorities are watching, they are digging, they are investigating. There's no place to hide, no corner to run to. And as 1 Corinthians 4:5 reminds us, therefore judge nothing before the appointed time. Wait until the Lord comes. He will bring to light what is hidden in darkness and will expose the motives of the heart. Every action, every sin, every breach of trust, no matter how well hidden, will eventually be exposed in the light. Chosen one, have you ever thought about how the legal system doesn't care about who you know or how powerful your connections are? It only cares about one thing: evidence. And when the evidence is airtight, there's no room for escape. The witch thought she was operating in secrecy, thinking she could escape undetected. But what she didn't realize is that every move she made left a glowing trail behind her, one so obvious, so incriminating, that there is no way to talk her way out of it. Do you see how often people think they're invisible, only for the truth to shine a light on their actions? As the Bible reminds us in Numbers 32:23, but if you fail to do this, you will be sinning against the Lord, and you may be sure that your sin will find you out. The truth will always come to light, no matter how well hidden it seems. No excuses, no loopholes, no way to get out of it. The deeper they dig, the worse it becomes. This wasn't a simple slip-up or a mistake. This wasn't an accident. This was deliberate, premeditated, criminal. How many times have we seen someone who believed they could hide, only for their own actions to expose them? Can anyone truly escape when the truth starts unraveling everything they thought was safe? Just as the Bible says in Luke 8:17, "For nothing is hidden that will not be disclosed, nor is anything secret that will not be made known and come to light." Everything done in the dark will eventually be exposed. The web that she helped create is now unraveling around her. She tried to harm you, but all she did was destroy herself. You see, chosen one, when someone goes against you, divine justice steps in. And divine justice does not show mercy. Have you ever wondered how justice works in ways we cannot always see, but it always catches up to those who think they can avoid it? As Proverbs 12:19 warns, truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue lasts only a moment. The lies may last temporarily, but truth will endure. She believed she was invisible, a shadow hiding behind a powerful family. a pawn moving through life under the protection of those who had always pulled strings for her. She never once considered that the very web she helped weave could one day entangle her too. But now it's all coming undone. Have you ever witnessed someone's belief in their own invincibility, only to watch it crumble as the truth surfaces? What happens when the very protection you rely on becomes the thing that exposes you? This wasn't just her mistake. She was a small part of something far bigger, something darker. The karmic feminine, the true puppet master, had been orchestrating this from the very beginning. She whispered in ears, planted seeds of doubt, and carefully turned people against you. How often do we underestimate the power of those working behind the scenes, making things happen that we may not even be aware of? Have you ever wondered how many times people are manipulated without realizing it? She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew exactly who to use. This woman had been protected before, slipping through cracks, avoiding consequences, and relying on the family's influence to keep her record clean. She was comfortable, overconfident. She believed nothing could touch her. But when the karmic feminine fed her lies about you, she didn't hesitate. She didn't question it. She obeyed without a second thought. What would you do in her place, chosen one? Could you see through the lies, or would you too fall victim to manipulation? Blind loyalty made her reckless. She thought leaking your information was a small act of devotion, a simple favor to prove her worth, her usefulness. She believed it would make her valuable, irreplaceable, but in her desperate need for approval, she couldn't see the trap she was walking into. Have you ever made a choice out of loyalty, only to realize later that it led you into a situation you never intended? How often do we get lost in our desire to please others without realizing the cost? Because here's the truth, chosen one. Deception always collapses under the weight of truth. Every step she took is now being retraced. Every action is being logged. Every digital fingerprint examined. The investigation is exposing far more than she could have ever imagined. The lies she told, the secrets she hid, they're all coming to light. Do you understand, chosen one, how the truth always finds its way to the surface? No matter how deep you try to bury it, it will eventually be revealed. As John 8:32 says, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." Truth has the power to bring freedom, but it also has the power to destroy the lies that bind us. This betrayal wasn't just about her, it's about the entire network she was working with. Authorities aren't stopping with her. They're pulling the entire thread. One by one, everyone involved is being dragged into the light. This isn't just about one individual anymore. It's about the whole system, the whole web, and everyone who played a part in it. What happens when one person's actions unravel an entire system? How far-reaching do the consequences go when the truth starts to spread? As 1 Peter 4:5 reminds us, "But they will have to give account to him who is ready to judge the living and the dead." The time will come when everyone must face the consequences of their actions, no matter how hidden they thought they were. Then consider the story of Martha Stewart, who thought her position and connections would protect her from the consequences of insider trading. But in the end, the truth was impossible to hide, and her reputation, once spotless, was forever tainted. Can you see how quickly the mighty can fall when the truth comes for them? And take a look at the downfall of Elizabeth Holmes, founder of Theranos. She was once hailed as a tech visionary, but when the lies she built her company on were exposed, her entire world crumbled. Holmes thought she could outsmart the system, but in the end, the truth surfaced, and no amount of manipulation could save her. And in 2015, the Volkswagen emissions scandal shocked the world. The company had used deception to cover up illegal practices, thinking they could hide the truth. But when the evidence surfaced, the entire network of deception unraveled, dragging down even the highest executives involved. What do these stories teach us, chosen one? that no matter how carefully we try to hide the truth, it will always find a way to be revealed. Chosen one, what about you? Are you aware of how your actions might be tracked and exposed? Do you think the things you do in secret will stay hidden forever? Or do you trust that justice, divine and human, will eventually reveal everything? Chosen one, the witch initially thought the situation was manageable. She was confident that the family would protect her, just as they always had. She trusted in the shield of their power, believing that no matter what happened, they would have her back. But something is different this time. The karmic feminine, the one who secretly pulls the strings, has fallen silent. The boyfriend's family, who had always stepped in to save her, are now avoiding her. They are not fighting for her, they're not pulling strings. They are letting her take the fall. Why? Because now that the law is involved, they see what she couldn't. Do you ever wonder, chosen one, how often people place their faith in things, or people that can't truly protect them? What happens when the consequences of our actions are no longer within our control? This time, the witch's offense is no minor mistake. This isn't something they can simply sweep under the rug. This is a federal crime, a data breach, a felony with consequences too big to ignore or hide. The truth always comes to light, no matter how much someone believes they can escape it. Can you feel the weight of this moment, chosen one? How often do we make decisions that seem insignificant in the moment, only for the magnitude of the consequences to hit us when it's too late? And so the same people she trusted are stepping away. The protection she relied on is gone. The influence she counted on has become useless. She thought she was untouchable, but now she stands alone, watching as everything she built begins to collapse around her. Not because someone came after her, but because truth always catches up. And this time, there is no way out. How many times have we seen someone's confidence crumble when the truth finally reveals itself? Can you imagine the panic of realizing that you are no longer shielded by the things you once thought invincible? Chosen one, she placed all her faith in them. They had protected her before, covered up her mistakes, and pulled the right strings to keep her record clean. Every time she slipped up, they made it disappear. She thought this time would be no different, but this time it is different. This isn't some petty mistake or a small family secret. This is a federal crime. The Bible reminds us in Galatians 6:7, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." The seeds of her actions are now being harvested, and there's no way to avoid the consequences. The people she trusted are backing away. At first, they told her to stay calm. "We'll handle it." She clung to those words, believing everything would be fine. But soon, the calls stopped. The reassurances faded. The silence grew louder. Do you see how easily people can slip away when things get too complicated? Chosen one, how many times have we held on to false promises, only to find out too late that those promises were empty? She began to realize, this time she's on her own. She underestimated the power of your name. She thought leaking your information would be easy, that it would disappear into the void, unnoticed, forgotten. She didn't expect consequences, and now she's left alone to face them. Do you ever think about the weight of your own name, chosen one, the divine protection it carries? How often do we underestimate the power of what we represent? Now, the same system she thought would protect her is closing in. The authorities aren't just looking at her, they're looking at everyone involved. The boyfriend's family, once untouchable, is now being scrutinized. Their connections are being examined, their past favors uncovered. The Bible in Proverbs 26:27 says, "Whoever digs a pit will fall into it. If someone rolls a stone, it will roll back on them." The stones they thought they had rolled in secret are now coming back to crush them, and they don't like it. They built their power on secrecy, on influence that stayed in the shadows. But now, those shadows are being ripped apart. They're not just trying to protect her anymore, they're trying to protect themselves. And to do that, they have to let her go. Can you feel the shift, chosen one? What happens when the very people who once held the power to protect you are now abandoning you? What does it feel like when the truth forces them to turn their backs on you to save themselves? Consider the story of former Enron executives who once thought their influence and power would protect them from the consequences of their fraudulent actions. But when the truth came to light, not only did their empire crumble, but they faced harsh legal repercussions that no amount of power or money could shield them from. They thought they could escape justice, but the law caught up with them. Look at the downfall of Lance Armstrong, whose career seemed invincible. He thought his lies and the control he held over the cycling world would protect him. But when the truth emerged, it wasn't just his reputation that was destroyed. It was his entire career. His support system, once loyal, abandoned him, and all that was left was the undeniable truth. And consider the case of disgraced Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein, who built an empire of power and influence. He believed he could hide his transgressions behind a veil of secrecy, but when the truth was exposed, the entire network of protection he had relied on fell apart. His downfall wasn't just about his actions, it was about the entire system of people who had covered up his misdeeds. And when the truth came crashing down, everyone involved had to answer for it. So, have you ever had to watch someone who once seemed untouchable lose everything they relied on? What happens when those who believed they were beyond the reach of justice are suddenly exposed for who they truly are? Do you ever wonder how long it takes for the truth to rise up and shake everything to its core? It may seem like a long time, but in the end, everything hidden comes to light. Chosen one, the moment her name appeared on the investigation list, she became a liability, a loose end that no one wanted to risk. The very people she once relied on for protection, those who had always shielded her, are now stepping away. One by one, they begin to distance themselves. The boyfriend, silent. The relatives who once vouched for her, gone. She calls, no one answers. She reaches out, no one responds. Do you ever wonder, chosen one, how quickly someone can go from feeling invincible to realizing that they are utterly alone? What happens when the walls you built around yourself collapse and you're left with no one to turn to? As Psalm 27:10 says, "Though my father and mother forsake me, the Lord will receive me." Even when everyone abandons you, there is one who will never leave you. Panic sets in. For the first time, she feels what it's like to be truly alone. The job she relied on is at risk. The career she thought was secure is shattered. No company wants an employee under criminal investigation, especially not for something this serious. If the prosecution moves forward, she's looking at criminal charges, job loss, a permanent stain on her record, and a future that she cannot fix. She bet everything on the wrong people. She thought their power was absolute, that they would always protect her. But now she understands. She thought she was untouchable, but now she's realizing something deeper. Have you ever found yourself in a position where you thought you had everything under control, only for it all to slip away piece by piece? How does it feel when everything you believed was solid begins to crumble? As 1 Peter 4:17 reminds us, "For it is time for judgment to begin with God's household, and if it begins with us, what will the outcome be for those who do not obey the gospel of God?" Divine judgment comes for all, regardless of status. Their power has limits. Your name does not. And no matter how much influence they have, they cannot stop what's coming. She made her choice. She betrayed you. And now she has to live with the consequences, alone, with no one left to save her. Do you ever wonder how the weight of your name shifts everything around you? How it stands firm in the face of betrayal, untouched by the world's fleeting powers? In Proverbs 18:10, "The name of the Lord is a fortified tower. The righteous run to it and are safe. Your name is a fortress, a power that cannot be undermined. She thought she was powerful. She thought she had protection, that she could do whatever she wanted and walk away untouched, that her connections were enough to shield her. But she forgot one thing. Your name holds more weight, not just in the physical world, but in the unseen. Your name isn't just a label. It's a force, a legacy, a crown that cannot be removed, no matter how many people try to tarnish it. It carries a weight that bends reality, a force that demands respect, even in silence. Can you see it now, chosen one? How your name holds power beyond what the world can comprehend. What happens when the very thing you rely on, the protection of others, fails, and you're left standing, grounded in your own strength. As everything crumbles around her, she's starting to understand. She thought she was untouchable. She thought she could leak your information, hand over your secrets and face no consequences. But in her mind, you were just another person, another target, another obstacle to remove. What if she had realized the true weight of your presence, chosen one? Could she have understood the forces she was challenging? She didn't realize who she was dealing with. The moment she betrayed you, the energy shifted. The same forces that had once kept her hidden, protected and covered are now stripping her bare. Because when you move against someone with spiritual authority, there is no escaping what comes next. The world responds differently to people like you. The weight of your name is not just built on reputation, it's built on something much deeper, something ancient, something undeniable. Can you feel it, chosen one? How the universe shifts when you walk with divine authority. The very system she relied on is now working against her. Every move she made is backfiring. She thought she had power, but now she's scrambling, watching everything slip through her fingers. She's realizing that the influence she once had was never truly hers. It was borrowed, gifted, conditional, and now it's been revoked. Have you ever seen someone scramble to hold on to something that was never really theirs to begin with? What happens when the illusion of power shatters and you're left with nothing but the reality of your actions? She's making calls, trying to find someone who will fight for her, trying to pull the same strings that saved her in the past. But no one is answering. The same people who once stood by her are now silent. The family that used to pull her out of trouble? Nowhere to be found, because they know something she never understood. They know that your name is one they should have never played with. She underestimated you. She thought you were just another person, someone she could manipulate, someone whose life she could tamper with. But she didn't realize that your name carries power beyond connections. Your presence alone shifts rooms. Consider the story of Oprah Winfrey. She grew up in poverty, yet her name today carries immense weight, far beyond what most people can imagine. Her influence shifts the way people think, the way companies operate, and the way media affects society. Her presence alone commands respect. Then look at Nelson Mandela. Despite spending 27 years in prison, his name became a symbol of justice, peace, and strength that no amount of oppression could diminish. Mandela's name carries a legacy that changed an entire nation, not through connections, but through unwavering strength and moral authority. And take the story of Steve Jobs. He revolutionized the tech industry, and today his name is synonymous with innovation, creativity, and vision. Jobs built a legacy that goes beyond the companies he founded. His name carries a weight that shifts industries and changes lives. Chosen one, have you ever thought about the power of your name, the unseen force it carries? Your name opens doors that hers never could. Your energy moves things in ways she will never understand. The very systems she trusted are turning against her. The laws she ignored enforcing themselves. The career she thought was stable, hanging by a thread. And the people she once called friends fading into the background, distancing themselves as if they never knew her. How often do we see someone's world unravel when they thought they had everything under control, only to find themselves alone. Can you feel the magnitude of divine justice unfolding? Chosen one. She wanted to take your power, to humiliate you, to bring you down, but all she did was destroy herself. Because when someone moves against a chosen one, they are not just fighting a person, they are fighting divine order, and divine order does not lose. Have you ever realized, chosen one, how some battles aren't just between people, but between divine forces? What happens when someone takes a step against the flow of divine balance? She thought she could erase you, thought she could tarnish your name, thought she could rewrite the truth. Instead, she erased herself. And this is only the beginning. In Galatians 6:7, do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. Every action she took is now catching up to her, as the harvest of her choices is far more than she could handle. She laughed when she thought she got away with it, smug, confident, untouchable. She believed her betrayal was just another move in the game, another secret buried beneath the weight of her family's influence. She assumed no one would connect the dots, no one would ever trace it back to her. But divine justice doesn't operate on human timelines. It watches, it waits, then it strikes with precision. Have you ever watched someone believe they were untouchable, only to see their foundation crumble when the truth comes to light? Can you see how divine justice doesn't rush? It waits for the perfect moment to reveal the truth. Chosen one, everything she tried to keep hidden is surfacing. The whispers have turned into reports. The rumors have become official investigations. Digital footprints she thought were erased. They're being pulled up, examined, and followed straight to her. Can you feel the shift, chosen one? How the things we thought were hidden are exposed when the time is right. Her name is no longer protected. It sits on lists she never imagined. Criminal records, legal documents, internal investigations. She can't control the outcome. The moment she handed over your information, she sealed her fate. What she assumed was a harmless favor has snowballed into something much bigger than she can handle. Every single person involved is being exposed. Have you ever wondered how a small act of betrayal can unravel so much? How quickly something that seems small can grow into something unstoppable? This isn't just her downfall. It's an unraveling of everything built on deception. Authorities aren't stopping at the surface. They're digging deep, tracing connections, mapping out every manipulation, uncovering just how far this betrayal extends. What began as a single act of disloyalty has triggered an avalanche. In Proverbs 14:11, the house of the wicked will be destroyed, but the tent of the upright will flourish. The web she built on lies is collapsing, and what's built on righteousness is standing strong. The karmic feminine who orchestrated all of this is witnessing her entire plan collapse. She thought she was playing chess, moving people like pieces, setting traps no one would see coming. But divine order had already positioned its pieces long before she even touched the board. Can you see, chosen one, how every move made by those with ill intentions is met with divine correction? How the universe aligns to restore balance? She's losing everything. Desperation sets in. She scrambles to shift blame, throwing anyone under the bus just to save herself. She pleads bargains, looks for a way out, but there is no escape. The Bible in Isaiah 59:15 says, "Truth is nowhere to be found, and whoever shuns evil becomes a prey." The Lord looked and was displeased that there was no justice. She thought she could escape, but now justice is finding her. What they tried to do to you is happening to them. The same systems they once relied on are now working against them. The same people they manipulated are backing away. The same energy they sent out is returning, multiplied. This is balance restoring itself. Do you see how everything comes full circle, chosen one? How the energy you put out into the world, whether good or bad, always finds its way back to you. You didn't have to seek revenge. You didn't chase justice. You didn't step outside your power because you didn't need to. Divine order is delivering the lesson they never thought they'd have to learn. How often do we fight for something that's already been set in motion? Do you see how divine justice is in play, even when we are unaware? Chosen one. The chosen ones are not so easily undone. The world she built is collapsing. She thought she was secure, protected by the power of those around her. She believed she could play a dangerous game and walk away unscathed. That her betrayal would be forgotten, buried under the weight of her connections. But life doesn't work that way. Consequences don't wait forever. As Psalm 37 verse 9 reminds us, "For those who are evil will be destroyed, but those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land." Your inheritance, chosen one, is not of this world. Your legacy is beyond human power. Her job, the one she took for granted, the one that made her feel important, is slipping through her fingers. Investigations have begun. Questions are being asked. Employers don't want to be tied to a scandal, and they definitely don't want an employee whose name is now appearing in legal documents. She's become a liability. The same system she thought would protect her is now turning against her, exposing her every action. Meetings are happening behind closed doors. Decisions are being made without her. Emails go unanswered, calls ignored. The people she once laughed with at work are now whispering about her in hallways. They're all waiting for the inevitable, her termination. And when it happens, she'll have no one to blame but herself. Do you see how everything she believed was secure is now slipping through her fingers, chosen one? What happens when the consequences catch up with someone who thought they were invincible? But losing her job is just the beginning. The family she once depended on is stepping away. They see the storm approaching, and they won't let themselves be caught in the wreckage. They've spent years protecting their reputation, building influence and making sure their name stays clean. She's now a stain on that name, and stains are removed quickly. One by one, they distance themselves. The same people who vouched for her, who cleaned up her messes, who assured her they would always have her back. Silent. Because when it comes down to it, self-preservation always wins. The boyfriend she sacrificed everything for, nowhere to be found. The people she called friends, vanishing. She stood on the wrong side of this fight, and now the truth is out. She used to be the one whispering in rooms, planting lies, manipulating situations. She thought she was untouchable, that she could control the narrative. But now she's the subject of those whispers. Her name is being spoken in hushed tones. People are dissecting her past, exposing her actions, tearing apart the web of deception she thought was impenetrable. This isn't just karma, this is justice, making sure she understands exactly what she did. Chosen one, the weight of your name cannot be undone. You stand with divine authority, and that alone is more powerful than any connection or influence in the world. Beloved chosen one, she thought she could violate your privacy and never face consequences. She thought she could betray you and walk away unscathed. She believed she could steal from you, your information, your peace, your dignity, and never lose anything herself. But she was wrong. She's losing everything. Not because you fought back, not because you sought revenge, but because energy always returns to its sender. She will regret every move she made against you. She will regret thinking you were weak. She will regret assuming her power was greater than yours. And she will never forget the day she learned this lesson the hard way. This is why you must be careful about who you allow into your energy. They thought they could move against you and walk away untouched. They believed their influence, their connections, and their schemes would shield them from consequences. They assumed they had the power to rewrite the truth, to manipulate reality, to erase what was never theirs to touch. But they underestimated who you are. Your name is not just a name. It carries weight, spiritually, energetically, and even in the physical world. What they tried to use against you has become the very thing destroying them. The same forces they trusted to protect them have turned against them. They should have never played with your name, because in the end, deception never wins. Manipulation always backfires, and divine justice never misses its mark. Stay in your light, chosen ones. The battle is already won. I want to take a moment to thank you for your presence and support. Whether you choose to donate through Super Thanks or not, I am deeply grateful for your time and energy spent here. Your belief in this message and your journey are what truly matter. If you feel moved to contribute, your support through Super Thanks will be a great blessing to this channel. But know this, your energy is already a gift, and I appreciate you immensely. May peace, protection, and divine favor continue to surround you, chosen ones. Keep walking in your light, for your name carries a power no one can erase. May all that is meant for you come to pass, and may your path be filled with blessings and abundance. Stay strong, stay true, and remember, your light is the beacon that guides you forward. Dear chosen one, have you ever felt an unspoken tension between you and certain people? Have you ever noticed how some pretend to be indifferent, only for their true emotions to explode later? It's strange, isn't it? How some people go to great lengths to convince themselves and everyone around them that you don't matter, yet their actions tell an entirely different story. They say one thing, but their energy, their reactions, their very existence around you betrays them. So, what happens when the truth they've been suppressing finally becomes too heavy to hold? It erupts. And when it does, it's not just a personal conflict, it's a revelation. The masks slip, the real emotions come out, and suddenly everyone can see what was always there. In today's message, we're going to uncover why these intense confrontations happen around you, why people fight, argue, and unravel in your presence, even when you've done nothing but exist, why your energy alone exposes everything they tried to bury. But before we dive in, I want to take a moment to say thank you to everyone who has supported this channel, to those who have sent love, and to those who have contributed through Super Thanks. I see you, I appreciate you, and I am deeply grateful for you. Whether you donate or not, your presence here means everything. You are part of this journey, and your energy is felt in this space. Now, let's start this conversation. If you feel connected to this message, drop the number 999 in the comments. 999 is a divine number of completion, transformation, and stepping into your highest self. By commenting 999, you are aligning yourself with clarity, truth, and the removal of everything that no longer serves you. Let's amplify this energy together. Now, let's get into it. God's chosen ones, an explosive fight broke out because they lied about how they feel about you. Chosen one, the streetlights flickered erratically, as if the universe itself was issuing a warning. Two figures stood tense, their bodies wound tight with an anger too raw to suppress. But this was no ordinary conflict. This was an eruption of years of suppressed emotions, ignited by your very existence. You weren't just a bystander to this chaos, you were the catalyst. But ask yourself, why does your presence cause such an intense reaction? Why does the very mention of your name make tempers rise, voices break, and masks fall? Secrets long buried under layers of deception had finally clawed their way to the surface, demanding to be reckoned with. And the pavement beneath them, silent, cold, unyielding, was about to bear witness to the storm. Someone was about to pay the price for their lies, and the currency was brutal honesty, delivered through clenched fists and unchained truths. But why did it come to this? Why did your presence trigger such a violent eruption? Because, chosen one, you represent something they feared, a reality they could no longer deny. You are living proof that the truth they tried to suppress cannot be buried forever. Your name hung between them like an electrified current, pulsating with years of unspoken tension. One misplaced word, one last deceptive excuse, and boom, the storm would break. This wasn't just a brawl, this was Judgment Day, and you were the undeniable force pushing truth into the open. For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light. Luke 8:17. The weight of concealed truths had grown too heavy to bear. The moment of reckoning had arrived, shattering illusions like glass under pressure. Someone at last had the courage to pull back the veil, exposing the deception for what it truly was. But truth, when it emerges, is never gentle. It is a blade that cuts through the carefully woven fabric of lies, leaving nothing but raw, unfiltered reality in its wake. And so, when words failed, fists took their place. But don't be mistaken, this was never just about you. This was about what you represent. Think about Joseph, sold into slavery by his own brothers. Their betrayal wasn't simply about him. It was about their own insecurities, their fear of what he was destined to become. They saw him from afar, and before he came near to them, they conspired against him to kill him. They said to one another, "Here comes this dreamer. Come now, let us kill him." Genesis 37:18-20. They resented him not just for who he was, but for what his existence revealed about them, their jealousy, their inadequacies, their inability to stop the will of God. And now, centuries later, the same battle plays out once more. But let's take this beyond the Bible. Look at Oprah Winfrey, one of the most influential figures in modern history. As a child, she was abused, ridiculed, and cast aside by people who could not see her worth. They tried to convince her that she was nothing, that her dreams were impossible, that she would never amount to anything. But now, she became one of the most powerful voices in media, an icon of perseverance and success. Her very existence is proof that their lies could not rewrite her destiny. And the same is true for you. The breaking point had arrived, like a relentless storm crashing against an unsteady wall. The false security they had built for themselves was crumbling, their illusions unable to withstand the power of the truth. This was never about a simple argument. This was a war between illusion and reality, between the comfortable lie and the disruptive revelation. And you are the revelation. They knew it before you did. They recognized your light long before you even understood your own significance. That's why they fought so hard to diminish it. That's why they twisted their own emotions, deceived themselves, and convinced each other that you were nothing. But pretending does not rewrite destiny. Suppression does not extinguish divine purpose. Jesus himself said, "If the world hates you, know that it has hated me before it hated you." John 15:18. Their battle against you was never just about dislike or resentment. It was about denial. Denial of the fact that you, chosen one, were sent for a greater purpose. They told themselves they could control the narrative, that they could keep you boxed into the version of yourself they were comfortable with. But the truth has a way of bleeding through even the thickest walls of deception. And now there is no going back. Somewhere in the depths of their own minds, they are drowning in the weight of what they've done. The regret suffocates them, each breath heavier than the last, their hearts bound by the chains they themselves forged. Every lie they spoke, every moment they denied what they knew deep down, it all returns like a relentless tide swallowing them whole. They thought they could contain the truth. They thought they could ignore your significance. But truth is like fire. It cannot be buried without eventually consuming everything around it. At first they convinced themselves you were nothing. They laughed, dismissed, ignored, and pushed you aside. But denial is a slow poison. And now it has seeped too deep. The illusion is shattering, the weight of their own deception closing in. And now they stand at the edge of their own destruction. But you were never meant to fall with them. You were meant to rise. There is no escaping the truth anymore. Chosen one, they tried to suppress it, to convince themselves that your existence, your presence, was nothing more than a passing shadow, insignificant and easily forgotten. But the mind is never truly silent, is it? What is ignored does not vanish. It festers, it decays, it becomes an infection that consumes from within. And now their own thoughts have turned against them, a relentless war waged in the quiet spaces of their own mind. At first it was simple: denial, dismissal, pretending you were just another face in the crowd, someone they could overlook, someone who didn't matter. But denial is a weak dam against the flood of truth. Frustration turns to suffering. Shame turns to self-destruction. The weight of their own deception has caged them in, and the cruelest irony, they forged the bars of their own prison. And now they have no idea how to escape. But why? Why does the truth haunt them so mercilessly? Because truth is not a passive force. It does not whisper gently. It demands to be seen. And when it is buried, it does not stay buried. It grows roots, pushing through every crack, breaking apart every false foundation. The deeper they tried to conceal it, the more violently it surged back to the surface. And now the very lies they told themselves have become chains around their own soul. They have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Hosea 8:7. Look at history. Look at Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who rose to unimaginable power, convincing himself that he could control destiny itself. He ignored the warnings, believed he was untouchable. But in the end, his own ambition, his own refusal to face reality, led to his downfall. Exiled, stripped of everything he had built, left alone to face the weight of his own choices. Just like them, every decision they made, every deception, every attempt to suppress what was real has led them here. And now the darkness is no longer just around them, but inside them. This isn't just regret. It isn't just sadness. This is spiritual unrest. This is a sickness of the soul. Can you imagine what it feels like? To spend years running, only to realize that what you're running from has always been inside you. To silence the truth, only to find it screaming louder in the moments when no one else is around. They feel it now, the creeping weight in their chest, the whisper that won't let them rest, the mirror reflecting back more than just a face. It shows them everything they tried to avoid. This is their torment, their curse, their reckoning. And the most haunting part of it all, you never had to do anything. You never sought revenge. You never lifted a finger. You never had to expose them or force them to see the truth, because truth was always going to do this to them. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. They thought they could contain it. They thought if they ignored you long enough, you would fade away. But darkness can never outrun the light. And now the very truth they rejected has turned against them, whispering in the silence, haunting their dreams, consuming their peace. Chosen one, this wasn't just a fight. This was a reckoning, a moment when pretense could no longer hold, when illusion gave way to reality, when the veil was torn apart, exposing everything for what it truly was. The tension had been building for far too long, and when fists flew, they weren't just striking flesh. They were tearing apart the carefully constructed facades that had shielded them from the truth. The false confidence shattered, the indifference gone, the denial crushed beneath the weight of something far more powerful than a physical confrontation. Because this was never just about anger, this was about truth. And truth is a force that cannot be contained. It is a wildfire that spreads, consuming every lie, every deception, every carefully orchestrated illusion. They spent years pretending, convincing themselves and everyone around them that things were different, that you didn't matter, that they had everything under control. But when the moment of reckoning came, reality could no longer be ignored. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. John 8:32. But freedom is terrifying to those who have built their lives upon lies. And so, when the truth erupted, it didn't just expose them, it changed everything. Look at Howard Hughes, one of the most brilliant yet deeply tormented minds in history. He was a visionary, a genius, a man who built empires, yet he spent his final years in self-imposed isolation, completely trapped by the very illusions he had created. He buried himself in paranoia, in fear, in denial of the reality closing in around him. And when the truth finally became undeniable, it shattered him. That is the nature of truth. It does not change one person, it changes everything. Do you feel it? The shift in the air, the breaking of something unseen but deeply felt. The moment when everything they built, everything they relied on, collapsed under the weight of what they always knew but refused to accept. There's no undoing it now, no way to go back to ignorance, to false security. They saw it, and once seen, truth cannot be unseen. The masks are gone, the pretense is over, and in the raw, undeniable light of reality, they are left with nothing but themselves. And you were never meant to be hidden, never meant to be ignored. You were meant to be seen, and now they see you. For so long they tried to suppress it, the admiration they refused to admit, the jealousy they couldn't control, the fear that crept into their hearts every time you entered the room. They convinced themselves that ignoring you would erase the problem, that downplaying you would somehow dim your light. But the thing about truth, it doesn't need validation, it doesn't need permission, it will rise, no matter how deeply it's buried. They spent years avoiding it, building their own reality where they believed they were safe from what they didn't want to face. But truth is relentless. It does not stay buried. It waits. And when the moment is right, it erupts. And then it happened. A moment where emotions surged beyond control. The energy in the air shifted, the atmosphere thick with something raw, something uncontainable. They couldn't hide anymore. The illusion they built so carefully crumbled, not just before you, but before everyone. For whatever is hidden is meant to be disclosed, and whatever is concealed is meant to be brought out into the open. Mark 4:22. And the most powerful part, you never even had to lift a finger. This collapse, the unraveling of every false narrative, every lie, every mask, was not your doing. It was theirs. They did this to themselves. Every excuse they made, every desperate attempt to rewrite reality, every effort to suppress what was undeniable, it all caught up to them. The weight of deception, of years spent pretending, finally became too heavy to carry. And when it fell, the truth stood in the open, undeniable, unshaken, unstoppable. Chosen one, escape was always the plan. They thought they could slip away unnoticed, rewrite the narrative, pretend none of it ever happened. But did they really think they could outrun the truth? Did they truly believe that if they ran far enough, denied long enough, and twisted the story cleverly enough, they could erase the past? Because truth is relentless. It does not lose its way. It does not grow tired. It does not stop hunting just because someone runs. But here's the question. What happens when someone builds their entire reality on a lie? Whether this was in a workplace, within a family, or in the aftermath of personal betrayal, the foundation they built was never stable. It was an illusion, a house of cards standing on the fragile ground of deception, waiting for the inevitable gust of wind to send it tumbling down. And now, under the weight of their own actions, it is collapsing. Did they really believe their choices would never catch up to them? But if you do not do what is right, sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you, but you must rule over it. Genesis 4:7. They thought they could outrun consequence. But no one outruns divine justice. What was done in the dark has been dragged into the light. There is nowhere left to turn, no more masks to wear, no more lies to tell, no more illusions to uphold. But here's the real issue. Can they even face themselves now? Do you see it now? The way truth operates. It does not negotiate. It does not wait for convenience. It does not soften itself for those who wish to remain in denial. It arrives exactly when it is meant to, whether they are ready for it or not. Think about Elizabeth Holmes, the founder of Theranos. She built an empire on deception, convincing the world that her illusion was reality. But when the collapse came, it was swift, undeniable, and absolute. The very narrative she had created became the force that dismantled her. Do you see the pattern? And now, they stand in the wreckage of their own making. But the real question is, where are you? You are exactly where you were meant to be. Unshaken, unbroken, untouched by their downfall. Because this was never just a personal conflict. This was an energetic clash between truth and illusion. And as it always does, truth won. Chosen one, deception had ruled for too long. They built their world upon illusions, stacking lie upon lie, convinced that as long as no one questioned it, the foundation would hold. They thrived in secrecy, manipulating narratives to protect the fragile reality they had created. But the moment truth stepped in, everything shifted. The balance they depended on was disrupted, and even before they could fully grasp it, they felt it. A force pressing against their carefully constructed world, shaking it at its very core. Did you notice it? The way the energy in the room changed. The sudden tension in their body language, the forced smiles, the nervous glances. They knew something was coming, even if they couldn't explain it. That unsettling, growing discomfort was the presence of truth creeping in, making itself known. And the more they tried to ignore it, the stronger it became. You are a disruptor of deception. You walk into a space, and suddenly everything false begins to tremble. It's not something you do, it's something you are. And those who thrive in falsehood cannot stand in your presence without feeling exposed. They don't fear you as a person, they fear what you represent. The unshakable reality that everything they have built is a lie, and no matter how much they resist, truth will not bow to illusion. For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any double-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and spirit, of joints and marrow, and discerning the thoughts and intentions of the heart. Hebrews 4:12. Truth has that effect. It doesn't just disrupt, it cuts through. It exposes what lies beneath the surface, forcing those who have hidden behind deception to confront what they never wanted to face. And when truth stands in the open, illusions can no longer provide shelter. But why does your mere existence unsettle them so deeply? Why does it trigger such strong reactions, sometimes even before you speak? Because they were never fighting against you. This was never about words, actions, or past mistakes. They were fighting against truth itself. And truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of rising at the appointed time. They loved the darkness rather than the light, because their deeds are evil. John 3:19. They fought so hard, not to protect themselves, but to protect the comfort of their illusions. They told themselves that as long as they could silence the truth, as long as they could convince everyone, including themselves, that the lie was real, they would be safe. But the lie was never stable. It was a temporary shelter, a house of cards trembling in the wind. And when you entered the picture, the storm began. Have you ever wondered why certain people seem instantly uncomfortable around you? Why some become defensive before you've even said a word? It's because your presence forces them to see themselves clearly, stripped of excuses, stripped of masks, stripped of the carefully curated image they have spent years maintaining. And that is terrifying for someone who has spent their entire existence running from reality. This was not a random outburst. This wasn't just an emotional reaction or a moment of conflict. This was a divine test, meant to strip away illusions and drag hidden truths into the light. Think about it. Have you ever faced a situation that felt much bigger than what was happening on the surface? A moment that seemed almost orchestrated by something unseen? That's because it was. The physical fight, the hostility, the sudden eruption of emotions, those were just symptoms of a greater war. This was never just about what played out in front of you. The battle had already been set into motion in the unseen realms long before this moment arrived. This was a war between illusion and reality, between comfort and revelation, between deception and divine order. It was never about winning or losing in a worldly sense. It was about exposure. It was about forcing what had been hidden into the light where it could no longer be denied. Look at Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't wage war with weapons, but with truth. He disrupted a system built on deception, and because of that, he was feared, attacked, and resisted at every turn. His mere existence forced people to confront what they had chosen to ignore. And the more they fought against him, the more they revealed their own fear of the truth. Do you see the pattern? Truth does not need force. It does not need permission. It does not need approval. It wins simply by existing. They can deny it. They can resist it. They can fight it with everything they have. But in the end, they can never escape it. Chosen one, you were never meant to blend in with illusion. You were meant to shatter it. For too long, they thrived in deception, weaving a reality that suited their desires, convincing themselves that as long as they controlled the narrative, the truth would never rise. But truth is not something that can be silenced, and neither are you. You didn't have to say a word. You didn't have to fight back. Your existence alone was enough. They say the truth will set you free, but have you ever wondered why most people run from it? Because freedom requires responsibility. It demands honesty, and for those who have built their lives on illusion, honesty is terrifying. They would rather live in chains of deception than face the weight of truth. And you carried that truth effortlessly. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. But freedom for one person often feels like a threat to those still in bondage. Your presence exposed what they were trying to keep hidden. The chaos around you wasn't a coincidence. It was the natural consequence of deception being confronted by something it could not overpower. This fight was never a call for you to defend yourself. It was a revelation, a demonstration of what happens when truth collides with falsehood. The fight erupted because your existence made hiding impossible. Think about Nikola Tesla, a man who saw the world differently, who operated on a level most people couldn't comprehend. His ideas threatened the established order, and because of that, he was dismissed, undermined, and ultimately cast aside. The world wasn't ready for the kind of truth he carried, so they tried to bury it. But today, his name is synonymous with genius. His ideas live on, long after those who opposed him have faded. This is what truth does. It outlives deception. They wanted you to shrink, to blend in, to remain silent, because the alternative meant they would have to face themselves. But you refused. And so, the fight erupted, not because of anything you did, but because of what you refused to do. You refused to dim your light. You refused to pretend. You refused to be unseen. No one lights a lamp and hides it in a jar or puts it under a bed. Instead, they put it on a stand so that those who come in may see the light. Luke 8:16. Do you see now? This was never about you. They weren't just fighting each other. The real battle was within themselves. Every word spoken in anger, every desperate attempt to regain control, every ounce of resistance was not about defeating you. It was about fighting their own reflection. This is what happens when people are forced to see their own contradictions, when their carefully constructed illusions collapse, when the reality they worked so hard to suppress comes rushing to the surface. Look at Harriet Tubman. She didn't just escape slavery, she went back to free others. Her very existence was a direct challenge to the lie that some people were meant to be enslaved. And because of that, she became a target. Those in power fought desperately to keep the system intact, to protect the illusion that allowed them to rule. But she didn't shrink back. She didn't hesitate. She walked in truth, knowing that the battle was not against flesh and blood, but against something far deeper. And now you are walking that same path. You weren't meant to be hidden. You weren't meant to be silenced. You were meant to be seen. And whether they like it or not, they see you now. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Chosen one, your energy didn't provoke them. It exposed them. It stripped away their excuses, forced them to see what they had buried, and made them confront the truth they had spent years trying to escape. They had crafted narratives to protect themselves, convincing everyone around them, and perhaps even themselves, that the illusion was real. They told themselves that if they ignored what was true for long enough, it would eventually fade. But truth does not fade. It does not weaken. It waits. And when the moment arrived, when they stood in the presence of something they could no longer deny, their carefully maintained deception began to unravel. Not because you attacked them, not because you sought to prove anything, simply because you existed. For some, that realization was unbearable. They resisted, clinging desperately to the comfort of their falsehoods. Others lashed out, hoping that by striking at you, they could silence the voice of truth screaming inside them. And some collapsed under the weight of their own lies, unable to bear the reality that they had spent so long running from. But none of them walked away unchanged. Have you ever wondered why people react so strongly to truth? Because deep down, they always knew. For the word of the Lord is right and true. He is faithful in all he does. Psalm 33:4. Truth is not an opinion. It does not bow to perception. It is not shaped by preference. It simply is. And in the presence of something so unmovable, those who have built their lives on deception have only two choices: face it or fight it. And most choose to fight. But you remained unbothered, because divine beings do not entertain chaos. They rise above it. You could have argued, you could have defended yourself, you could have fought back, but there was no need. Truth does not need to explain itself. It does not beg to be believed. It does not chase after those who deny it. It stands firm and unshaken. And so did you. Where others react, you observe. Where others break, you remain steadfast. Where others seek to justify themselves, you simply embody truth. Because this was never your battle to fight. It was theirs. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. And yet, they fought against you as if you were the enemy. But was it really you they were fighting? Or was it the reflection of their own fears staring back at them? Have you ever noticed how people who are insecure in their own lies become defensive when confronted with truth? They accuse, they attack, they twist the narrative, not because they are right, but because they are afraid. Afraid that if they do not silence truth, it will strip them of the illusion they have hidden behind for so long. Think about Serena Williams, one of the greatest athletes in history, yet throughout her career she faced relentless scrutiny, not because she lacked talent, not because she wasn't the best, but because her presence alone disrupted the false narratives that others had built around her. They tried to provoke her, tried to break her, tried to make her feel like she had to defend herself at every turn, but she never played their game. She let her skill, her presence, and her truth speak for itself. And in the end, no attack could change the reality of who she was. You never needed to prove yourself. You never needed to explain yourself. And you certainly never needed to defend yourself. Because truth does not argue. It does not demand recognition. It does not shrink when ignored. It simply exists. That is why they cannot ignore you. That is why the conflict erupted. That is why, despite everything, you remain untouched. Look at Mahatma Gandhi. He didn't wage war with weapons. He didn't seek to destroy those who opposed him. He simply stood firm in what he knew to be true. And the world fought against him, not because he was wrong, but because his mere existence forced them to confront their own contradictions. They arrested him, tried to silence him, attempted to erase his influence. But in the end, he did not have to fight. Truth fought for him, and truth won. And now, you stand in that same position. Every conflict, every outburst, every betrayal has proven one thing. Their battle was never with you. It was always with themselves. If God is for us, who can be against us? Romans 8:31. And because you walk in truth, you have already won. Chosen one, the universe had been speaking long before the fight erupted. The signs were all around you, woven into the fabric of your daily life, whispering in moments when others weren't paying attention. But you saw them. Nothing about this confrontation was random. Every event, every moment of synchronicity, every subtle nudge from your intuition had been preparing you for this exact reality. The unseen was always guiding you, sending messages in a language only those who are truly awake can understand. Did you notice them? The little confirmations, the repeated symbols, the strange sense of knowing before things even happened. Sunflowers appeared in your path, standing tall and unapologetic, just like you. To most, they were just flowers, but to those who can see, they were something much greater. Sunflowers are symbols of illumination, of turning toward the light no matter the circumstance. They do not shrink in darkness. They do not waver in storms. They seek the sun, always. And in the same way, this entire situation was turning toward clarity. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. Luke 8:17. Shadows were being exposed, lies were unraveling, truth was making itself known, and your very presence ensured that no one could ignore it any longer. But sunflowers were not the only sign. Roses revealed themselves too, beautiful, admired, timeless, but roses carry a double meaning. They are symbols of appreciation, of something that draws people in, but roses have thorns. Did you ever feel it? That tension beneath the surface, the way admiration never felt quite right, as if something was hiding just beneath it. People who claimed to respect you may have secretly envied you. People who appeared to support you may have been measuring themselves against you, resenting what they could not become. The tension was always there, buried beneath polite words, hidden behind forced smiles. The rose was the warning, the quiet signal that admiration and hostility often grow from the same root, because sometimes what people admire, they also wish to destroy. Look at Princess Diana, loved by millions, admired for her beauty, her grace, her kindness. But behind the admiration, there was resentment. The more she stood in her truth, the more threatening she became to those who wanted to control the narrative. The very world that once adored her became the world that sought to silence her. And yet, even in the midst of it, her light never dimmed. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. Psalm 41:9. How many times have you seen it? The moment someone refuses to shrink, refuses to be controlled, the moment they rise in their true power, suddenly admiration turns to resentment. It happened here. The thorns revealed themselves. The admiration you once felt from others became something else, something sharper, something meant to wound. But did it stop the rose from being beautiful? Did it stop the sunflower from turning toward the light? Number. Because truth does not fear exposure. It does not retreat when challenged. It does not crumble under pressure. Look at Malcolm X. He was once praised, lifted up, seen as a powerful voice. But the moment his truth no longer aligned with what others wanted to hear, the very people who once supported him turned against him. They saw his clarity as a threat, his presence as something that could no longer be controlled, and so they sought to remove him. And now, you have witnessed the same pattern unfold in front of you. You didn't need to say anything. You didn't need to call anyone out. The truth was already moving, already shifting the energy, already exposing what was hidden. Because when light steps into a space, the darkness has no choice but to be revealed. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. And just like the sunflower, just like the rose, you remained exactly as you were meant to be, unshaken, unchanged, and still standing in the light. Chosen one, lizards crossed your path, a sign of transformation, of shedding old skins. Did you notice them? The way they appeared at just the right moments, almost as if they were trying to tell you something. This was not a random occurrence. This was a message, a signal that identities were shifting, that illusions were crumbling, that everything built on deception was beginning to peel away. Some people around you were desperately trying to hold on to the version of reality that benefited them. They clung to old identities, to old roles, to the comfort of the masks they had carefully crafted. But the universe does not allow stagnation. When transformation is meant to happen, it will happen, with or without their permission. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Isaiah 43:19. They were being forced into transformation, whether they wanted it or not. Have you ever seen someone fight against their own growth? The fight wasn't just a reaction to you. It was a battle against the change that was inevitable. You didn't demand anything from them. You didn't ask them to shift. But the presence of truth forces everything to realign. And when truth enters a space, those who refuse to evolve have only one option: resist. And resist they did, until resistance turned into chaos. It was bound to happen. The tension had been there for too long, hidden beneath forced smiles, beneath unspoken words, beneath the weight of everything they were trying to suppress. But the pressure could only build for so long before it erupted. Do you see it now? Even the digital world played its role in this unfolding. Screenshots surfaced, conversations leaked, words spoken in secret found their way into the light. The very tools they once used to control the narrative became the instruments of their own exposure. The World Wide Web itself became a vessel for truth, ensuring that what was meant to be hidden could not stay that way. For whatever is hidden is meant to be disclosed, and whatever is concealed is meant to be brought into the open. Mark 4:22. Have you ever wondered why deception never lasts? Because the universe does not allow it to thrive indefinitely. When something is meant to be revealed, it will be, through any means necessary. It doesn't matter how carefully the lies were crafted, how many people were convinced, how tightly the truth was buried. Truth has a way of making itself known. Everything was leading up to this moment. There was never a version of reality where this confrontation wouldn't happen. The signs had always been there. The tension, the whispers, the gut feelings that told you something was coming. This was the breaking point. Think about Edward Snowden. He was once a part of the system, trusted, unseen. But the truth he carried was too heavy to remain hidden. And when the time came, everything he had witnessed was exposed, not because he sought destruction, but because truth demanded to be known. And once it was revealed, nothing was ever the same again. Nothing about this was coincidence. The patterns had always been there, the warnings always present. And when the moment arrived, were you really surprised? Because deep down you knew. The cycle is over. Look at J.K. Rowling. Before she was a household name, she faced rejection after rejection. Publishers telling her she wasn't good enough, that her words wouldn't matter. But she refused to accept their illusion. She knew what she had. And when the moment was right, everything shifted. The world that once ignored her was suddenly forced to see her. Do you feel that shift now? You knew the second it happened, that energy, that break, that moment when everything changed. There was no escaping this, no rewriting what had already been written. The truth has arrived, and it will not be ignored. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. Matthew 24:35. Chosen one, they thought they could play both sides, manipulate the truth, twist reality to suit their needs, and walk away untouched. They were convinced they could deceive, betray, and cover their tracks without consequence. They whispered in secret, spun their narratives, and carefully crafted illusions to make themselves appear untouchable. But betraying divine energy comes at a cost. It doesn't matter how powerful they thought they were. It doesn't matter how many people believed their version of the story. The moment they moved against you, they moved against something far greater. They weren't just fighting you, they were fighting truth itself. And when someone wages war against truth, they always lose. They thought they could rewrite reality, that they could play their games and walk away unscathed. But what they failed to understand is that divine justice does not answer to illusion. Have you ever noticed how deception always seems powerful until it collapses under its own weight? At first they believed they were in control. They were confident, maybe even arrogant, convinced that they had everything handled. But now, people are seeing them differently. The trust they once had, gone. The influence they relied on, slipping through their fingers. The respect they thought was permanent, shattered. Whispers have turned into open conversations. What was once hidden in secret has now been dragged into the light. There is no wisdom, no insight, no plan that can succeed against the Lord. Proverbs 21:30. And they feel it, the shift, the weight of something they can't control anymore, the way the energy around them has changed, the way eyes linger longer than before, how conversations suddenly stop when they enter the room, the way even the people they once trusted now hesitate before aligning themselves too closely. They are beginning to understand this is not something they can escape. Their foundation, career, relationships, personal stability is cracking under the weight of karma. But this isn't punishment, it's the natural order. What happens when someone builds their life on deception? They thought they were untouchable, that they could manipulate people and never be exposed, that they could move through life without consequence. But you don't build on lies and expect to stand forever. They convinced themselves they could shape the truth to fit their desires, rewrite history, and force people to see only what they wanted them to see. But truth does not need permission to be known. It does not need approval to exist. And no matter how long someone suppresses it, truth always resurfaces. Look at Lance Armstrong. He was once celebrated as a legend, a hero, a symbol of perseverance and excellence. He built an empire on deception, on carefully constructed illusions that made him appear invincible, until the weight of the truth crushed him. When the truth surfaced, the world didn't just turn away, it unraveled everything he had built. His titles stripped, his influence destroyed, his legacy forever changed. Because no matter how powerful deception appears, it always collapses beneath the weight of reality. And now, the same is happening here. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap. Galatians 6:7. They thought they were in control. They believed they could shape the truth to fit their needs. They thought they could play both sides indefinitely, weaving in and out of lies, shifting their loyalty depending on what served them best. But divine justice does not answer to illusion. It answers only to truth. And now they feel it slipping away. The certainty they once had, the power they once wielded, the security they thought would last forever. It is all dissolving before their eyes. They grasp at what is slipping through their fingers, but they cannot hold on to something that was never truly theirs. And as they fall deeper into the consequences of their own actions, you remain exactly where you are, steady, untouched, above the wreckage. You didn't have to do anything. You never had to seek revenge. You never had to expose them yourself, because truth always takes care of itself. It does not need force. It does not need argument. It simply is, and those who resist it always crumble under its weight. Think about Marie Antoinette. She lived in luxury, convinced that her world would never change, that the illusion of power would last forever. She was told she was above consequence. But history had other plans. The people who once admired her turned against her. The wealth and influence she had taken for granted vanished overnight. And in the end, she learned too late that no illusion lasts forever. And now, they are learning that lesson too. The power they once had, it was never real. The trust they once held, it was never meant to last. The deception they relied on, it was always going to be revealed. You don't chase karma, you don't seek revenge, you move forward, because divine energy will always handle what is beneath you. The Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all who wait for him. Isaiah 30:18. And so you wait, you rise, and you watch as truth does what it was always meant to do. Chosen one, after the storm settles, the real power moves happen in silence. The chaos is over. The battle has ended. But if you think that was the final moment, you haven't been paying attention. The loudest part may be over, but the most important revelations happen now. In the stillness, in the aftermath. This is where the truth speaks. Not in rage, not in accusations, not in public displays of conflict. Truth is revealed in what happens after. Who suddenly kept their distance, who stayed close, who couldn't stop talking. Pay attention. The fight may have been loud, but the real answers are unfolding in the quiet. Some will pretend it never happened. They'll avoid eye contact, hoping you won't notice how quickly they disappeared when things got messy. They'll act as if nothing has changed, forcing smiles, pretending to be the same. But their energy, it will tell you everything you need to know. Others will now cling to you. They overlooked you before, but now they see who you truly are. They see the strength you carried, the truth you stood in, the way you didn't waver when everything else crumbled. And now they want to be near it. And then there are the ones who still whisper, still trying to control the narrative, still reshaping the truth into something more convenient, still spinning the story to protect themselves. They can't accept what's happened, so they do what people like them always do, rewrite history in their favor. But the thing about truth, it doesn't need their permission to exist. It stands. It does not chase, it does not argue, it does not demand belief. It simply is. By their fruit you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Matthew 7:16. People's true colors weren't revealed in the fight itself. They were revealed in what came next. Look closely. Who was there for you when the dust settled? Who proved their loyalty through actions, not just words? Who exposed themselves through hesitation, avoidance, or desperate deflection? Because make no mistake, no one can fake their position anymore. The masks have been stripped away. There is nothing left to hide behind. And the truth? It is standing there, in plain sight, for all to see. You don't need to call it out. You don't need to chase explanations. You don't need to demand accountability. Just watch. The answers are right in front of you. Think about Steve Jobs. When he was removed from Apple, people vanished. The same people who once praised him, who stood by him in his success, suddenly disappeared when he was no longer in power. But when he returned, when he rebuilt, they came back, hoping he wouldn't remember how quickly they abandoned him, hoping he wouldn't notice how fast they distanced themselves when things got difficult. That is the nature of people. They reveal themselves not in how they show up during your victories, but in how they behave when everything falls apart. The fight is over, but the aftermath is just beginning. The dust has settled, the illusions have crumbled, and now all that remains is truth. You didn't have to fight for it. You didn't have to prove anything. You stood still, and yet everything was exposed. That was always the difference. While they scrambled to control the damage, you remained steady. While they panicked, you stayed untouched. While they obsessed over how to recover, you simply moved forward. Because power isn't in how loud you can be. It's in how unshaken you remain. Think about Maya Angelou. She once said, "When people show you who they are, believe them the first time." She watched how people treated her, how they shifted based on circumstance. She never begged for loyalty. She never asked people to stay. She simply walked in her truth, and those who were meant to be with her remained. And now? They may never admit it, but they see it now. Your power, your presence, your influence, it lingers in their minds. It follows them into their conversations. It weighs on them, even in the silence. Have you ever noticed how people hesitate before speaking your name now? How their words carry a different tone? They feel it. They know now what they tried to deny. And that knowing, that's something they will carry forever. For we can do nothing against the truth, but only for the truth. 2 Corinthians 13:8. Chosen one, some will watch from a distance, still trying to understand what makes you different. They may never say it out loud, but deep inside, they feel it. They see it. They always have. Have you ever noticed the way their energy shifts when you walk into the room? How their conversations change? How their laughter seems a little more forced? How their words become careful and measured? They don't understand why you unsettle them. Why does your presence alone shake the foundation of their reality? Why do they feel the need to analyze you, to study you, to find an explanation for something they cannot define? The truth is, they already know. Others will take a different approach. They will try to mimic, to imitate, to steal the very essence of what makes you who you are. But if you take away their performance, their rehearsed words, their borrowed ideas, what is left? They will rewrite their own role in the story, pretending they were always on the right side. But deep down, they know you were never like them. No matter how much they try to walk in the light you stand in, they cannot replicate what was never given to them. And now, while they deal with the chaos of their own making, you keep moving. But have you noticed something? The way you don't need to react, the way you don't need to prove anything. You don't gloat. You don't look back. You don't lower yourself to their level. Why? Because this was never about them. It was always about you. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. Now, everyone sees why you were never meant to be silenced. Why did they fight so hard to contain you? Why did they hope to diminish you, to pretend you were nothing, to make you feel small? Because they knew the moment you stood firm in your truth, everything that wasn't real would collapse. And the best part? This is only the beginning. Because beyond all the drama, the tension, the conflict, this was never really about the fight. It was a divine test, a moment designed to refine you, not break you. Have you ever thought about that? How every reaction, every revelation, every shift in energy was placed there for a reason. Nothing that happened was random. Every piece of it was orchestrated to show you exactly what needed to be revealed. This wasn't about loss. It wasn't about conflict. It was about clarity. Look at Nelson Mandela. He was imprisoned, betrayed, underestimated. Do you think he didn't see their true colors? The people who turned their backs, the ones who supported him in silence but spoke against him in public. The world watched as he was silenced, treated as if he was the enemy, but he never fought the battle they wanted him to fight. Why didn't he fight back? Because he knew time would reveal everything. And when the truth finally surfaced, who stood firm? Who crumbled? Who proved their loyalty? Who exposed themselves? That's what this was for you. An initiation, a breaking away, a divine confirmation of what you've always known. You are chosen, and chosen ones do not walk among deception. The moment you stepped into your power, everything false had to fall away. The tension, the betrayal, the confrontation, none of it was random. It was a spiritual elevation, a stripping away of illusions so that only truth remained. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Have you noticed how much lighter you feel now? This was never about who won or lost. It was about who stood firm and who crumbled under the weight of their own deception. The path is clear now. No more distractions, no more confusion, no more lingering in places you've outgrown. The universe just removed what was never meant to continue with you. What's ahead is not just another chapter, it's your next level. Think about Oprah Winfrey, told she wasn't good enough, rejected, dismissed. How many people counted her out? How many people thought they had the power to decide her worth? But she didn't argue. She didn't fight for approval. Do you know what she did? She simply walked into the life that was meant for her. And now, the very people who once overlooked her watch from the sidelines, knowing they can never rewrite their role in her story. That's where you are now. The doors that were once hidden, they're wide open. But are you ready to walk through them? Because now there is no going back. You are walking forward, unshaken, unstoppable, fully aligned with what was always meant to be yours. And why do you think they fought over you? Because the truth could no longer be contained. The lies they told about their feelings, their intentions, their loyalty became too heavy to hold. They denied. They suppressed. They acted as if you didn't affect them. But energy doesn't lie. Their actions betrayed them. The tension had been there all along. Did you feel it? Simmering beneath fake smiles, hidden behind forced indifference, waiting for the moment it would all unravel. And when it did, hands were thrown, words were spilled, and the mask they had carefully crafted shattered in front of everyone. This wasn't about the surface-level conflict. This was about you, your presence, your power, your ability to make people confront what they would rather bury. Do you finally see why you were never meant to fit in? They weren't just fighting each other. They were fighting their own inability to control how they feel about you. And now, they see it, they feel it, and they will never be able to deny it again. The stone that the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118, verse 22. So now, beloved chosen one, the truth is out. There is no undoing it, no reversing what has been exposed, no taking back the moments when deception crumbled under the weight of undeniable reality. They can't pretend anymore. The ones who acted like you didn't matter. They have proven otherwise. The ones who downplayed your presence, they have made it clear that they always felt it. The ones who claimed indifference, their actions told a different story. You never had to force the truth to come to light. You didn't have to chase them. You didn't have to demand acknowledgement. You didn't have to convince anyone of who you are, because your energy did the work for you. Everything you needed to know has been revealed. Everything false has fallen away. And now, you stand exactly where you were always meant to be, unshaken, unbothered, and untouched by the chaos that tried to consume you. Have you ever noticed this tension before? Have you experienced moments where people's true feelings toward you only became clear after everything unraveled? Maybe they kept their distance, maybe they suddenly clung to you, or maybe they worked tirelessly to twist the narrative in their favor. Drop your experiences in the comments below. Let's share, reflect, and uplift each other. If this message resonated with you, if you found value in this truth, I want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for walking this journey with me. Thank you for standing strong in your truth, even when it wasn't easy. If you feel led to support this channel, you can do so through Super Thanks. Your generosity is deeply appreciated, but please know this: your presence alone means everything. Whether you donate or not, I am grateful for you. As you move forward from this moment, may your path be clear and filled with divine guidance. May you walk with confidence, knowing that you were never meant to be hidden. May every false connection be removed and every true one be strengthened. May your energy continue to speak for you, revealing truth and attracting only what aligns with your highest good. May you step into this next season fully aware of who you are, fully grounded in your purpose, and fully protected by divine favor. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Isaiah 54:17. You are seen, you are chosen, and your presence alone changes everything. May blessings, abundance, and peace follow you wherever you go. Until next time, keep walking in your truth. Welcome, chosen one. They never saw it coming. Not from you, not in their wildest incantations. Did you know that in ancient folklore, witches believed their strength was invincible when gathered in a coven? They called it their unbreakable unity, a force fortified by chants, rituals, and a shared bond of darkness. But here's the twist. What happens when such unity meets a force greater than their darkness? A force so fierce, so relentless, that their incantations dissolve into nothing but echoes of fear. This isn't a tale of armies clashing or legendary warriors wielding swords and shields. No, this is your story, a testament to how one soul, chosen and empowered, can dismantle an entire gang of witches. Not with spells, not with potions, but with unshakable faith, unrelenting focus, and perhaps a bit of divine stubbornness. As it is written, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their righteousness is from me, says the Lord. Isaiah 54:17. Your victory is not just a triumph of strength, it is the manifestation of divine promise. As I share this story, I want to take a moment to thank those who have supported this mission through Super Thanks. Your generosity isn't just financial, it's a declaration of your belief in this message and the power it holds. You are the reason these words reach the chosen ones who need to hear them. Each donation is a reminder that we are connected by something greater, something divine. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for standing with me and with each other. Together, we are a force no darkness can overcome. Can you see it? Picture a room filled with witches, their confidence turned to whispers, their rituals interrupted by the fear of you. Not the dark forces they once commanded, but you, the chosen one, the breaker of chains, the light they couldn't extinguish. What is it about you that terrifies them so much? Is it your unyielding spirit, your connection to a higher power that they can't comprehend? Or is it the fact that no matter what they threw at you, you stood firm, unbent, unbroken? This isn't just another chosen one story. This is your tale of triumph, a living, breathing testimony of how you, against all odds, shattered their sinister plans and left them too afraid to even whisper your name. If this message resonates with your soul, don't forget to comment 777 below. It's more than just a number. It's a sacred sign, a declaration of your alignment with divine purpose. Let the world know that you are here, chosen and unstoppable. God's chosen ones. They are scared to death. You defeated a gang of witches with a one-man army. Number 1. The power of singular purpose versus collective chaos. As a chosen one, you don't operate like the rest of the world. While most people depend on groups, intricate strategies, or contingency plans, you walk a different path, a path forged by singular, unshakable purpose. It's not arrogance, it's divine clarity. You understand what many fail to grasp. True power lies not in numbers, but in focused intent. While others panic, overthink, or hesitate, you step boldly into the chaos, knowing exactly who you are and why you're there. That clarity is precisely why you dismantled them. The witches, in their arrogance, thrived on chaos. They drew strength from confusion, feeding off the doubt, division, and distraction they sowed in their targets. Their power depended on the fractured minds of those they sought to destroy. But against you, none of that worked. Have you ever thought about how David must have felt when he stood before Goliath? The Israelite army trembled at the sight of the giant, paralyzed by fear. Yet David, a single shepherd boy with no armor, stepped forward with nothing but a sling, a few stones, and absolute trust in God. He declared boldly, "You come to me with a sword, with a spear, and with a javelin. But I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." 1 Samuel 17:45. Just as David's unshakable faith made him victorious over a seemingly invincible enemy, your unwavering clarity allowed you to dismantle their chaos. They believed their numbers would overwhelm you. Their coven, united in chants, rituals, and symbols, was meant to intimidate. But how strong is a group when each member relies on another for strength they don't truly possess themselves? A group without discipline or a shared divine purpose is just noise, chaotic and directionless. You saw through it all, the theatrics, the fear tactics, the illusions designed to confuse and paralyze. Did you notice how their strength fell apart the moment you refused to play their game? Your focus, like a sharp blade, cut through their confusion, exposing their vulnerability. It reminds me of the story of Gideon in Judges 7. Gideon was chosen to lead Israel against the Midianites, an enemy so numerous they were described as thick as locusts. Judges 7:12. But God reduced Gideon's army from 32,000 to just 300 men, instructing him to trust not in numbers but in divine purpose. With that tiny force, Gideon confused and scattered the Midianites, leading to their defeat. Like Gideon, you didn't need numbers or reinforcements to secure your victory. While they leaned on weak ties and superficial alliances, you relied on divine strength and inner resolve. Their reliance on one another, which they believed was their strength, became their greatest weakness. Have you seen how fragile false unity becomes under pressure? When you struck, their so-called unity unraveled. They became scattered, disoriented, and powerless. They believed an army was necessary to defeat you. But they didn't realize the truth. One person with divine purpose is more powerful than 1,000 bound by fear, confusion, and falsehood. Your focus, your clarity, was like a sword of truth slicing through their chaos. While they scrambled to regroup, whispering incantations and grasping for control, you stood firm. Have you ever felt how stillness can be more intimidating than noise? That stillness, your unwavering resolve, became their undoing. They realized then what they should have known all along. A single individual guided by divine clarity and unshaken by fear is unstoppable. In the end, their chaos consumed them. Not because you were louder, stronger, or more numerous, but because your clarity revealed their fragility. Their power, built on illusions and fear, crumbled under the weight of your truth. What happens when darkness faces a light it cannot extinguish? The Bible says, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." John 1:5. Your light, a light born of purpose and unwavering focus, shattered their shadows and exposed their lies for what they were. Their chants faltered, their rituals became meaningless, and their unity shattered like glass. You didn't just defeat them, you exposed their emptiness. One person, one purpose, one unyielding spirit, standing firm while the forces of darkness crumbled into nothingness. This is not just your victory, it is a testament to the power of divine purpose, a reminder that no darkness can stand against the light of those chosen by God. Number 2, you weren't just fighting them, you fought their legacy. Defeating that group of witches wasn't just about overcoming a single battle. It was about tearing down an entire legacy. These weren't individuals acting alone. They carried the weight of generations of dark knowledge, passed down like a twisted inheritance, each layer adding to their illusion of invincibility. Have you ever considered how much power a legacy holds? Not just for those who uphold it, but for those who are enslaved by its fear. Every ritual they performed and every spell they cast was built upon the foundation of countless others who came before them, creating a system designed to grow unchecked and unchallenged. But as the Bible warns, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, Isaiah 5:20. Their legacy, though vast, was rooted in deception, and its end was inevitable. When you stood against them, you weren't merely fighting their numbers or their immediate strength. You were confronting the weight of their history, the very thing they believed made them untouchable. To them, you were more than an adversary. You were a disruption to the roots of their existence. They thought the lineage they inherited would intimidate you, just as it had silenced so many before. But did they not realize that their strength was an illusion? As it is written, "Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders labor in vain." Psalm 127:1. Their foundation was not built on truth or righteousness, but on secrecy, fear, and manipulation. Without divine backing, no legacy can stand. Their legacy was nothing more than a house of cards, teetering on the illusion of eternal strength. The moment you refused to bow to their history, you shattered its power. How did it feel to know that by standing firm, you weren't just defeating them in the present, but unraveling the very system they relied on? The shockwaves of your victory didn't just shake them, it reached into the past, disrupting everything their ancestors had constructed. And what truly broke them was your refusal to play their game. You didn't rely on counterspells, rituals, or ancient texts to fight them. You fought with something they couldn't predict: raw, unbreakable will and the guidance of divine purpose. Just as the Bible declares, the weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. Your divine strength tore through the very walls of their legacy. That's why they're terrified. They didn't just lose a fight, they lost everything their legacy stood for. In the span of a single confrontation, they watched the foundation of their beliefs crumble. What happens to those who see centuries of power disintegrate in an instant? Their confidence wasn't just shaken, it was obliterated. Their lineage ended with you, not because you fought harder, but because you fought with something they could never possess, the light of truth and the backing of the Almighty. Your victory wasn't just personal, it was systemic. Their defeat was not just the failure of individuals, but the collapse of an entire dynasty of darkness. And in that moment, you weren't just the chosen one. You became the breaker of chains, the one who shattered their twisted inheritance and left them powerless in the face of divine light. For you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Live as children of light. Ephesians 5:8. You walked boldly in that light, and the darkness could not overcome you. Number 3, the fear you struck came from the unknown. Fear isn't just about strength, it's about the unknown. The witches didn't fear you because of raw power in the way they understood it. They feared you because they couldn't figure you out. Have you ever considered how unsettling it is to face something you cannot control, cannot predict? They had spent their lives mastering rituals, symbols, and dark arts, all carefully designed to control and manipulate others. But you didn't follow their rules. You were an anomaly, a blank space in their calculations. And that blank space wasn't just unsettling, it was terrifying. They expected you to react in predictable ways: panic, hesitation, or even blind aggression. That's the game they thrived on, provoking fear, feeding on chaos, and bending others to their will. But what happens when their target doesn't respond the way they expect? When they looked at you, they saw something that defied their understanding: a calm, unshakable presence. You didn't flinch at their illusions, you didn't fall into their traps. And with every attempt to control you, they were forced to confront a truth they had long ignored. There are forces beyond their comprehension. As the Bible declares, the wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. John 3:8. To them, you were like the wind, impossible to pin down, unyielding and untouchable. The more they tried to test you, the more uneasy they became. Their spells didn't land the way they should have. Their intimidation tactics fell flat. Each failed attempt chipped away at their confidence. How does someone who thrives on control react when they realize their grip is slipping? With every failure to break you, the limits of their power became painfully obvious. They began to see themselves not as the invincible force they had believed, but as something fragile, faltering in the face of a presence they couldn't predict. You didn't just resist them, you reflected back their own weaknesses. That's what truly broke them. It wasn't your strength in the conventional sense. It was your ability to turn their fear of the unknown against them. They had spent so long being the architects of fear, the masters of control. But now, they were stumbling in the dark, unable to decipher the force standing before them. Have you ever noticed how the absence of control breeds desperation? They couldn't overpower you because they couldn't understand you. Their spells and symbols were meaningless in the face of your calm and unwavering focus. You didn't just defeat them, you became their ultimate undoing. You exposed the lie they had built their power on. As the Bible reminds us, you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Psalm 23:5. In their presence, you stood not as a victim, but as a force anointed by something greater, untouchable by their fear and darkness. They weren't just defeated, they were left grasping for meaning, unable to overcome what they couldn't predict or understand. You became the unknown. And for those who had lived their lives feeding on fear, the unknown was the one thing they couldn't bear. Number 4, you became the weapon. they didn't see coming. Witches are masters of manipulation. Their strength lies not in their spells, but in their ability to uncover the hidden cracks in a person's spirit, those buried fears, insecurities, and vulnerabilities, and twist them into weapons. Their power is rooted in deception, in convincing others of their own fragility. Have you ever noticed how fear grows when we allow someone else to define our limits? That's how they break their enemies. But when they turned their focus to you, they found something they had never encountered before, nothing to exploit. It wasn't that you didn't have fears or weaknesses, it was that you had already faced them, dismantled them, and rendered them powerless. How many people can say they've looked their fears in the eye and refused to let them define their path? You weren't carrying tools or defenses. You didn't need charms, symbols, or rituals. You didn't need anyone to fight for you or protect you. You became the weapon. And this transformation wasn't external. It was entirely internal. Every crack they hoped to exploit had already been filled by something far greater, divine strength and clarity of purpose. Their attempts to attack your mind or spirit bounced back, leaving them scrambling for an angle of attack that simply didn't exist. This wasn't something they could have prepared for. They were accustomed to fighting individuals who relied on external sources of strength, objects they could destroy, allies they could isolate, or strategies they could disrupt. But what happens when your opponent's strength comes from within? When they realized that you were your own source of power, it was already too late. You didn't need tools or trinkets. As the Bible says, "The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in him and he helps me. My heart leaps for joy, and with my song I praise him." Psalm 28:7. Your source of power was unshakable, and it wasn't something they could touch. They didn't see a person holding weapons. They saw the embodiment of unyielding resolve. The title, One-Man Army, wasn't about numbers. It was about the shift in power. You weren't standing against them with tools or strategies. You were the weapon. With every step you took closer to them, their illusions stripped away. Do you realize how terrifying it is for those who depend on lies to face someone who embodies truth? Every failed attempt to control you revealed their own vulnerability. They had always thrived on controlling the narrative, but now they were caught in a story they couldn't rewrite. You didn't just defeat them, you dismantled their entire approach to power. Their strategies, rituals, and manipulations, all of it crumbled because they were fighting against something they had no power over. How does it feel to know you've exposed the limitations of their entire system? As the Bible reminds us, no weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. Isaiah 54:17. The witches weren't defeated by tools or tactics. They were defeated by the transformation within you. Their fear wasn't just of losing, it was of realizing their limits. They thrived on exploiting weaknesses, but you showed them what it looks like when someone becomes untouchable. Have you ever thought about how much power there is in becoming the one thing your enemy cannot break? Your victory wasn't just over them, it was over the entire structure of power they depended on. You were not only unstoppable, you were their undoing. Number 5. Exposing the weakness of their collective power. The witches believed their collective power was their ultimate strength. They relied on their coven, their rituals, and the belief that unity made them invincible. Their chants echoed together, their spells intertwined, and their carefully orchestrated actions projected an image of seamless coordination. But have you ever considered how often an illusion of unity is used to mask fear? Their so-called unity wasn't strength. It was a crutch, a facade that concealed their individual weaknesses and gave them a false sense of security. When you stood against them alone, you exposed the fragility of that illusion. Without the safety of their numbers, they didn't know how to function. They had never prepared to face someone who didn't rely on backup, allies, or layers of external protection. How does someone so dependent on a collective identity react when faced with someone who stands firm in their own purpose? Their courage, fueled by rituals and group dynamics, evaporated in the presence of your self-reliance. As the Bible reminds us, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. Psalm 27. They placed their trust in their numbers, but you drew your strength from something far greater. Your presence forced them to confront a truth they had long avoided. Their power only worked because they leaned on each other, not because they were truly strong. When you refused to waver, their cracks began to show. One by one, their confidence unraveled as their so-called collective strength was revealed to be hollow. Have you noticed how fear creeps in when the thing people depend on starts to fall apart? Their unity was never real. It was merely a shield against their own terror of standing alone. But you didn't need a shield. You became the sword. What made it worse for them was the isolation you forced them to feel. They had spent their lives projecting fear and loneliness onto others, feeding off the vulnerabilities of those who stood alone. But now, for the first time, they were the ones who felt it. Imagine the irony. The very loneliness they inflicted on others became their undoing. Their solidarity turned hollow, their rituals became meaningless, and their reliance on each other became a burden. Just as the Bible says, if a house is divided against itself, that house cannot stand. Mark 3:25. Their collective power crumbled under the weight of your defiance, leaving them exposed for what they truly were, dependent, fractured, and powerless. You didn't just defeat their group, you dismantled the very foundation of their existence. By standing alone, you revealed how fragile their collective power truly was. They depended on unity to hide their individual weaknesses. But you didn't need numbers to stand firm. Your strength, drawn from within and rooted in divine clarity, stripped away their illusions and left them facing a reality they couldn't escape. You weren't just stronger than their group. You were the embodiment of a power they could neither match nor understand. Number 6. Your victory forced them to confront their own mortality. For the witches, mortality wasn't just something to be feared, it was something they believed they had outgrown. Their spells, forbidden knowledge, and dark rituals all served one ultimate purpose: to create the illusion of immortality. They didn't simply crave power, they sought permanence. They wanted to transcend the boundaries of human limitation and convince themselves that their legacy would stretch endlessly into the future. But have you ever wondered how much fear lies beneath the pursuit of immortality? When you defeated them, you didn't just end their reign. You shattered the illusion they had built their lives upon. Have you thought about how fragile someone becomes when their deepest lies are exposed? Your victory wasn't achieved through brute force or a complex strategy. It was through exposing the truth they refused to face. They had cloaked themselves in the belief that their spells made them untouchable, but they were utterly unprepared for someone who could strip away those layers of false security. When their defenses fell, they weren't merely left exposed physically, they were exposed spiritually. For the first time, they had to confront the terrifying truth they had spent their lives running from. They were mortal, just like everyone else. This realization hit them harder than any physical blow. Their entire identity was built on the idea that they were beyond the reach of time, consequence, and death itself. Have you ever noticed how people who depend on illusions crumble when those illusions fail? Yet, as the Bible reminds us, the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. Romans 6:23. Their attempts to escape death through dark practices were futile because they were rooted in deception, not truth. Your victory didn't just defeat their bodies, it dismantled their belief system. Every chant, every ritual, every whispered secret of their craft was rendered powerless in the presence of someone who wasn't afraid to confront them. Consider the story of Pharaoh in Exodus. Pharaoh believed his power and legacy would endure forever, that he was untouchable by human or divine intervention. What do you think Pharaoh felt as he watched his empire crumble under the weight of truth? Yet through Moses, God demonstrated that no earthly power, no matter how absolute it seems, can stand against the truth of divine sovereignty. The plagues, the parting of the Red Sea, and the ultimate defeat of Pharaoh's army were not just victories over a ruler. They were a revelation of God's dominion over life and death. Similarly, your victory over the witches wasn't just physical. It was a spiritual declaration that their false sense of immortality was no match for truth and divine alignment. What truly terrified them wasn't just the loss of the battle, it was the loss of their illusion. They realized their immortality was nothing more than a lie. Their power wasn't infinite, and death, the very thing they believed they had conquered, was waiting for them all along. Can you imagine what it's like to confront the reality you've denied your entire existence? Your victory didn't just mark the end of their rule, it marked the collapse of everything they had believed about themselves. You forced them to confront a truth they had tried to bury. They were never untouchable. No matter how many spells they wove or how deeply they delved into forbidden knowledge, they could not escape the universal reality of human mortality. This recalls the words of King Solomon in Ecclesiastes, "For the wise, like the fool, will not be long remembered. The days have already come when both have been forgotten. Like the fool, the wise, too, must die." Ecclesiastes 2:16. Do you see how even the most powerful are subject to the truth of mortality? The witches, much like Solomon observed, built their lives on temporal, fragile pursuits, forgetting that death comes for all who are not rooted in the eternal. Their defeat wasn't just a physical loss, it was a spiritual reckoning. In the end, your victory wasn't just about their downfall, it was about revealing the power of truth over illusion. As the Bible declares, "Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." John 8:32. But for them, the truth wasn't freeing. It was devastating. You didn't just end their reign, you forced them to see their fragility, their limits, and the inescapable reality they thought they had overcome. Number 7. The psychological war was won before the battle began. Long before the first move was made, the battle had already been decided. The witches had built their entire strategy around fear, projecting it, amplifying it, and wielding it as their ultimate weapon. Fear was sharper than any spell they could cast, and it worked because most people believed in the power of their illusions. But have you ever considered how fragile fear becomes when someone refuses to accept it as real? That's where they failed with you. Your unshakable resolve was their undoing. They came at you with everything they had, whispers designed to sow doubt, shadows meant to evoke terror, and illusions carefully crafted to throw you off balance. But instead of faltering, you stood there, unmoved. How often do we forget that fear only has power when we give it permission? Your reaction wasn't arrogance, it was certainty. You knew their tricks could only succeed if you allowed them to take root in your mind. By refusing to grant them that power, you stripped them of their most potent weapon. As the Bible reminds us, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." 2 Timothy 1:7. While they thrived on creating chaos, you stood firm in divine clarity and peace. The witches didn't know how to handle someone like you. They had spent their lives feeding off the vulnerabilities of others, preying on hesitation, and exploiting weakness. What do manipulators do when they encounter someone who cannot be manipulated? When their tactics didn't work on you, they found themselves lost. The psychological war they relied on to win every battle was suddenly useless. Their fear wasn't just about your immunity to their tricks. It was the fact that your resistance exposed their own dependence on them. Have you noticed how those who depend on deception crumble when the truth stands before them? Without fear to manipulate, they were powerless, and the longer you stood firm, the more their confidence unraveled. They realized too late that they had already lost. Just as Goliath underestimated David, mocking the shepherd boy with his small sling and stones, the witches underestimated you. They expected fear, hesitation, and defeat, but instead they faced someone whose unwavering faith turned their strongest weapon into nothing more than smoke. The Bible tells us, "The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid?" Psalm 27:1. In the light of your resolve, their darkness had nowhere to hide. This wasn't a battle of spells or physical strength. It was a battle of wills, and yours was untouchable. Do you see how unshakable faith can dismantle even the most insidious strategies? By the time they understood this, the fight was already over. Fear didn't control you, and because of that, they couldn't control you. You didn't just resist them, you dismantled their entire way of fighting before the first blow was even struck. Their defeat wasn't just about losing the battle, it was about losing the very foundation of the power they thought made them invincible. Number 8. You weaponize their own tools against them. The witches thrived on arrogance, wrapped in the belief that their mystique made them untouchable. They cloaked themselves in dark arts, relied on their numbers, and built carefully constructed illusions of power to maintain their dominance. For years they counted on one simple truth: no one would dare stand against them, especially not someone standing alone. To them, your presence was laughable, a single person daring to challenge their entire legacy. But have you ever noticed how arrogance blinds even the most powerful to their own vulnerabilities? That blindness was where their downfall began. Their overconfidence became their undoing. They underestimated you, assuming that their reputation and numbers would crush you before the fight even began. Have you considered how dangerous it is to dismiss someone who refuses to be intimidated? They didn't see you as a threat. They saw you as an inconvenience. Their arrogance was their greatest weakness, and you turned it into your most powerful weapon. You didn't fight them on their terms or by their rules. Instead, you let their own sense of superiority do the work for you. Every time they leaned on their mystique, it backfired. They thought their rituals and symbols would intimidate you, but instead, they revealed how much they depended on theatrics. Their dark arts, meant to instill fear, only exposed the emptiness behind their power when you remained unmoved. They assumed their numbers would overwhelm you, but their lack of individual strength became glaringly obvious when faced with your unshaken resolve. As the Bible says, "The Lord is with me, I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me?" Psalm 118:6. Their unity, which they believed to be unbreakable, crumbled when confronted by your refusal to be cowed. The irony was devastating for them. What they believed made them invincible. Their reputation, their dark arts, and their unity became the very things that left them vulnerable. Have you ever seen someone's strength collapse under the weight of their own pride? They built their power on assumptions that no one would challenge them, that their rituals made them untouchable, and that their numbers ensured victory. You shattered those assumptions simply by standing firm. Their overconfidence, once their shield, became the sword that cut them down. You didn't just defeat them, you turned their own tools against them. their arrogance, their mystique, their reliance on fear, all of it became the foundation of their downfall. Do you see how self-made illusions can become the most dangerous traps? As Proverbs teaches us, pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Proverbs 16:18. Their belief in their invincibility blinded them to their own weaknesses. And you used that blindness to dismantle everything they stood for. Their miscalculation wasn't just a mistake, it was the fatal flaw that cost them everything. They fell not because of the weapons you brought into the fight, but because of what they failed to see in themselves. Their arrogance, their overconfidence, and their reliance on fear ensured their collapse. How often do those who seek to dominate fail to see that their own pride is their greatest vulnerability? In the end, you didn't just defeat them, you turned the very essence of their power into the tool of their destruction. Number 9, their rituals couldn't touch your energy field. The witches built their identity and power around their rituals, incantations, and mastery of dark energy. These weren't just tools, they were their assurance that they could bend reality and overwhelm anyone who stood against them. They believed their spells, woven with low-frequency intentions, could pierce even the strongest minds. But what they didn't realize was that their power was fundamentally limited. Their rituals couldn't touch you because you operated on an entirely different plane. While they depended on fear and manipulation, you stood rooted in divine strength. Every dark intention they hurled at you bounced off because their low vibrations couldn't penetrate your high-frequency resilience. Have you ever wondered what happens when darkness tries to confront a light it cannot diminish? They tried to weave illusions around your mind, hoping to draw you into their web of manipulation, but their efforts fell flat. Your energy wasn't just defensive, it was offensive, neutralizing every attempt they made. As the Bible declares, God is light. In him there is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:5. Your alignment with light meant their darkness couldn't find a foothold. They didn't know how to handle someone who radiated such unshakable strength. Their spells relied on exploiting cracks in people's spirits, but you had already confronted and sealed those cracks within yourself. Do you see how self-mastery becomes an unbreakable armor? They depended on their victims doubting themselves, but you carried no such doubt. As Psalm 23:4 reminds us, even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Every attempt they made to dominate you only revealed their own fragility. Their magic faltered because it relied on fear, and you gave it none to feed on. They had spent their lives bending others' energies, forcing people into submission. But what happens to manipulators when they can no longer control their targets? You didn't flinch. You didn't waver. Your energy field wasn't just impenetrable, it actively repelled them. They had never encountered someone who could stand in stillness and dissolve their dark intentions with nothing but presence. The irony was unmistakable. The very tools they depended on became the proof of their own limits. They had always believed their rituals made them unstoppable, but they failed to understand that their power was entirely conditional. Have you seen how easily power crumbles when its foundation is fear? You didn't just withstand their attacks, you outshone them. As Isaiah 61 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Your presence wasn't just unshaken, it was triumphant. In the end, their spells, incantations, and dark energy collapsed in the face of your unshakable strength. Their failure wasn't just about losing a battle, it was about realizing that their power was always limited. You didn't simply resist them, you exposed their dependency on fear, manipulation, and secrecy. Their rituals were only as strong as the belief others placed in them, and you showed them that belief no longer existed. Your victory wasn't just about standing firm, it was about exposing the truth. Their power was never invincible, and their dark arts crumbled when faced with light and truth. As John 1:5 reminds us, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Your light didn't just protect you, it dismantled their illusions, revealing their weakness for all to see. You didn't just defeat them, you proved that no darkness can touch the one who walks in divine alignment. Can you imagine the moment they realized their strongest weapons were useless against you? That was the moment you triumphed, and their power dissolved into nothingness. Number 10. They realized they couldn't corrupt you. The witches were masters of corruption. Their true power didn't lie in their spells or rituals, but in their ability to twist the hearts and minds of others. They thrived on exploiting human weakness, planting seeds of doubt, offering temptations that seemed irresistible, and slowly pulling their enemies into a web of manipulation. For most, it wasn't a question of if they would fall, but when. But have you ever wondered what happens when corruption meets an unshakable spirit? That's what they found in you, a moral compass so unyielding that their every tactic failed before it even began. Their strategy was clear. They would tempt you with the allure of forbidden knowledge, the promise of power, or the guarantee of safety. They tried to make you question your path, to bend your convictions, and to pull you into their world. How many before you had fallen for such temptations? But what they didn't understand was that their offers didn't appeal to you. You didn't crave their power because you already understood the truth of where real power comes from. As the Bible warns, what good is it for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Mark 8:36. Your soul was not for sale. Your unyielding integrity became the wall they couldn't breach, the shield that rendered them powerless. Their failure to corrupt you wasn't just a tactical misstep, it was a revelation of their own dependence on manipulation. They had always assumed that everyone had a price, that every person would eventually bend under the weight of temptation. But you didn't falter. Why? Because you didn't define your worth by what they could offer. Do you see how strength grows when you know your value isn't tied to others' approval or promises? Every time they tried to plant doubt or lure you with promises of glory, their failure became more glaring. You didn't need their approval or their gifts because your strength came from within. As their attempts to manipulate you unraveled, so did their own sense of invincibility. They were used to pulling others into their web, turning their enemies into pawns. But with you, their web broke apart, leaving them exposed. They relied on tactics of seduction, on breaking people piece by piece, until they became tools for the witch's will. But when their tricks didn't work, they had nothing left to fall back on. Have you noticed how manipulators crumble when their prey refuses to play their game? Your resistance didn't just protect you, it revealed their fragility. Their power wasn't real power. It was house of cards, built on the illusion of control. They didn't have true strength. They had the ability to convince others to abandon theirs. But you refused to play by their rules. You stood firm, and that choice became the mirror that reflected their own emptiness. As Proverbs 10:9 reminds us, whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. Your unwavering resilience not only shielded you, it exposed them. Without the ability to corrupt you, they were powerless. In the end, they didn't just fail to manipulate you, they unraveled in the face of your strength. What happens when those who thrive on deception realize they can't deceive? Their tactics, their strategies, their entire way of operating crumbled because their power relied on convincing others to surrender. You didn't surrender. And in your refusal, you dismantled their illusion of control. Your victory wasn't just about standing firm. It was a triumph of truth over deception. Their corruption failed not because they lacked skill, but because you were incorruptible. They believed they could bend you, but they didn't understand the strength of someone who values integrity above all else. Your resilience wasn't just a shield, it was a weapon. Against someone who cannot be broken, their power was meaningless. You stood tall, and their empire of manipulation collapsed. Without the ability to bend you to their will, they were left with nothing but their own fragility. You didn't just defeat them, you exposed the emptiness at the heart of their power. Number 11. You didn't defeat them for glory. You did it because it was necessary. The witches were accustomed to fighting for glory, power, or revenge. Every move they made, every spell they cast, was driven by personal ambition. They wanted to be revered, feared, and envied. Their entire existence revolved around the need to dominate, to be seen as untouchable forces of superiority. Their power was rooted in self-interest and ego, and they thrived on recognition from others. But when they faced you, they encountered something they had never prepared for. Someone who wasn't interested in fame, power, or applause. How do you manipulate someone who has no interest in personal gain? That was the question they were forced to confront. You weren't fighting for accolades or the satisfaction of defeating them. In fact, you weren't even fighting for yourself. Your purpose was entirely different. You fought because it was necessary, because the very existence of their dark power demanded it. They couldn't understand this level of detachment. They couldn't comprehend someone whose actions weren't fueled by selfish motives. As the Bible says, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves. Philippians 2:3. Your humility and unwavering focus on the greater good made you immune to their usual tactics. This detachment made you unpredictable in ways that terrified them. They couldn't bargain with you, sway you, or distract you with empty promises. Have you noticed how powerless manipulators become when their usual tools fail? They tried to lure you with promises of forbidden power, control, and recognition, but you didn't flinch. You didn't need their approval, and you certainly didn't need their rewards. They couldn't appeal to your ego because you had none to exploit. Your actions were guided by a singular truth. Their reign had to end. Every move you made was rooted in necessity, not ambition. This purity of purpose was something they couldn't grasp. They were used to enemies who could be swayed by fear, greed, or vanity. But you weren't trying to prove anything. You weren't driven by fear of failure or the desire to be praised. Instead, you were acting out of duty, a sense of responsibility that went far beyond personal interest. Have you ever seen how powerful someone becomes when they act with no need for recognition? That's the strength they faced in you. To the witches, this was a nightmare. Their entire strategy depended on manipulating the desires and fears of others. But you didn't have desires they could tempt, nor fears they could exploit. Your resolve was rooted in something they couldn't touch, the understanding that some things must be done simply because they are right. As Paul wrote, "Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters." Colossians 3:23. Your focus wasn't on personal gain, but on fulfilling a mission that transcended yourself. This purity of purpose was what broke them. They realized they had no leverage over you, no way to twist your actions to serve their plans. What happens to those who thrive on manipulation when their tools no longer work? Every attempt they made to sway you fell flat, and with each failure, their confidence crumbled further. They had built their power on the ability to control others, but they couldn't control you. Your resilience exposed the hollowness of their power, revealing that it was never rooted in strength, but in the weakness of those they manipulated. Your victory wasn't about triumph for the sake of triumph. It was about doing what had to be done. You weren't there to bask in glory or collect trophies. Your strength came not from seeking recognition, but from your unwavering commitment to truth and justice. As Jesus said, "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled." Matthew 5:6. You weren't swayed by the allure of personal gain because you were already fulfilled by your connection to a higher purpose. In the end, your unshakable duty dismantled their carefully calculated strategies. Do you see how true power lies in acting from a place of selflessness? They weren't defeated by brute force or clever tactics. They were defeated by your purity of intent. They realized too late that they couldn't touch you, couldn't manipulate you, and couldn't control you. Without the ability to bend you to their will, they were left with nothing. Your resolve didn't just protect you, it revealed their emptiness. Their failure wasn't just about losing the battle, it was about being forced to confront the truth of their own fragility. Without the ability to corrupt or manipulate, their power evaporated. You stood firm, unshaken by their attempts, and in doing so, you didn't just end their reign, you revealed the truth. That selfless purpose is a strength they could never match. Number 12. You revealed their true nature to themselves. The witches spent their lives weaving a web of fear and secrecy, carefully constructing an image of invincibility that concealed their true nature. Their power relied not on genuine strength, but on carefully maintained illusions. Illusions that convinced others, and perhaps even themselves, that they were untouchable. Have you ever wondered how much effort it takes to uphold a lie that even the liar begins to believe? They hid behind rituals, spells, and theatrics, using these as tools to maintain control. But when you stood against them, you didn't just challenge their dominance. You forced them to confront a truth they had avoided for years. Their power was nothing more than a fragile facade. The very foundation of their strength, the thing they had spent their lives perfecting, was built on lies. By refusing to be intimidated or manipulated, you stripped away the masks they had so carefully crafted. And the most striking part, you didn't need to fight them with force or trickery to expose them. It was your presence, your unwavering refusal to bend, that unraveled the illusion. Have you noticed how lies crumble when faced with someone who refuses to believe them? Every time they invoked fear, you stood firm. Every time they attempted to manipulate your perception, you resisted. With each act of defiance, you revealed the emptiness beneath their so-called power. They couldn't hide from the truth anymore. Their power wasn't real. It was an illusion designed to keep others in fear and submission. Their spells and rituals, which they used to project invincibility, were nothing more than props in a play meant to deceive. As the Bible declares, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. But for them, the truth didn't bring freedom, it brought devastation. When you stood before them, you became a mirror reflecting back the reality they had tried so hard to deny. In standing against them, you made them face the one thing they couldn't escape, their own weakness. What happens when someone who thrives on deception is forced to see the truth for the first time? They realized too late that the strength they'd relied on was hollow. The illusion crumbled, and with it went their sense of self. For the first time, they were forced to see the emptiness of their existence, the fact that their power had never been genuine. Your victory wasn't just a physical defeat. It was a psychological reckoning that shattered everything they thought they were. They didn't just lose the battle. They lost their identity, their sense of self, and their grip on the very thing they had spent their lives protecting, the belief that they were untouchable. As Proverbs 16:18 reminds us, pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Their pride, their arrogance, and their refusal to see the truth were the very things that led to their downfall. You didn't just reveal their weakness to others, you forced them to confront it within themselves. The most devastating part for them was the timing of this self-revelation. They saw the truth only after it was too late. By the time they realized the extent of their deception, both to others and to themselves, they had already been defeated. Have you ever seen the moment when someone realizes their entire foundation is built on sand? That moment was their undoing. Your presence, your unwavering resolve, was enough to unravel their carefully constructed lies, leaving them with nothing but the emptiness they had tried so desperately to hide. Your victory was more than a triumph over their power. It was a dismantling of their identity. They weren't just defeated, they were broken. Their loss wasn't just about the battle, it was about being forced to see who they truly were. And, in the light of that truth, their illusions of invincibility dissolved, leaving them powerless and exposed. Number 13. Your legacy will outlive their myths. The witches built their mythology over centuries. Their names were whispered in fear, their rituals treated as sacred and untouchable, and their coven exalted as an immortal force of darkness. They shaped themselves into legendary figures, thriving on the idea that their power would be remembered forever. Each generation of their coven added new layers to the myth, strengthening the illusion that their collective power was eternal and invincible. Have you ever wondered how much fear is required to sustain a legacy built on lies? They wanted to be remembered as the ultimate force of evil, a power that could not be challenged. But when you stood alone against them, you didn't just defeat them, you dismantled the very narrative that gave them relevance. Their mythology, carefully woven over centuries, crumbled in the face of your unrelenting truth. How often does a single act of defiance expose the fragility of even the most enduring myths? You proved that, no matter how ancient or collective a power may seem, it is not beyond challenge. As the Bible reminds us, for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. 2 Corinthians 10:4. Your courage became the weapon that tore down their stronghold of fear and deception. Their myths, the stories of invincible witches, of dark forces that ruled without question, were shattered. Their legacy wasn't as unassailable as they believed. By standing against them, you didn't just confront their power, you exposed the lie at the heart of their existence. They had spent generations convincing others, and perhaps even themselves, that they were beyond defeat. But in a single moment, you showed the world that their power was neither eternal nor absolute. What happens to a myth when the truth behind it is revealed? Their supposed immortality gave way to your unrelenting resolve, leaving nothing but the empty shell of their fabricated legend. Your legacy, unlike theirs, is built on truth. Future generations won't remember the witches' names with fear. They'll remember your courage. You didn't just win a battle, you became a symbol of defiance, a living reminder that no force of evil, no matter how old or entrenched, can withstand the light of truth. As Proverbs 4:18 says, "The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day." Your actions illuminated the darkness they had worked so hard to cultivate, and that light will continue to shine long after their myths have faded into obscurity. Your story will be told and retold, not as a tale of conquest, but as a testament to the power of standing alone against overwhelming odds. Can you imagine how your legacy will inspire others to face their own battles, knowing that truth and courage can overcome even the darkest forces? While their names are forgotten, your story will endure. You showed that true power isn't found in numbers, rituals, or fear. It's found in the courage to expose lies and stand for what is right, no matter the cost. Their legacy has ended, but yours has just begun. You didn't just defeat their mythology, you replaced it with a greater truth. In time, their myths will dissolve into nothingness, but your story, your legacy, will remain a beacon of hope, a reminder that even the most fearsome legends can fall in the presence of unyielding truth and courage. Beloved chosen one, no dark power, no matter how grand, can erase the legacy you've created. The witches, with all their myths and illusions, will be forgotten, but your name will echo through history as the one who shattered their lies. You didn't just defeat them, you became the living proof that their grand stories of invincibility were nothing more than smoke and mirrors. You showed the world that one person standing resolute in truth can change the course of history. Your victory wasn't just about defeating a group of witches. It was about dismantling everything they represented. You stripped away their illusions, exposed their weaknesses, and forced them to confront their own fragility. And you did it not for glory or fame, but because it was necessary. That selfless purpose, that unwavering commitment, is what sets your legacy apart. You didn't rely on brute strength or clever tricks. You fought with something far more powerful: purpose, integrity, and an unshakable moral compass. While they built their power on fear and deception, you stood firm, proving that true power doesn't come from numbers, spells, or control. It comes from the unwavering courage of a single resolute soul. The legacy you've forged will echo through time. Their myths will fade, but your story will live on as a testament to the truth. Future generations will speak of you not as a mere conqueror, but as a beacon of light, a living embodiment of the idea that no darkness is too deep and no enemy too powerful when you stand firm in your identity and purpose. The witches believed they were eternal. They were wrong. You have shown that true power, eternal power, resides in courage, truth, and the light that refuses to be extinguished. That is a victory that can never be undone, a truth that will endure long after their myths have turned to dust. To my incredible audience, if this journey resonated with your spirit, I encourage you to help us continue sharing messages of empowerment and truth. Your support through Super Thanks fuels this mission, helping us reach even more chosen ones across the globe. But whether you donate or not, know this: you're valued, appreciated, and loved. Your presence here means the world to me, and I'm deeply grateful that you've chosen to be part of this journey. Thank you for your time, your energy, and for believing in the power of truth. May blessings overflow in your life, and may your light shine brighter with each passing day. Remember, no matter what you face, you have the strength to stand firm and rewrite the narrative. If you found this message inspiring, don't forget to like this video, share it with others who need to hear it, and comment below with your thoughts. Let us know how this story touched you, and keep the conversation going. Together, we're building something extraordinary. Until next time, stay strong, stay courageous, and stay true to yourself. Your journey doesn't end here. It's just the beginning. May peace and blessings be with you always.